All right, everybody, cameras on, stay on mute. I need everybody's cameras on and everybody to stay on mute. Everybody's camera stay on. Everybody stay on mute. Everybody's cameras on. Everybody stay on mute. Got to see your face. Got to see everybody's face. Everybody's face this morning. Everybody's face. Everybody's face. Everybody's face. I got to see it. Cameras on, stay on mute. Cameras on, stay on mute. Cameras on and stay on mute.
La juez necesita ver su rostro y tienen que estar en el micrófono apagado.
And that too. Cameras on, stay on mute. Cameras on, stay on mute.
Prendan la cámara y pónganse en mudo.
Cameras on, stay on mute. David Austin, I cannot see you. I can see a shadow of you. That's all I can see. I need to see you. Calvin Creedle, got to see you. Got to turn your camera on. Got to be able to see you. Cameras on, stay on mute. Taylor Calhoun, everybody. Turn your camera on. Go ahead, Miss Claudia. Miss Wright, you got to turn some lights on. I got to see you. It's dark. Cameras on, stay on mute. All right, everybody, first thing I need you to do is go to the chat button. Everybody in here should have went to zoom.us and watched the video on how to operate Zoom. Go ahead, Miss Claudia.
Por favor, vayan abajo donde dice chat, C-H-A-T, y aprieten. Todos deben saber cómo utilizar el chat. Aprieten chat.
Ask Mr. Garcia if he's driving.
Señor García, ¿usted está manejando? Señor García.
Just tell him to shake his head yes or no.
Mueva la cabeza, sí o no. ¿Está manejando, señor?
All right, I need everybody's camera on. So put your email in the chat.
Pongan su correo electrónico en el chat.
Camera on.
Dejen prendida su cámara.
When I call your name, take yourself off mute.
Cuando yo llame su nombre, se quitan de estar en mudo.
And Miss Wright, just shake your head. Are you ill? Are you sick? Okay, then get out of bed.
Señora Wright, ¿está enferma? No, entonces levanta. Oh, sorry, I don't know what I'm interpreting.
It's okay. Nobody lays in the bed. Nobody drives a car. All right?
Nadie puede estar recostado en la cama ni puede estar manejando.
Right. When I call your name, take yourself off mute and say here. Talk to Tawana McCauley.
Cuando llame su nombre, diga estoy aquí.
Desmond Thomas. Mr. Thomas hasn't been served, ma'am. Your TPOs are going to expire. You can reach out to your advocate and reapply.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, this is Rosicio Ramirez.
Rocio Ramírez.
And Arturo Garcia.
Y Arturo García.
Good morning, Judge. Craig Lewis here for Arturo Garcia. I'm sorry.
All right, let's see. Rocio Morales Ramirez. I'm probably messing it up. I think you probably have a calendar.
Rocio Morales Ramírez.
Judge, would it be okay if I gave him a call?
Sure.
Thank you.
Arturo, what's the rest of his names?
Oh, we got it. Rocio Morales Ramirez.
Maria, what is the rest of his name?
Arturo Garcia Tobar.
Arturo García Tobar.
All right. Stand by, Mr. Lewis. We'll see.
I got it, Maria.
Deshaun Walker.
Here.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Jones appearing for Ms. Vashawn Walker.
Where's a Christopher Coleman? Somebody named Christopher Coleman is supposed to represent Rashawn Walker.
He is the lead attorney. I am the associate. My name is also on the appearance.
Oh, it didn't matter. Oh, okay, because all that was on here was Christopher Coleman. Utavia Smith.
Spell his first name, Maria.
A-R-C.
Here.
All right, sir, got you. Have you had an opportunity to speak with Ms. Jones, see if you can work this situation out?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Have you had an opportunity to speak with Ms. Jones to see if y'all can work this out?
No, I haven't had an opportunity.
You
to
like
speak.
that?
Yeah, I like an opportunity. Just
All
to have a
right.
conversation
Jones,
with
I'll
her.
put you in breakout room. I'll put you in breakout room 1, Mr. Smith. When you go there, there's a button you can click. It says leave the breakout room. If you mess up and you leave the meeting, you have to just rejoin, okay?
Okay.
All right. All right, Kayla Calhoun, you're about to make me have a
I know I'm trying
seizure,
to.
so you have to do something.
turn
Log out and log back on because I can't do that.
Okay.
All right, Emma Brothers.
Here, Your Honor.
Your Honor, Tracy Dorfman on behalf of Ms. Brothers.
All right, and David Santiago.
Good morning, Your Honor.
David
Eli
San-
Bennett on behalf of Mr. Salamanca, Your Honor.
All right,
Yeah,
so
estoy aquí
Here,
de
Your
parte del
Honor.
señor Salamanca.
Who is his attorney?
Eli Bennett. Maybe we can talk, counsel.
Are you with Jerome Lee?
Correct.
Es Eli Bennett de parte de Jerome Lee del despacho de abogados. ¿Podemos hablar? Le dijo la abogada Dorfman.
So do your clients need an interpreter?
Your Honor, my client is actually pretty well conversational, if not fluent in English. I think we'd be willing to, forego the interpreter for the purpose of this hearing. I don't believe it'll be necessary, but I appreciate her being here.
Okay, well, I think we need her on the other one up, right?
And Your Honor, we're ready for the hearing.
All right, so you want to go and speak with Mr. Bennett?
I mean, we definitely need the 12-month protective order in this case, so I don't know how much there would be to discuss, but if Mr. Bennett wants to consent, I'll be glad to talk to him.
All right, we'll put y'all in breakout room 2. You guys can chat for a few minutes. I mean, you don't have to make it all day.
All right.
Okay, do I automatically go there or you?
I just put you in one and I'm just looking for Mr. Bennett's name on here. Whoever iPhone is. Change your screen name.
I apologize, Your Honor. Have I been sent to a breakout room yet?
I'm trying to get
Okay.
right there. There you go. All right, there you go.
Okay, thanks.
All right, let's see. Abonius Giles and Kintra Winter. Abonius Giles. Kintra Winter. Kintra Winter. Mr. iPhone with no shirt on.
Yes.
Who are you?
Yes. Cantrell Winters.
Okay, well, how about you get out of the bathroom, turn your camera off, go put a shirt on, then come back and turn the camera on when you get your clothes on. I'm gonna turn your camera off. You turn it back on once you get dressed. All right. Abonius Giles. Anything, Sasha? This is going right this morning. Shonda Pope.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Derek Willis.
Huh?
Derek Willis has not been served, and it says they're unable to locate that lot or that address, ma'am. Your case is reset until April the 7th at 12:30. If you feel like it, you could reach out to your advocate and they can give you more information. Make sure that you place your email in the chat so that we will have it. And that's when we're going to send you your reset notice and your sheriff's form. You need to fill that sheriff's form. You need to fill that sheriff's form out today. Send it back to Ms. Free before 4 o'clock.
Okay, thank you.
Once you place your email in the chat, you can leave the meeting. Adriana,
Okay.
right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And DeMarcus Royalton.
I'm here, Your Honor.
Right, right. You still wanting to go forward, Ms. Wright?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, however, this really is a waste of my time because we both live in the same apartments and I already got legitimized, so I'm not willing to she can put this in order, but this is a waste of my time for being at court. Like, because this is really not needed. We live in the same apartments and we have a
think that it's needed, so it's not a waste of her time.
What she can, I mean, this is a waste of my time because I have a doctor's
Well, I'm sorry I'm wasting your time, but what are you saying? Because she wants a hearing to get a TPO.
And it's fine. I'm not.
Okay, then,
because,
Mr. Ross, I'll tell you what. Once you place your email in the chat, and we'll go ahead and give you one.
That's fine. I mean, I have a doctor's appointment.
Place your email in the chat because God knows I don't want to waste any of your time.
You said place my email in the chat.
That's exactly what I said. Or do you know his email, Miss Wright? You got your email in there?
I thought I did. Because that's why I got they served him. Hold on.
Did you place your email in the chat here?
I'm doing it now.
Hold on, Ms. Wright. Ms. Wright, did you place your email in the chat?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's see. You got it in there, Mr. Ralston?
Yes, ma'am. I just placed it.
All right. If you put it in there, then you can go ahead and leave the meeting. Ms. Wright, raise your right hand. You swear to affirm everything about your testimony is truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, everything you petition is still true and correct.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you place your hand down. You still want this TPO for 12 months?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I don't know that I see Mr. Ralston's email. So if you have it, do you mind placing that in the chat along with yours?
I placed mine. Mine is Adriana Wright.
No, I don't want you to say it out loud. Do you know his?
I can probably find it for you.
Okay, if you don't mind, you can place it in the chat or email it to Miss Free.
Your Honor, I placed mine in the chat. It's the Black Cartel 583.
The Black Cartel.
Black Cartel 583 at gmail.com.
For experienced users sprayer, they're just jamming it anywhere. That's because Brittany injected him.
All right, Miss Wright, we'll send you a copy of the order.
Thank you.
All right.
We'll send you a copy too. I hated to waste your time, Mr. Ralston.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Kirby Smith.
Here, Your Honor.
Carolyn Waring. Carolyn Waring.
Your Honor, to my knowledge, last time I heard about
Miss Smith, are you still willing to go forward?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth? Yes? Ms. Smith?
Honor.
Okay. Is everything in your petition still true?
Your Honor? Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You still feel in fear for your safety?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You want this in place for 12 months?
There's my knowledge, Your Honor.
Just listen to my questions, Ms. Smith. You still want this in place for 12 months? Do you still want this in place for 12 months?
Can you hear me? Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. If you placed your email in the chat, you can go ahead and leave the meeting.
Ma'am, how would I do that? Just go to the participants?
Judge, I can put her email in the chat for you.
Okay, we appreciate it. She'll give your email to us, Ms. Smith. You can go ahead and leave the meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Siobhan Austin.
Good morning, Your Honor.
David Austin.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Mr. Austin, are you still wanting to go forward?
Myself?
Yes.
No,
You're not wanting to go forward with this TPO?
no,
Have you spoken with the advocate, Sasha?
no.
Sasha, you're a co-host, so you want to take her in there and make sure she hasn't been, that it's okay?
Sure. And I'm sorry, who is this? I was just sending you the
On
email.
Austin.
Okay, thank you.
So go in there with Sasha. Mr. Austin, you hang up just a second, okay? She's gonna talk to Miss Austin and then she's gonna come back, all righty? Did Miss Austin go to the breakout room when she sends you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Derisha Myrick?
Yes.
Kadarius Garther.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. When did you get served, sir?
Oh, I think this was it's like it was a few weeks ago. I don't remember the.
Who served you?
I guess it would have been security guard on site at the apartments at her mom's house where I was staying.
Was it a deputy sheriff?
No, ma'am.
Well, we don't have proof of service. So you want to acknowledge service and go forward today?
I mean, we here. We might as well, just get it over with.
All right, Ms. Free's going to type up something and share it with you shortly and ask you to give your permission for her to sign your name. Calvin Cradle.
Yeah. Yes.
Kayla Calhoun.
Your Honor, Sean Whitworth here for Ms. Calhoun, and she's present. And I believe Mr. Cradle wants to dismiss this, if I'm correct, Mr. Cradle.
I had said that.
Mr. Cradle, we're making this easy. Do you want to go forward or not?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Okay.
You
told Mr. Whitworth you didn't want to go forward.
I said that I had messaged in the chat. I said I started legitimation, so I just wanted to see the kids. That was it, just not her. But he I don't know how he took that, but he was like, "This is a separate action." So I was just like, "Yeah." When he asked me, did I want to? He said, "Do you want to dismiss this?" Oh, I read that wrong.
Taking a whole lot of time to say a whole.
I read that wrong. I read that.
What did she say, Sasha?
I read that wrong. I said, yeah, but I wanted
She wants to dismiss.
Mr. Cradle, stand by. Sasha.
She wants to dismiss. She feels safe and she knows she can come back here.
Okay, so Mr. and Miss Austin, if y'all will both place your emails in the chat, we'll email you a copy of the dismissal. And I'm glad you were able to work it out. Hopefully I don't see you guys again.
Also, Judge, position 2, Ms. Ramirez joined.
Okay.
May I go, Your Honor? This is David Alston.
Thank you, Mr. Austin. You can leave.
Good day.
Mr. Ramirez.
El señor Ramírez ya está presente.
Okay, can you ask Ms. Ramirez if she still wants to go forward?
Señorita, la señora Ramírez, ¿usted quiere proseguir pidiendo la orden de alejamiento?
She has to take herself off mute.
No se oye, está en mudo, señora. Póngase al micrófono porque está en mudo. Apriete donde está. Ok.
Ya.
Okay. ¿Quiere usted proseguir pidiendo la orden de alejamiento?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, 1 second. All right. Habonius Giles. Anything from Habonius Giles? Sasha.
Judge, can I give him a call real fast?
Okay.
Thank you.
Ya se puede poner en mudo.
Is there anybody's name who's a party that I did not call your name?
¿Hay alguien que no haya escuchado su nombre, que es una de las partes en uno de estos casos?
No, yo sí escuché mi nombre.
No, Usted póngase en
Everybody else is
mudo.
gonna be a witness then.
Alguien que sea un testigo.
All right, Mr. Lewis, if you want to stand down a second, we'll take Mr. Whitworth and then we'll take yours, okay?
And Your Honor,
Yes.
Brothers versus Salamanca is definitely ready for a short hearing.
Okay, all right. I think this other one might be too. Mr. Cradle, Ms. Calhoun, y'all have any witnesses or just yourselves?
I have a witness.
Where's your witness?
Nina Serrano. She should be in the call. Hold on.
Does she need the Spanish interpreter?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm
Okay, I just want to make sure.
What does Nina know specifically firsthand?
She's been there while me and Mr. Credo have
Here's what
had.
you do. You say she's been there and has firsthand knowledge of things that have happened, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. All right, Mr. Whitworth, you got any witnesses besides your client?
That's it, Your Honor. And I'm representing Ms. Calhoun.
Ms. Calhoun, yeah, besides your client, Ms. Calhoun.
That's correct.
All right. Sorry, I called. All right, I need Calvin Cradle. Sorry about that.
Mhm.
Calvin Cradle,
Yes.
you got any witnesses besides yourself?
No.
All right. All right, you and Ms. Calhoun, raise your right hands. Y'all swear affirm testimony about to give the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right. All right, Mr. Cradle, you need to tell me why you're seeking a domestic violence order against Ms. Calhoun. Start from the most recent event, work backwards. And I'm sure that you're not a lawyer and Mr. Whitworth's on here. He's going to object. When he objects, you stop talking. When I start talking, you stop talking. Okay?
Okay.
Start from the most recent event. You got to be specific. You got to give me a date. If you don't know the date, you at least say 2 weeks ago. If you say in February, you got to tell me what year. This is not a good thing. She threatened me Tuesday. I don't know what that is. You got to be specific. All right? Go ahead.
In February of this year, I had just got home from being out of town, and we had got into like a argument over some things that happened between us, and she just texted me one night and said she was outside. And like I was asking her, why was she outside of my house? Like I just moved in here like not that long ago from that date. And she was saying she wanted to talk. We was going to talk about the kids. And I kept telling her go home. She said she wasn't going anywhere. So I let her in thinking we could talk. And long story short, we got to talking. And then I had to ask her to leave because she kept getting loud. And she said she wasn't going nowhere. She wouldn't leave. So that's when I had called the police. And while I'm on the phone with the dispatch or whatever you call it, they were telling me basically just to stay like a couple feet away from her. And as I'm on the phone with them, she's throwing stuff. She threw her phone at my head. And then when she got by the front door, she decided to tip over my TV that I just bought, and it broke. And then she ran out the door. And pretty much after that, the cops were already there. And I just told them to let her go. Because I didn't want to see her, get locked up. That's still the mother of my kids. But basically, that was the most recent thing that happened between us. Since then, we haven't seen each other or anything.
So she yelled at you, threw her phone at your head, and knocked your television over.
Yes.
Did I miss anything?
No.
All right. Mr. Whitworth, you have any questions?
Just a couple, Your Honor. Mr. Cradle, can you hear me?
Yes.
You said you made a statement to the police that day when they arrived, correct?
Yes.
And in that statement, according to the police report, you stated that she was exiting the apartment and she unintentionally used the TV to catch her balance and it tipped over. Do you remember telling the cop that?
Yeah, I told the cop that after I told him that she pushed it over.
Okay.
Because I said I don't want to see her get locked up.
And then you stated to the police that she accidentally knocked over the TV and exited the apartment. That's what the statement you made to the police, correct?
That's what I told them. I never wrote a statement.
Well, that's what the police report stated. And the police officer, because you stated that she did not intentionally damage the TV, there was no arrest. Do you recall that?
I told them that it was an accident after I told them that she took it over, because the officer said it didn't look like an accident.
So you came and got a TPO and you stated under oath that she knocked the TV over to the family advocate, correct?
Say that again.
You stated to the family advocate when you got the TPO that she pushed the TV over. That's what you have in your petition for your TPO, correct?
I guess, yeah.
So who were you lying to? Were you lying to the police officer or were you lying to the intake officer for the TPO?
I just told you, I said I told the police that because I didn't want her to get locked up. And the police told me, they said, if this isn't an accident, she's going to jail tonight.
Okay, so you lied to the police.
That's what you want to call it, yeah.
Okay, no further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Is that it, Mr. Cradle?
Yeah.
Stop swinging in your chair. Is that it?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Anything, Mr. Whitworth?
Your Honor, we'll just ask to dismiss his TPO petition at this time. I don't think it meets the legal threshold on statutory guidelines at all. And he's impeached himself on the stand. He clearly has misrepresented facts to law enforcement, either to this court or law enforcement, whichever fact pattern the court believes. So I think he's failed to meet the burden of proof on his TPO today.
All right. You want to respond to that, Mr. Cradle?
I have more than enough evidence to prove anything as far as that. But if you want to say that, actually, no, you know what? No, I don't have anything to say.
Okay. I'll grant your motion for judgment because I'll deny it. You didn't present in the case and didn't meet the threshold to get this extended. Once you place your email in the chat, y'all can all leave. Good to see you, Mr. Whitworth. Thank you both.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I'll go ahead and remove Mr. Reno.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And Judge, position 5 is on now.
All right, Hibonius. You gotta turn your camera on. Gotta see something more than a little orange square. Hibonius.
I'm sending them a message.
Let's see. So Ms. Jones, anything happen with you two getting together?
I think based on the nature of this case, we aren't going to be able to come to any type of agreement at this time.
Okay. All right, let's see. Emma Brothers and David Salamanca.
Your Honor, ready for Miss Brothers.
Ready for Mr. Salamanca, Your Honor.
Okay, do y'all have any witnesses besides your clients?
No, Your Honor.
On the part of the respondent, no, Your Honor, my client will also remain silent at this time.
Okay. All right, Ms. Brothers and let's see. Mr. Salamanca.
I'm sorry.
Take yourselves up and raise your right hand.
Your Honor, if you could turn up your volume a little bit, it's hard to hear you.
I think something's wrong with yours. You keep getting a lot of feedback. Where's Mr. Salamanca at?
He just raised his hand, Your Honor.
I see Emma Brothers. Okay, there you go. All right, both of them. All right. Oh, I saw Perez. Y'all swear from? Keep it up, Mr. Perez, Salamanca Perez. Keep it up. Does he need an interpreter?
He does not, Your Honor, and he's actually not going to be testifying today anyway, so.
Okay, I'm still going to go swear both of them in. Raise your right hand, sir. Y'all swear firm testimony about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. Nod your head. Not you, Harbonius. I'm not talking to you. Put your hand down. All right, put your hands down. Go ahead, Ms. Dorfman.
All right, Your Honor, I call David Salamanca as my first witness.
Your Honor, my client's not testifying. He's asserting his Fifth Amendment privilege. He's not been validly subpoenaed and required to testify in this hearing, Your Honor. He refused.
Your Honor, according, as the court is well aware, according to Rule 611C, in any civil case, either party can call the adverse party and use leading questions. So I do call David Salamanca.
Okay, I understand he's gonna, now does Mr. Salamanca, does he need the interpreter?
He does not, Your Honor.
Okay, so have you, Mr. Salamanca, take yourself off mute because I want to need you to say something to me. I'm sure your lawyers explained this to you, that Ms. Dorfman can ask you a question and you don't have that whole well, if you exercise your Fifth Amendment right to remain silent in a civil case, I can take a negative inference or I can infer what the answer is going to be. So if she asks you, is your name David Salamanca Perez, and you say, pleading the Fifth, I can obviously take an inference that that is your name. If she said, did you do this? Did you hit this person? You say, well, I'm going to take the Fifth Amendment, and I can take the assumption is you would answer yes. Okay, so I can make a negative inference or an inference from whatever questions you don't answer, but you have that right. Okay.
Your Honor.
You understand that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Ms. Dorfman.
All right. Mr. Salamanca, can you state your full name?
David Santiago Salamanca Perez.
Okay, so on all the paperwork, your name is David Santiago Salamanca, and now you're saying your legal name is David Santiago Salamanca Perez?
Your objection, that misstates the nature of his answer, Your Honor. He hasn't misrepresented anything to the court. That's his
I'm
name.
not saying that he's misrepresented. I'm just saying that that's the first we've ever seen the name Perez. He signed everything as David Salamanca. So I'm just not aware. Is Perez his legal last name? Because we would need it for the court papers.
Your Honor, can we take a recess and move on to a separate case? I need to consult with my client regarding what's happening.
Okay, well, all I know is I got him on here is David Santiago Salamanca. Is that your name, sir? Take yourself
He's nodding
off
his head
mute.
the affirmative.
That's my name, Your Honor.
Okay, where does Perez come from?
In my country, we have two last names.
Okay, I got that. So Perez, so is it Salamanca Perez?
Yeah, my full name is with Perez at the end.
Okay, it's David Santiago Salamanca Perez. Boom, got it. All right, go ahead, Ms. Dorfman.
Your Honor, I think Mr. Bennett said he would like to consult with his client. Mr. Bennett, I would be asking about many incidents that occurred with the petitioner. And so
doesn't sound like it's going to be a brief hearing in that case, Your Honor. So I suppose
it won't take me long.
We're going to go through this whole Fifth Amendment thing. I'm going to have a little bit of time to explain to my client. This is actually the first time I've ever had this situation occur in a TPO hearing. Typically, my clients, it's just the first time this occurred. So I need to.
Your Honor, we've had this occur many, many times on TPOs. Again, it is a civil hearing following the Civil Procedure Act, and Rule 611C is very, very clear that I can call the adverse party and use leading questions.
All right, so you want to talk to him? Do you need him in a breakout room or can you call him?
Me? Oh, he's right down the hallway, Judge.
Okay, do you want to go call him to explain to him?
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to go speak to him if I can have 10 minutes, please.
Okay, all right, let's see. Okay.
And I'd also ask Ms. Dorfman for her email address in the chat so I can send her my exhibits and she can provide me with the police report that she has that she intends to enter into evidence in this case. Please.
All right, Ms. Ramirez. And Mr. Garcia Tobar. I think we got Mr. Lewis back. Mr. Lewis back.
Señora Ramírez y señor García Tobar.
Don't see Mr. Lewis back. Okay, how about we do this? All right, Ms. Jones. So we got Rashawn Walker and Latavius Smith. That's ready, right?
We are.
All right, you have any witnesses?
No, ma'am, not at this time.
All right. And Tavia Smith, do you have any witnesses? Looking at your ceiling. Take yourself off mute.
Okay, I'm here.
Do you have any witnesses?
Yes, I have my wife. She's here.
Okay, she needs to leave the room.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Smith and Deshaun Walker, y'all both raise your right hands. Deshaun Walker, if you take yourself off mute. Your military right, Mr. Smith.
Oh.
Y'all swear affirm testimony about to give us the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you. Ms. Jones is gonna ask Ms. Walker a few things, and then you'll get to ask her a couple of questions, and then or Ms. Jones can call you as a witness first. It just depends on how she wants to go. Go ahead, Ms. Jones.
You want me to just proffer or ask her the questions regarding?
You can call her or call him, either one.
I'll call Ms. Walker first.
All right, you don't have to tell her. Go ahead with Ms. Walker.
Ms. Walker, or do you just want to explain what's going on today? And we'll go from there.
Yes. Well, to start off, we have joint custody, and in the custody papers, we can't do corporate punishment. Basically, February 5th, I picked the boys up. There was whispering in the back seat. They didn't tell me what to do.
Hold on. Maybe it's easier if Ms. Jones just asks you what happened. I need to know about violence, when it happened, what happened. That's what I need to know.
Well, that's what she's answering. So I said, what happened? She just explained that the two, they aren't married, but they share custody. On one of the weekends that she picked her boys up from the father, which was February 5th. Now she's telling you what happened regarding the corporal punishment to the child.
Tell me what he did to the child.
He was whooped with a belt for not flushing the toilet, and he had bruises on him. That was the first incident, and he told him.
When did that happen?
That was on February 5th.
Okay.
The first weekend of February.
All right. How old's your child?
He's 7.
7. Okay. Son. Okay. Just the one son. That's it.
We have 2. We have a 7-year-old and a 10-year-old.
Okay. We're just talking about the 7-year-old.
Yes.
Okay. What else happened?
Basically, he told him, not to tell. He said it was gonna happen more. He's gonna get more. He went back over the 3rd weekend, and it happened again. The first time it happened, I wasn't aware of it till we got home because he kept asking to take a bath. So he went in the restroom. That was when I noticed what happened. He asked if he can ask me a question. That was when he explained what happened.
So what do you mean you noticed what happened? What does that mean?
The bruises that was over his body.
This was the second time, or is this the first time?
This was the first time.
Okay,
that was
I want to know about the next time.
Well, first, Miss Walker, did you call the police the first time that you picked them up?
I did.
Okay, and then when the police came out, did they notice bruises on the baby body?
They did.
Did they suggest that you go take your son anywhere?
Yes, they escorted me to the emergency room, and there the crime scene came and took pictures.
Okay, and at that time, did they see bruises on his body and take pictures of the bruises on his body?
They did.
Okay, and where were the bruises on your child's body?
One under his left eye, I want to say, on the inside of his right thigh, the back side of his thigh as well.
And anywhere else?
No, there was just like the leg parts and over his face.
Okay. And then you allowed your child to go back to his home 2 weeks later. Why?
Yes, because it's inside of the order, and I didn't want to be in contempt. I explained it to the officers. I explained it to everybody that I could, and I was informed that I have to go with the order, and plus no one thought that he would do it again.
Okay, now was there abuse that took place what weekend is this? Is this February what?
This is the 3rd weekend of February. They go on the 1st and 3rd.
Of what year?
Let me interrupt y'all for 1 second. I have to do these expert tapes. I'll be back, right? And just give me a minute.
Señora Morales Ramírez, ponga su correo electrónico en el chat. I'm just telling Ms. Morales Ramirez to place her email on the chat. ¿Sabe cómo hacerlo? Vaya donde dice chat, sea H-A-T, apriete ahí. Si está en el teléfono, son 3 botoncitos. Y pone ahí su correo electrónico, asegúrese que esté bien.
No nos sale dónde para poner mi chat. No sale.
Le voy a decir a la secretaria que él ponga su correo electrónico. Entonces, no se preocupe, ahorita le digo. Gracias. ¿Cuál es su correo electrónico, señora? What is your email? ¿Cuál es su correo electrónico? Oh, no le oigo. Okay.
Ahí está.
Sí, ¿cuál es su correo electrónico?
Ramírez 82 rm@gmail.com.
Ok, se lo voy a repetir. Ramírez, con Z al final,
Sí.
82,
Ajá.
R de Roberto, M de María, @gmail.com.
Sí.
Ok.
Ese es, gracias.
De nada, señora.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Jones.
Okay. I believe we were on the 3rd weekend of February. Was that what year?
It was this year, 2023.
And what violence took place that weekend?
He picked them up from daycare on that Friday. And the boys say when they got home, he said, "Didn't I tell you not to tell your mother?" Basically, he ran me and the boys and whooped him again. The first incident, the oldest didn't witness, but he was there to witness the second time.
Okay, and was the police called this time?
Yes, that the police was called as soon as I picked them up. So I was still at his location at that time because they came out the home crying and they told me then.
Okay, and what happened with the police this day?
Police came out. He took pictures and also called the crime scene. She came out and she took pictures as well.
Now, were there new bruises on his body?
They were.
And where were those located?
Those was located just all over his buttocks.
Okay. You have anything further to say regarding?
No, ma'am.
Have you communicated with the defendant regarding?
Well, he kept texting and calling for the boys because the daycare didn't allow him to pick them up. And I just sent him over the first copy of the first court date that we had. And after that, no, not until I want to say it was Friday that just passed. He came knocking at the door, and I guess he had a police that escorted him, but he came and he knocked at the door, and everything was told to the officer and given the police reports.
Outside of this, has it been previous family violence between you two?
Yes, back in 2013, he cut my throat. I was in the process of moving out because I was just tired of the abusiveness. He cut my throat. The officers was called. He was on the run for a minute. They basically placed me and the kids in to a shelter. From the shelter, I went to go stay with his mom. But
Okay, is that the only time, or was it another police report?
Yes, plenty. Back in 2020, I want to say that's when they started. He would come by the home, banging at the door. Well, the first time was he came and he got the kids, and it was supposed to be for the weekend because I never had an issue with him seeing his kids or being around his kids. This particular time, he took the kids for basically 3 weeks out the summer. I was calling, I was texting. He cut the kids' location off. Eventually, I called the police, tried to make a kidnap report, but they basically said, he's the father. I let him go. It wasn't considered kidnap. He was texting saying he wasn't going to bring him back. The officer even called him and told the police he wasn't going to bring him back. Then they suggested I go and do the court. Didn't have the money to do the court. I convinced him to come over with the boys. Once he brought the boys back, I never let him go back. So he went to court. He tried to do custody, but that's when they switched it over to legitimation because he wasn't legitimized. During that time, he would come by the house 2 different occasions, banging at the door, threatening to shoot up the house, saying he know the kids are in the house, even kicking the door in. Well, he didn't kick the door in, but he was kicking at the door. The second time was 2000 and no, that's the third time. 2021, we had COVID, me and one of the boys. So he came over, banging at the door, kicking at the door. I called the police. He was making threats, and I'm end up like my sister. She's deceased. Her boyfriend shot her 12 times. The operator was hearing him steady banging at the door and making the threats.
Tell me what the operator said. Just tell me what happened.
Okay, he was steady banging at the door, making threats, and saying he was gonna shoot up the house, and I'm gonna end up like my sister, my deceased sister.
All right. Anything else for her?
No, ma'am, not at this time.
All right, sir, do you have any relevant questions, Mr. Smith, to ask her? You take yourself off mute, sir.
Do I have any relevant questions?
To ask her.
I mean, I really just want to know, like, because I don't know anything about this abuse thing that she's saying. Like,
okay, so you heard what you had to say. Now's the time for you to. Do you have any questions for her? For instance, like a question would be, "What is your name?" And then she answers it. So, do you have any questions for her?
Yes, I do. So I just want to know, like, when did this abuse take place? Like, I heard her say
the Sunday that I sent you the picture and text you about
right, but it's a big gap
but
in between.
We're not going to argue. Ask another question, Mr. Smith. She said the Sunday she sent you the picture. What's your next question?
Why didn't you inform me too? I mean, you informed me with a picture, and then I told you that they play like kids. You know what I mean? And then why didn't you tell me that he had to go to the hospital, all this? I never knew all that.
Why didn't you tell me you took him to the doctor?
Because at that point in time, I was upset and angry. My concern was the care of my child, and he was in fear for telling.
Next question.
Why you didn't let me know what happened the last time when they left here?
Why you didn't let me know what happened the last time when they left here?
Why you didn't let me know what happened the last time when they left here? Why you didn't let me know what happened the last time when they left here? Why you didn't let me know what happened the last time when they left here?
Sir,
Because
because
when
we
they
was in
left
front
here,
of
they
your
was.
home
Ask,
when the
I'm not
police
ask
finished.
was
her
there.
question. Why didn't you let him know what happened? Answer the question.
Because we was right outside of his home, and he actually came outside his home and got inside of his car and left when the incident and everything was going on with the police and the crime scene there.
All right.
Can I
Next
answer
question.
that, or do I need to say another question?
You need another question. What's your next question? You can tell me your story after you finish asking her questions.
Okay.
Any more questions for her?
Nah, that's it.
All right. Ms. Jones, you got any questions for him?
Maybe after he say his point. I don't
Go ahead, Mr. Smith. I'll hear from you.
Okay, so which I want to know, like, because I don't know really hardly nothing about
This
what's
is
going
a joke today, right? Today is a joke.
on.
Today is an absolute joke. I got all excited because everybody except for one person had their name other than something other than iPhone. And now today, everybody's here on serious allegations of family violence and/or stalking, and y'all act like you ain't got a clue what's happening. I cannot believe this. She made allegations against you that you used corporal, not just corporal punishment, because corporal punishment is legal, but you used such punishment that it left bruises on this child. It seems like to me, if I were you, I would want to tell my side of the story to the
Right.
woman in the black robe that's making the decision here. So there you go.
Okay.
I'll hear from you.
Okay. Well, can I start off with the punishment part? I make my kids stand in the corner for timeout, and I have them write. I got paper where they write their name or they write what they done, and they have to write their sight words. So to start with that. Okay, now let's start back with
Let's start by respond to the allegations she made.
That's what I just did. I just told you I don't do no corporate punishment. I don't even whoop them at all. I make them
Made specific allegations on specific dates, sir.
Okay. So I guess
I want to hear your story, sir, but she made allegations on specific dates and what the children said. So
okay. Okay, so I guess it was the February the 3rd, the first weekend. The first, I get them first, the 3rd and the 5th. So I guess it was the first weekend that I get them. That's when she said I did all that, which and I didn't. She sent the picture and she didn't communicate with me after I had told her. I was like, I don't know what happened in that picture. It could have been they play fight a lot. They touch each other a lot. I don't know what happened. They came back over here and then they left. I got video of them leaving comfortably. They taking popsicles out the house. So there's no way that they was crying or doing anything when they left here. I do have the video. I don't have the video of them outside my house because she didn't bring them to my house or nowhere where I can see them by my house. Now, my wife got in the car and went to the store and came back, and that's how I know that she had brought the police to my house. And not once did I walk around there because I didn't know what was going on. So I just left it alone. You know what I mean? But she had already been asking for my door number and stuff like that. So that's when I knew something was gonna happen. Now, back in 2018, I placed a order out so I can get legitimized against her because she kept keeping him away or whatever. But before I placed the order, let's go back to the allegation she was saying about me being a violent person and I do all this stuff when I provide the home for her to stay in and those kids. And I did not put no knife or nothing to nobody, nothing. I only restrained her and I walked out the door and got in my car and I left. So she calls the police and the police says I did all these things, put all these felonies on me because I was not there. But this is my home. I could have came right back to my home, but it was a heated moment and I did not want it to go farther than what it did. So it wasn't no weapons involved, but she said it was. And then they put it on my record, and then I had to go through probation and all that. It's been 7 years. I have been off probation. I paid it all. I've been doing everything that I'm supposed to do. Now, prior to Miss Walker, I never been in any trouble. And after Miss Walker, I never been in any trouble. Only trouble I ever had is with Vanshawn Walker. Only problems I ever have is with Vanshawn Walker.
Okay, Mr. Smith, so we done got off on, we on 285, and we have circled it and missed our exit.
I know, but she has a lawyer. I need to get me one. The lawyer keeping her on track. So I need a lawyer to keep me on track. And if I knew I was coming to court to do all this, I would have a lawyer. I just got the paper on Sunday.
And you said you ready.
Huh?
Ms. Jones, do you have questions for him?
Yes.
And pictures, are you going to show some of these pictures?
We can. What I have to do, share my screen? Oh.
But please don't share, like, if it's
Or just put them in the
genitalia
chat.
area, if it's genitalia area or anything like that, if it's just like the child's legs, that's fine.
Yeah, I wasn't going to show his buttocks or anything like such. But for starters, you said when the children left on February 5th, she sent you text messages of this child bruises.
That's it. Just a picture of his leg. One picture of his leg.
Okay. And then when the children returned to your home 2 weeks later, did you see the bruises then?
No.
Okay. When you guys meet up and transport your children, how she don't know your door number?
When she comes outside, I don't know. Everything is outside. She comes right to the door. She can get out, walk around. She can come inside if she wants, but she never does. She just pulls off. But it's here. And
then your wife let you know that the police were around the corner, but you didn't go out to see what was wrong with your children?
Yeah, I didn't. I didn't know what was going on.
You weren't concerned?
I was concerned, but after she told me, it was really like kind of too late because they was basically leaving and stuff like that.
Okay. Did you try to follow up with the police at all?
No, I didn't, because I didn't know what was going on. I thought she was just, basically doing what she normally do, just making up lies. And it's all good. I'm gonna fight it in court, just like I'm doing now, of something that I didn't do. It's always happened to me. Just keep going with her. Nobody else in this world but her.
Okay. You stated even back then, instead of putting a knife to her neck, you restrained her. How did you restrain her?
I kind of grabbed her. Therefore, my nails be long or whatever. I kind of scratched her around the neck, and when I grabbed her, I put her down to the ground. Then I got up and I walked out the door. So, however you want to interpret that, that's how it went.
Just asking. So you must grab her with enough force to be able to scratch her neck versus.
Yeah, basically.
Okay. And you said you grabbed her around the neck, not the arms, not.
Nah.
Were you attempting to choke her?
Nah. I was fighting, and basically she was fighting me back. I just tried to grab her, and I just maybe grabbed her and scratched her at the same time. I wasn't trying to choke her.
Okay. All righty, Your Honor. I don't have any more questions for him. I mean, we could share the screen.
Yeah, can see some evidence.
I really didn't even finish my side. She kind of stopped me, even though I wasn't hitting the right points. Like, she said all this stuff that I still haven't answered to.
That's what I was wanting you to do, but I want to see these pictures. Let me see the pictures.
Okay.
Oh my gosh. Okay, now let's say I get security access. There you go.
Mr. Lewis will take your case next.
Is it showing you guys?
Oh, ma'am.
Why I got you guys up?
And Judge, we're back on the brothers case.
Okay. Anything worked out, or is it just not going to take long? Not going to take long?
Yeah, I don't know, Your Honor. I do have some legal arguments about this assertion that 24-6-611C allows her to call my client without having subpoena.
Okay, hold on. All right, so these pictures are all in February. Okay.
These are ones that she took herself a couple days after. Well, this one is February 5th, and the bruise.
That's the one that I sent him.
Mhm.
Okay, ma'am, just please let her.
Yes, okay.
I need to get up, go back to bed, get up again, and start on. All right, so they're taking February the 5th.
This one is February the 5th. This is the inside of the child's.
Questions about those pictures so that you can lay some foundation.
Ms. Van Shawn Walker, are these pictures that you took?
Yes.
You just sent out of your phone?
Yes.
Were they manipulated in any type of way?
No.
Are they I'm sorry, do they seem as if the same pictures that were taken on these dates?
I'm sorry.
The pictures are the same as you purported them to be from out of your phone?
Yes. Yes.
All right. Any back for anything else? Okay, so this one is the inside of the child's leg. It is a bruise right here that stems from the front. And then there is the back of his leg right here, which shows a bruise. There is a bruise right here on the inside, on the cheek of the child. There are other pictures, but like I said, I won't put his buttocks up, a bruise on his butt, but it's literally his neck. So these were the bruises that the police saw as well and took pictures, but we weren't able to get those pictures back in time for this hearing.
Okay.
There are technology.
These the only pictures.
There is the police reports.
Let me ask you questions. Is defect okay? I'm here.
Yes.
Involved?
They are. There is a investigation by defects according to the police report. The number is right here.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Is it assigned to a juvenile court judge?
I'm not sure yet. Ms. May know better than I if it has already. We don't represent her.
All right, ma'am. Have you been assigned a juvenile court judge and asked to go to court in juvenile court over this?
No, ma'am, but the defense lady is coming out today.
Just yes or no. Don't tell me what the defense lady said. Okay.
No.
All right. Anything else?
No, ma'am, not at this time. Nothing evidence-wise.
All right, you stop sharing your screen. Let me hear from Mr. Smith. Go ahead, Mr. Smith.
Okay, so I guess back in 2016, is when I had my second son, which is Tavion.
Look,
I'm just saying, if
I don't need background.
Huh?
I need you to respond to the allegations that she's made. The bruises on the child's leg. That's what I need from you.
Ma'am, I don't know nothing about those bruises. She could have did that in the time when they got home and then tried to blame it on me. I don't know. That's all I'm saying. I don't. When they leave my house,
she's saying that she's. What about the child saying that you did it?
It's because she coaches him on certain things. I mean, he ain't the brightest child, but she can brainwash him. But my oldest son, it's hard for her kind of to brainwash him. So that's all I got on that.
It's kind of mean that he's not the brightest child, but okay. Has DFACS reached out to you?
No, I went to her place. They told me a court order. So that was Friday. And then that was Friday. And then on that 18th of February, March, I got served. No, it was the 19th. It was Sunday, but they say the paperwork said the 18th I got served, but I got served on the Sunday, which was the 19th of March.
Okay. Did a DFACS worker reach out to you?
No.
Do y'all have another case pending right now?
I don't know. You telling me?
There is a modification we submitted under the in regards to the parenting plan, but other than that, no.
Who is that assigned to?
It hasn't been assigned just yet.
So it hasn't been filed yet? It hasn't been filed yet?
Yeah.
When does somebody plan on filing it?
Right after this hearing, we were just gonna attach the TPOs and the other people to it as well.
We can't get it resolved off this first hearing.
Believe it or not, I can't even figure out about somebody you're saying what's even happening.
Cause what's going
I believe at this point, Your Honor, we're just looking for the TPO to be granted. There is extreme family violence between the two, and they do share the children. The child, he is 7. He does suffer from a learning disability, but I think it'd be, I'm not an expert to say that it'd be hard to manipulate him to say anything, but right now there are bruises on the child. He stated he got a whooping. I'm not sure how you can get a bruise on the inside of your leg without a belt or some type of swapping of the child. I guess that regardless of which way the facts go, there is family violence, and a TPO is definitely necessary until it gets sorted out in some other type of way.
Well, I mean, one, there needs to be more investigation into this. So here's what I'll do is when you plan on filing it? When do you plan on filing the modification?
Hopefully soon. We were working that out as far as attorneys and client and fees and things like such. So
are you asking that Mr. Smith not have any contact with the children at all? Or are you asking that he have visits with, say, his mom as a supervisor, something like that?
She's asking for no contact as it stands.
What? At all?
Right.
That's crazy.
Now, if we gotta put it to where it is visitation with supervision, I mean, we might can meet in the middle there, depending on how much.
So who does your client, Mr. Smith, is your mom around?
No, my baby just walked down the steps.
Your mom?
Nah. Yeah, my mom is around. Yeah, she's alive.
Around. All right. Does she live near you?
Yes, she does.
How close?
She lives down. She live in the same apartment complex as I do.
Okay. So if the time that you had visits, could your mother kind of be the supervisor and the children stay with them until y'all can get into the modification case?
Yeah, sure.
All right, that's what we'll do.
Now the thing is, it is overnight visits. Are they expected to stay at night?
I mean, as long as they stay with grandma, does your mom not want to see the kids overnight, Mr. Smith?
We love my kids.
That's gonna work.
We love my kids. She loves them. There's no problem.
What's wrong with his mother, Miss Walker?
Everything.
Man, his mother have had plenty falling outs. The kids has been over there. They feel unsafe at the grandma's house. She has witnessed the way that that he treats the 7-year-old. The 10-year-old is fine. The 7-year-old, he's abused mentally and physically. My baby is terrified.
Who's got money? Who's got money for a guardian ad litem? Somebody's paying for a guardian. Who's got it?
How much is it?
$12,000.
You have a problem with every family member, everybody.
Man, you can the kids speak, man. I went through this.
I'm not about to talk to some kids. Miss Jones,
I mean, the modification is going to request an emergency.
But it's not yet, and I want to know what's going on.
It hasn't yet, but it will be.
I mean, I know you say it will, but it could go on and 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 on. And that's not what I wanted to do. Let me see if I can get a guardian. Hold on a second.
We had court once.
I'm not trying to pay for a guardian. I pay child support. I pay child support already. I think did you mute me, Judge?
I sure did. Stop talking.
Judge, can I say one thing?
Nope, not yet. Y'all both working?
Yes.
Okay. Here you go. There's a guardian that's gonna come on. She's gonna talk to you, and y'all be able to either split the fee. It's probably gonna be about $2,500 retainer. Y'all can split it halfway. And but what that would do is that guardian would carry over into the modification. So that if anything else happened, then she could report to what she found in the modification.
Excuse me. I don't have that.
Welcome.
And I just don't understand why is this such
Here's
a big
what I don't, here's what we don't, because you're talking in
Well, she can't
circles.
stay
I
with
want to
my
know what,
mom.
listen to me. I want to know what's happening with this child. And a guardian ad litem is an investigative arm. So y'all can split it. Tell me which one you want to do. You want to split it, or are you going to pay it all, Ms. Walker, and let it get reapportioned in the modification? Sir, this is only going to help you or hurt you in the modification. If you're not doing anything wrong, then it will help you. So which do you want? Somebody's going to pay it because she ain't working for free.
Can I say something? In the alternative, if they aren't able to pay, is it possible to just to come to a conclusion where it is still supervised visits, but not overnight on the weekends that he
They're
do
not
have?
gonna do that. She hates all his relatives. He hates all her relatives.
I mean, and
I
but
never said that, Judge.
But that's what it's gonna say. I can already tell you, Mr. Smith, 17,000 of these TPOs, and I can tell you exactly how this goes. She hates everybody that's related to you, and everybody she names, you're gonna say you hate them. I have seen this movie.
Judge, she
And
has.
you know what?
Judge.
I'm appointing a guardian. She's gonna get on here in a few seconds.
Her relatives have a baby by my brother and my.
I'm gonna appoint a guardian. She's gonna be on here in a few minutes. She's gonna get your information.
She can keep them. Okay. Just let her keep.
Wow, Mr. Smith.
Man,
That's awesome.
Much, man. I go through too much with this, man. Not even the money part. Just.
All right, here's Miss Green, Miss Brittany Green. I'm going to place you. Mr. Smith is just, he's just like, what the hell? I don't care anymore. Mr. Smith, I'm going to make Miss Green a co-host.
That's not what I'm saying, ma'am. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just frustrated.
Stop talking over me right now. So, Miss Jones is the attorney for mom. There's bruises on the child. We talk around in circles. I'm not getting good enough information. I need some help, and I need somebody to talk about this child. Tell me what's going on. Miss Green, your co-host, you can take Miss Jones and Bashawn Walker into it. You may move them into a breakout room, or I tell you what, or you can talk to Mr. Smith.
Okay.
So you do it whichever way you want to do it.
I'll do it separate.
Okay, but Miss Jones represents Miss Walker.
Okay.
All right, let's do this. We got to take care of this one with the interpreter. Ramirez and Tobar.
Yes, it's me, Rocio Ramirez.
Ramirez and Tobar. Yeah, it's me, Rocio Ramirez.
Sir Lewis.
Yes, Judge, I am here, and
there's Arturo Garcia.
Arturo Garcia.
And he should still be on the Zoom session as well.
Okay.
Judge,
hold on a second. I've already sworn Miss Claudia in, but I'm gonna she's gonna swear them in. Miss Ramirez, Mr. Garcia, raise your right hand.
Señora Ramírez, señor García, levanten su mano derecha.
Do y'all swear affirm testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Juran que la declaración que van a hacer aquí será la verdad, toda la verdad y nada más que la verdad.
Sí, lo juramos.
Yes, we swear. Yes, we swear.
All right. So, Miss Ramirez, put your hand down.
Señora Ramírez.
Yes, sir. Hold on. Yes, sir, Mr. Lewis.
And I'm sorry to interrupt the court. Judge, I am looking at a bond order that does exactly what you are being asked to do in the TPO issued by, it looks like Keith Morrow. Are you interested in knowing about that?
Su señoría, yo veo aquí una orden de la fianza que hace exactamente lo que a usted se le está pidiendo hacer. Alguien que firmó es Chris Moore o algo. ¿Usted sabe algo al respecto de esto?
You want the case number on it, Judge?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
¿Cuál es el número?
I'm sorry, Madam Interpreter. I'm going to read the whole number out, Madam Interpreter, and then I'll repeat any portion that you want me to. It is 23CR 000 991A as an apple. And I also think Maria has taught me enough, Judge, I can share it on my screen if you want me to.
El número de la causa es, y voy a decirlo toda, señora intérprete, hasta el final, si usted quiere que repita algo. 213R000991A. Y creo que puedo compartir esto en la pantalla porque María me ha enseñado suficiente para hacerlo.
So this bond order, and make sure he paid a $1,000 good bond.
Entonces, él pagó una fianza de $1,000.
It says no further contact with Ms. Ramirez.
Y dice que no puede tener ningún contacto futuro con la señorita Ramírez.
It looks like there's the initials of 3 children.
Al parecer están las iniciales de 3 menores.
Sí. And stay away from Hemingway Lane.
Que se mantenga alejado de Hemingway Lane.
Then it says third party transfer children, which is kind of contradictory.
Entonces dice que la tercera parte transporte a los niños, lo cual es contradictorio.
So ask her, I mean, this says he's not supposed to see the kids, but then it says they can talk to a third party if the kids are AGM, JGM, and DGM.
Bueno, aquí dice que la tercera parte puede contactarse con ambas partes, lo cual es contradictorio de la orden, pero que puede contactarse con las iniciales AGM, JGM y EGM. ¿Eso está correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
So is it her understanding he's supposed to see the children or not see the children?
Entonces, por lo que usted sabe, ¿él se supone que debe ver a los niños o no se supone que deba ver a los niños?
Sí, yo pedí que él viera a los niños, solo conmigo que no tuviera como de vernos, pero sí, con los niños sí que tuviera contacto con ellos.
Yes, I asked for him to be able to see the children, not me. I don't want to us to see each other. But with the children, yes, I want him to have contact with them.
So with that,
so Mr.
with
Lewis, the attorney is Anna Wright.
I saw.
Señor Lewis, la abogada es Anna Wright. Sí, yo lo vi.
What we can do, if you want to, Mr. Lewis, is we can put this in place to follow along with that, and then allow the judge that's hearing that to make any changes to this.
That's exactly where I was coming from. I'm sorry, Madam Interpreter. Go ahead, and then I'll say what I got to say.
Entonces, si desea que el juez o la juez vea esto para que pueda cumplirse eso y después poner otras especificaciones en la orden. Sí, está bien.
So that it was my intention, had I come on here in a better, with my tie on and everything, I would have actually asked the court to dismiss this action because it is duplicative of what is already ordered, that he is complying with.
Si yo hubiera venido aquí con mi corbata, bien vestido para hablar con la juez, le hubiera pedido que se desestimara esta orden porque es duplicado de lo que dice la otra orden judicial.
So it's assigned to Judge Roth. So why don't we put this in place and put on there that Judge Roth can make any changes, or because there's the plea and arraignments on May 8th. It'll get in front of Judge Roth.
Yeah, and I'm going to be over there.
I guess it's like somebody that goofy wears a belt and suspenders.
Yes.
Okay. Esta orden fue firmada por el juez Roth. Entonces, cualquier cambio o algo que se tenga que poner ahí, y fue firmada el 8 de mayo. Entonces, si se le puede entregar a él. Sí, yo lo voy a ir a ver, de hecho.
Is she okay with that?
Yeah.
¿Le parece bien? Sí.
Is Ms. Ramirez okay with that?
Señora Ramírez, ¿le parece esto bien entonces a usted? No le oigo.
Sí, está.
I couldn't hear. Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, we'll do that, Mr. Lewis. Well, so Mr. Arturo, what we'll do is we'll put it in place, and Judge Roth, if comes down to it, makes any changes or whatever, they can make changes there. And we'll put in here that same thing. We'll have it mirror that bond order. There's third party contact as far as the children.
Bueno, señor Arturo, entonces eso se va a hacer. Si hay cualquier cambio, como esto fue originario del juez Roth, entonces para que sea como un espejo de lo que se dijo ahí, que se pueda poner también que por medio de una tercera parte se puedan efectuar las visitas.
Ms. Ramirez, okay?
¿Le parece bien esto, señora Ramírez?
Sí, está bien.
Yes, that is fine.
Your client's cool with that?
Yeah, I think he is, Judge. I guess my question is, we gonna have a bond order and a TPO on the same subject matter?
Yeah, but like I said, when you go back in front of, I'll let Roth make any changes that they want to.
So you're writing it on there that you, in essence,
yeah.
I got you.
Roth can make changes to it if he wants to.
Got it. That's good enough for me, Judge.
Okay.
Entonces, lo que sí tengo una pregunta. Entonces va a haber una orden, va a ser lo de la fianza y el TPO. Bueno, lo que voy a hacer es que se lo voy a enviar al juez Roth para que si hay algún cambio que él deba efectuar ahí, lo haga él. Está bien.
All right, once they place their emails in the chat, they can leave.
Una vez
I think we can find your email.
Yeah.
I found, Your Honor, I placed the one from Ms. Ramirez on the chat because she didn't know how to enter the chat. But for Mr. Arturo, I did.
Arturo, you place your email in the chat?
Just tell him, Madam Interpreter. Yeah.
Arturo, señor Arturo García Tobar, ¿puede usted poner su correo electrónico en el chat? ¿Sabe cómo hacerlo?
No, ya lo puse.
¿Ya lo puso? ¿Ya lo puso? Okay, Mr. Arturo has already placed it on the chat. Oh yeah, I see it. AG.
Okay, and we can email it to you too, Creel. I mean, Mr. Lewis, thank y'all. Y'all stay healthy and safe. Have a good weekend.
Bueno, que estén bien.
Before I leave, Judge.
What's that?
I have the greatest amount of respect for you, and you have proven again today why I am not qualified to do that job. Now, may I be excused?
Absolutely.
Tengo el mayor de los respetos para usted y usted me mostró porque no estoy calificado para hacer su trabajo.
Y'all can leave. Have a good one, Mr. Lewis.
Que tengan buen día.
Thank you, Ms. Claudia.
You're welcome, Your Honor. I may have still another case or not, Your Honor.
Dorfman and Mr. Bennett.
Yes, ma'am.
You need the interpreter, yes or no?
No, no, ma'am.
Are y'all sure? Because I'm going to release her.
Yes.
I'm 100% sure.
Okay. All right.
Okay, Your Honor. Thank you.
So much.
Thank you. My pleasure.
All right. Go ahead, Ms. Dorfman. Ask your questions.
All right. So I was just so Mr. Salamanca is still under oath, correct?
No, ma'am. I'm objecting to Ms. Dorfman asking questions of my client. He is not under subpoena. There has been no subpoena filed.
He doesn't have to be subpoena. He's been served.
He's the adverse party.
He's the adverse party.
What is the authority? And forgive my ignorance here. What's the authority that requires or allows a attorney for another party to call an adverse party as a witness without having been subpoenaed? If he
every single civil case in the state of Georgia, it's 24-6-611. When I was on the bench, I probably had this happen at least 1,000 times. I've never had respondents counsel not understand that this was allowed. And I know Judge Manning, and as well as all the other judges that hear TPOs around Georgia, are all very familiar with 24-6-611. I can call the adverse party and I can cross-examine him.
I apologize for throwing a wrench into the process, Judge, but you know, I feel like this is necessary to preserve this. 24-6-611 is regarding the order of presentation of witnesses.
Look at C.
Subsection C does say you can use leading questions on direct examination.
When you call an adverse party.
When a party calls a hostile witness an adverse party or a witness identified.
An adverse party.
But does that, the subpoena
rule? You can call the adverse party in civil cases.
Okay.
He can still assert his Fifth Amendment right, but I can take a negative inference from his assertion of his right. She is allowed to ask questions. Mr. Perez, please take yourself off mute. I'm sure Ms. Dorfman will make it very slow and painless.
Where is
it? Ms. Dorfman.
All right. Mr. Salamanca, can you state your full name again for the record?
David Santiago Salamanca Perez.
All right. And how old are you?
25.
Okay. And you do speak English well, correct? You actually taught English in Colombia.
I need an interpreter.
Are you kidding me?
Oh my God.
You have got to be kidding me. What? What is going on today? Okay. This is a joke. This is a joke. Today is an absolute joke.
Your Honor, he speaks English. He taught English.
I speak
he said
English.
He needs an interpreter.
I need an interpreter when I cannot express myself sometimes.
This is a joke.
Mr. Bennett, you just...
I apologize.
This is a joke.
You just allowed the interpreter to be excused. This is ridiculous.
My understanding is that he does understand English. And
he does understand English.
All I can go off is what...
Mr. Perez, do you or do you not need an interpreter right now? Yes or no?
Yes, Your Honor.
My God. Ms. Freed, could you please get her back on here because he does need the interpreter.
Your Honor.
I agree, Ms. Dorfman. Today, it's like I'm in some sort of, it's like these 17,000 of these have not occurred before me prior to today.
And Mr. Perez knows good and well. He has been here illegally for many years and he speaks English. He taught English. This is ridiculous.
I'm not sure my client's immigration status should be considered, Your Honor.
Stand by.
It is definitely relevant.
All right, hold on. While we're trying to get back in touch with her, Ms. Jones, have you guys spoken with Ms. Green? Have you spoken? Ms. Green, you spoke with everybody?
Yes, I did, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied? Are people cooperating with you?
The only issue that both sides brought to me was payment. I wasn't sure if that's going to be split 50-50. They both said they didn't have money to pay, but I explained what my retainer was and that, you're appointing me to do an investigation.
She is going to make it so down and dirty. You guys can split it halfway and you've got to decide. She doesn't work for free. But I can tell you right now, when you file a modification, they're going to want to be a guardian. I'm not going to make her do a lot of stuff in here except for talk to the kid and find out about the bruises. And I'll give y'all a continuation date. And this is going to make your other part easier. You got friends, you got family, call and find it, and y'all can split it down the middle. Because if this is important to you, you will make it work. Because I bet both of y'all stop and get dessert at restaurants, probably go out and eat a couple times, stop and buy coffee. Let's see, you treat yourself somehow.
I understand.
And you could forego that for your children.
I've dealt with other guardians that take income into consideration. And sometimes it's not always paid by the parties when it's paid by the court. I mean, if they can't pay her, I don't want her to be put in a position to where she can't be paid.
Y'all can't find money to pay her.
I mean, we are
having a modification. One at a time, Miss Walker. Can you make it something bare bones, Miss Green?
Mm-hmm. I can do, if I'm just speaking with the child, I can just speak with the child.
How much you need?
Where's the child located? What part of town?
Atlanta.
Atlanta?
What part of Atlanta?
Southeast.
Okay.
I could probably do it for 1,500.
Or it may make it cheaper if you take the child to meet her office. The more y'all make her travel, the more it is. $1,500. Y'all can split it both ways. Send me an order, and we will send you the pleadings if you just place your email in the chat. How far out do you need another hearing date? 60 days.
Let me look at my calendar. I think next week is spring break, so I could probably meet with the child at that point. And so if that is the case, I can get him on the first week in April, and then after that, whenever you're ready, Your Honor.
You need a date in May?
Yeah, May should be fine. Yes.
Ms. Bree, you want to give a date in May? You're on
May 5th at 2 o'clock.
May 10th.
You said May 10th?
5th.
Yeah. May 5th at 2 p.m. Ms. Jones?
Yes.
I'm gonna have to speak with Attorney Coleman. He'll take it because I have another court date.
Well, somebody gonna be here then.
Right.
This is it's all it's gonna do, okay? Until then, Ms. Green, Ms. Walker, what is wrong with Mr. Smith having Zoom visits with the children?
Nothing's wrong with Zoom visits.
Okay, good. Y'all both set up your little Zoom account. Both parties can record it. Ms. Green, you can put that in your order. Both parties can record the meetings. Now, Ms. Walker, that doesn't mean you sit there and you listen. You start it with Zoom so he can talk to him on Zoom. Record it. Mr. Smith, you can record it too, because it can protect you just as much as it could hurt you. It can protect you, Ms. Walker, just as much as it could hurt you, but at least this guardian would know. So don't waste the guardian's time sending her all these videos with kids just, blah, 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 blah. It better be something important for her to hear. This child is what's most important to me. I get it. But these bruises got on there, we want to find out. If it's doctor's notes or whatever, send it all to her at once. Don't call her, don't bog her down with all kinds of communication. She can get it over with as quickly as possible. And it's going to help you in your modification case. If not, then you have to start all over. Ms. Green, you got all their information?
Yes. Are we doing Zoom calls every other day, 30 minutes, 15 minutes?
How would you guys like to do it? Every other? Okay, it's going to be real easy. Ms. Green, you tell them.
Okay, I will.
Ms. Green's going to write up Zoom calls. Mr. Smith, what time do you work?
From 6:30 to 5.
Okay. Ms. Walker, are the children available 7 o'clock at night?
Yes, 7 o'clock is fine.
All right, Ms. Green's going to put a schedule down. And when y'all have to, if you don't have a Zoom account, y'all both of you better get a free one.
And I can send the Zoom link, that way I can set up the recording.
Sure. And Mr. Smith, you need to place your email in the chat if you have it.
Yes, I did.
We're gonna send y'all the reset notice. Thank you. Ms. Green will send you copies of the pleadings. And Ms. Jones, everything, you can get Ms. Green's number and just send me the order of Ms. Green and we'll be glad, we'll send you the reset notice. Thank y'all. We'll see y'all on May.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, gosh, Miss Claudia, I'm sorry, but all of a sudden he needs an interpreter. So you've been previously sworn. Mr. Perez, take yourself off mute. Ms. Dorfman, go with your next question.
Okay.
Go ahead and get to the relevant stuff.
Okay. Mr. Salamanca, how long have you been in the United States?
Señor Salamanca, ¿cuánto tiempo usted ha estado en los Estados Unidos?
Objection, relevant.
Objeción.
I didn't hear.
The interpreter, okay, the interpreter could not hear. There was an objection. I was waiting for the ruling. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
You objected to relevance.
And Your Honor, I will say.
Irrelevant.
Okay. Mr. Bennett, let me just ask normal questions. And then if he doesn't understand one of my questions, ask for the interpreter. Because most of this, I'm sure he understands.
Okay, hold on. Okay. So here's what I got to do for y'all right now, since we finally.
Usually we do all or nothing on interpretation.
I got the 11 o'clock calendar in, so something to stand by, Ms. Claudia.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, everybody, it's the new calendar. Cameras on, stay on mute. Cameras on, stay on mute. Cameras on, everybody, stay on mute. Cameras on. Ms. Thompson, I don't know what that picture is. Turn your camera on. Everybody, camera on. Everybody, camera on. Unless you were at the last meeting, this is, if you were here for this 11 o'clock hearing, turn your camera on and stay on mute. Turn your camera on and stay on mute. I can't see you. You can't go forward. Charlize Carter, your camera's not working.
I have to log on from my computer because my phone won't allow me.
That's fine. When I call your name, say here. If you cannot hear me, it's a you problem. If you are driving, I will kick you out of here. All right, Amanda Pulaski.
Judge Pittman Morris here on Miss Pulaski's behalf. We are attempting service on Mr. Harmon. I've spoken to Fulton County Sheriff's Office today. They have his address. They haven't been able to serve him yet, though.
Are you telling me that he's avoiding service and you're asking for a 30-day reset?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
I think we have his housing situation was in flux, and I think we now have the address where he is. So I
get that reset date.
The reset date, April 21st at 9:30 a.m.
April 21st, 9:30. Mr. Morris, if you put your email in the chat, Ms. Free is going to send you. Are you going to use the sheriff still?
Yes, Judge.
All right, she'll send you the reset notice in the sheriff's form. Just have the sheriff's form filled out completely, 2 to 4 hour time frame, the best time to serve the person. Send it back to Ms. Freed before 4:30 today.
Okay, send the email to Ms. Freed. Will do.
All right, thank you.
Thank
Jeanette
you.
Thomas.
I'm here.
All right, Jacqueline Sims. Thank you, Mr. Morris and Ms. Polinsky. Y'all can go ahead and leave. Jacqueline Sims. Jacqueline Sims. Amazing Sims. Take yourself off of mute and say here.
Here. We're here, ma'am. Hold on 1 second. I'm trying to unmute the thing. Okay, there you go.
Miss Jeanette Thomas, are you still wanting to go forward?
Yes.
How many witnesses do you have besides yourself?
Just myself.
Okay. Both Ms. Sims, Jacqueline Sims, do you have any witnesses besides yourself?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here. No, ma'am, just myself.
All right. Ms. Amazing Sims, do you have any witnesses besides yourself?
No, ma'am, just myself.
Okay, place yourself back on mute. We'll get to you in a second. Courtney Simmons.
Okay, go back on mute.
Here.
Edmund Harrison.
Here.
How'd you get served, sir?
They placed it in my door.
Who is they?
I guess the sheriffs, they placed it in my door when I came home. It was in my door. And so I just took it off my door.
What was in your door? Are you wanting to go forward? Because that's not proper service.
Your Honor, I had him served by a private processor. The private processor witnessed him. I have the affidavit of service on how he went about it.
Better email it because I don't have it and the court's got to have it. So you need to email it. Stand by, Mr. Harrison. You got to email it to the court. Next case, Amy Julius. Amy Julius.
Judge, I was just speaking with her. She's joining right now. She was having technical difficulties, but she's getting on.
Kevin Julius. Kevin Julius. Alina Kravinsky.
I'm here, Your Honor.
All right, Michael Lang, L-A-N-G, Michael Lang. No service. Sheriff's Department says they are not at home. Your case is reset until April the 7th at 2 p.m. Place your email in the chat. Once you
Your Honor, may I ask you a question? If I wanted to hire an investigator to have him served, can I go ahead and do that?
Free to hire a private processor. So your case is reset to April 7th at 2 p.m. If you place your email in the chat, we're going to send you the reset notice, but you need to give that private process server every bit of paper and that research.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. All right, once you place your email in the chat, you can go ahead and leave the meeting. Melissa Sconiers. Melissa Sconiers. Darius Spellers. Failure to appear. Chelsea Carter. Chelsea Carter.
It's Charlize Carter.
Still got to have a camera. It's Carter. Ashley
I'm
Russ.
trying to find on right now.
Not on. Can't see you. You still want to go forward?
Yes, I'm finding
Okay,
on.
you're gonna have to find something that works with the camera works because that's not working. Brianna Deschieri, sorry if I mispronounced it.
She said something to me.
I Miss Russell, I got you.
Okay,
Brianna,
okay, my bad.
Deschiris.
It's the Cesare, and I'm here.
Figured it was something. Okay, Jared Richardson. All right, so he hasn't been served. The police say that that's a vacant unit. Your case is reset to April the 7th at 2 p.m. Place your email in the chat. We're going to send you a reset notice of the sheriff's form. Don't put that address because that's a vacant unit. Once you place the email in the chat, you can go ahead and leave the meeting.
I do have a question, Judge.
Okay.
That was the last address where he lives. So I'm not like, how do I go about that? That was the last address where he lived at.
I don't know. You can call a private process server if you'd like. I can't tell you, can't give you legal advice. Looks like you didn't go with Safe Family, so you can hire a private process server. That's really all I can tell you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody's name that is a party that I did not call your name?
Adramita Thompson.
Okay, your case is at 12:30.
Oh, okay.
By the way, I could go ahead and tell you unless she shows up. They say the place is vacant for that address that you gave.
So we got her served yesterday because she came back to stop me again yesterday. So we had her served at the Lenox Mall yesterday.
Right. So
by Fulton County Marshal Lieutenant Hadley.
Okay. Did they write a report or do a service of notice of service?
There's a report that was done, and she should have done it. I'm gonna give her a call right now.
All right. It just needs to be filed. I'll see you back at 12:30.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
Okay. Ms. Dorfman, get to the down and dirty, please.
All right, Mr. Salamanca, you are in this country illegally, correct?
Señor Salamanca, usted está en este país indocumentado, ¿verdad?
Objection, Your Honor. What does that have to do with a petition for dating violence?
I
Your
don't
Honor,
know. We'll let Ms. Dorfman tell us.
Objeción. ¿Qué tiene que ver esto, su señoría, con una denuncia de violencia?
Your Honor, first of all, it shows that he has no respect for the laws of this country. He's living here illegally. Second of all, it plays a very important part in a lot of the abuse that took place between the two parties.
Primero que nada, su señoría, esto muestra que no tiene respeto por las leyes de este país, ya que está aquí ilegalmente. Y además esto tiene mucho que ver con el abuso de que se está denunciando en este caso.
Your Honor, may I make a suggestion, please?
Su señoría, pues, ¿pudiera yo dar una sugerencia, por favor?
Okay.
The allegations in the petition are what's relevant. My client will deny each of those allegations, and the court may take a negative inference from his invocation of his Fifth Amendment rights here on the record. I'll waive my objection to lack of proper service of subpoena, since civil litigation is not my area.
Subpoena. There's nothing to waive, sir. He's a party.
Understood. Yes, ma'am. I will forget about it. That's my suggestion, is that he denies those allegations, and the court can take a negative inference, and Ms. Dorfman can meet her burden of proof with that, or with witnesses that she calls for her own case.
Go ahead, Ms. Dorfman. Down and dirty. Please make my
Su señoría, estos alegatos de la petición son los que son relevantes. Usted puede tomar de esto una deducción negativa, si así lo desea, pero se han infringido los derechos de la quinta enmienda constitucional de mi cliente por la falta de fundamento con respecto a las preguntas que se le están haciendo. Así que nosotros negamos a cada uno de los alegatos y usted puede deducir de ahí, su señoría, se ha cumplido con el fundamento para esta denuncia de alejamiento.
Go ahead, Ms. Dorfman.
Okay. So I appreciate that, Mr. Bennett. I am required to ask the questions. Not every question is going to be, where he would be asserting a right, but I do have to ask the questions. I am going to try to limit the number of incidents that I do question about, because he is now claiming that he needs an interpreter, even though I'm well aware that he doesn't. This is going to take longer because of that.
Bueno, y sin embargo, gracias, señor licenciado Bennett. Estoy de acuerdo que en algunos casos él quiera acatarse a la quinta enmienda. No todas las preguntas, él tendrá que acatarse a la quinta enmienda. Yo sé que dijo que no necesitaba intérprete, ahora dice que necesita, y por lo tanto esto va a llevar más tiempo.
Mr. Salamanca, you were working at RU in February of 2022 when you met Emma Brothers, correct?
I'll take the fifth.
Señor Salamanca, usted estaba trabajando en RU en febrero del 2022 cuando usted conoció a Emma Brothers, ¿correcto?
Next question.
Ok, se está acatando a la quinta. Siguiente pregunta.
And y'all became an official couple in May of 2022?
¿Y ustedes fueron una pareja oficial en mayo del 2022?
I'll take the fifth.
Fifth Amendment, I got it. Next question.
Okay. And the petitioner lives with her parents and her little sister, correct?
Y la persona que está haciendo la demanda vive con los padres y su hermanita más pequeña, ¿verdad?
I'll take the fifth.
He's taking the fifth of that too.
And when her parents left for Africa on a trip, you began to move yourself into Emma's room inside their home, correct?
Y cuando sus padres se mudaron a África, entonces usted empezó a mudarse a la habitación de Emma, ¿verdad?
I'll take the fifth.
You would sneak in and out of the home until her father finally caught you leaving one morning and ended your living under their roof, correct?
Usted se metía ahí escondidas hasta que una vez el padre se dio cuenta que usted se estaba metiendo escondidas en una mañana, y eso ya terminó con el que usted pudiera siguiéndose quedar ahí escondidas.
I'll take the fifth.
You began controlling all of Emma's time. Is that correct?
Usted empezó a controlar todo el tiempo de Emma, ¿verdad? ¿Es correcto?
I'll take the fifth.
You would not allow the petitioner to spend any time with anyone other than yourself, correct?
Usted evitaba que la denunciante pudiera pasar tiempo con cualquier persona aparte de usted, ¿verdad?
I'll take the fifth.
You would isolate her from the coworkers, her friends, and her family. Is that correct?
Usted la aislaba de sus compañeros de trabajo, amigos y familiares, ¿correcto?
I'll take the fifth.
In October of 2022, you punched the petitioner in the jaw during sex. Is that correct?
En octubre del 2022, usted le golpeó en la quijada a la denunciante mientras estaban teniendo relaciones sexuales. ¿Correcto?
I'll take the fifth.
And when she started crying that she was upset by your violence, you claimed that you thought she would like it. Is that correct?
Y cuando ella comenzó a llorar y porque estaba molesta por la violencia, usted pensó que a ella le gustaba, ¿correcto?
I'll take the fifth.
In October of 2022, you also began showing up at the petitioner's job at the Jekyll Brewing Company in Alpharetta, correct?
Y usted se empezó en octubre del 2022 a aparecer en el trabajo de la denunciante en Jekyll Brewing en Alpharetta, ¿correcto?
I'll take the fifth.
And you would sit there for hours throughout her entire shift just to monitor her while she was working, correct?
Y usted se quedaba allí por horas vigilándole mientras ella estaba en su turno de trabajo, ¿verdad?
I'm taking the fifth.
On October 30th, 2022, you were spying on her through the windows at her job. And when you saw her speaking with a male coworker, you became angry, stormed inside to confront that coworker with a lot of abusive language, correct?
Y en el 30 de octubre del 2022, usted le empezó a espiar, le estaba espiando por medio de la ventana en el trabajo, y cuando ella empezó a hablar con un hombre ahí, usted se enojó y entró bruscamente a su trabajo y le dijo una bola de malas palabras.
I'm taking the fifth.
And that, by you doing that inside her job, that got Emma fired from that job that day, correct?
Y al usted hacer eso en el trabajo de Emma, esto hizo que la despidieran ese mismo día a Emma de su trabajo, ¿correcto?
I'll take the fifth.
Because you don't have a car or a legal driver's license, you were making Emma drive you everywhere or you would walk. Is that correct?
Porque usted no tiene auto ni licencia para conducir legal en el país. Usted hacía que Emma la llevara a todas partes.
I'll take the fifth.
In November of 2022, when petitioner was cooking you a steak dinner, you told her that you like to imagine her with other men having sex because, quote unquote, your girl was a whore.
I'll take the fifth.
Y en noviembre del 2022, la denunciante le estaba cocinando un bistec para la cena y le dijo a usted que se imaginaba a ella con otros hombres, ya que ella era una puta.
And
I'll take the fifth.
And you continued sneaking into her home, even though the brothers had made it clear you were not welcome there, correct?
Y usted se seguía metiendo escondidas a la casa de ella, aunque los hermanos le dijeron a usted que usted no estaba bienvenido ahí, ¿verdad?
I'll take the fifth.
In December 2022, Emma found out that she was pregnant with your child, and your verbal and psychological abuse grew worse and worse, correct?
En diciembre del 2022, Emma se enteró que estaba embarazada con su hijo y el abuso verbal y físico incrementó más y más todo el tiempo.
I'll take the fifth.
And you told her that you would not tolerate her having that child and that you would not help her if she kept it, correct?
Y usted le dijo que no iba a tolerar que tuviera al bebé y que si lo tenía, usted no la iba a ayudar en nada.
I'll take the fifth.
And you swore to her, quote unquote, that if she did not get rid of the baby, that you would. correct?
Y usted le juró que si ella no se deshacía del bebé, usted lo haría.
I'll take the fifth.
On December 27th, the petitioner terminated her pregnancy and was in a lot of pain, but you insisted that she drive you to a parking lot for you to sell a camera, correct?
Y el 27 de diciembre, usted, ella había tenido había terminado el embarazo y estaba con mucho dolor y usted la llevó a un estacionamiento porque quería vender una cámara.
I'll take the fifth.
The two of you and the petitioner, Emma Brothers, were both very active skydivers, correct?
Ustedes dos, tanto como los hermanos, eran unas personas que les gustaba hacer el skydiving, o sea, aventarse de los aviones.
I take the fifth.
And in late December, you also screamed at her for 4 hours because she merely followed Sebastian, who was a mutual friend of you both from skydiving, on Instagram.
Y el 4 en diciembre.
He understood it. Mr. Perez, do you need the interpreter or not? That's a question for you, Mr. Perez.
You got to answer
sorry.
the judge's question, Mr.
Sorry,
Perez.
Your Honor. Sometimes I need it, sometimes not.
Okay, well, so how do we know when you do it, whether you don't? Because you're answering and taking the fifth before Miss Claudia can even do her job.
Most of the time I understand.
So if Miss Dorfman asks a question, you need to say, I can answer it, okay? If you need her to interpret it, you need to let her know because you are making this so much harder than it needs to be.
I understand, Your Honor.
You understood that? All right, go ahead, Miss Dorfman.
In
Everybody
January,
get down to it. He's gonna take the fifth on everything. So here
All
goes highlights. I got it.
in January 2023, you were both working together at the Milton restaurant Lagarde, correct?
I'll take the fifth.
And you started forbidding the petitioner from wearing certain outfits because she looked too attractive and you didn't want other men looking at her, correct?
I'll take the fifth.
January 30th, 2023, just a few weeks ago, the petitioner turned 21 years old. Do you remember screaming at her that she was worthless and does not deserve anything for her birthday?
I'll take the fifth.
On February 7th, you woke up very, very angry at petitioner and you told her that you will only stay with her if she stays home from the trip to Florida that her family had planned for that 21st birthday, correct?
I'll take the fifth.
And when she did not cancel the trip, you blew up at her and began to push her around her room, calling her a fucking bitch, correct?
I'll take the fifth.
Then you told her as an added punishment, she cannot go on the family trip to Italy this coming summer, correct?
I'll take the fifth.
On February 8th, while you were in the car with Emma, you demanded that she drive you home immediately or you would freak out and hurt her, correct?
I'll take the fifth.
You began grabbing the steering wheel while she was driving, almost causing Emma to run off the road and crash, correct?
I'll take the fifth.
You then went ballistic inside her car, kicking very hard the dashboard, breaking the driver's seat, and also breaking the air conditioning vent, correct?
I'll take the fifth.
Emma let you out at a red light, correct?
I'll take the fifth.
And she reported the incident of domestic violence to Roswell police, correct?
I'll take the fifth.
In late February, you blew up at Emma because she cannot fix your legal status and she refused to marry you, correct?
I'll take the fifth.
And you made it clear that she made it clear that you need to stay away from her and her family and their home, correct?
I'll take the fifth.
Her father, Steve Brothers, also made it very clear that you were not welcome in their home or in their neighborhood, correct?
I'll take the fifth.
But you have no respect for her parents, do you?
I'll take the fifth.
You think that you know what's better for Emma than her own parents do, correct?
Interpreter, please.
The interpreter needs repetition.
All I asked him is, you think that you know what's better for Emma than her own parents do.
¿Usted considera saber lo que es lo mejor que le conviene a Emma, mejor que los padres de ella?
I'll take the fifth.
And then just
Are
a
you
few,
almost done, Ms. Dorfman?
this is the last part.
Okay.
You went to but even though they told you were not welcome, you went to their neighborhood recently while you knew Emma was at work, and you walked down the middle of the street and ran into her younger sister, Sela, correct?
I'll take the fifth.
You scared Sela by asking her creepy questions, and she told you if you don't leave her alone that she would call the police, correct?
I'll take the fifth.
So, Mr. Salamanca, this is all just a sampling of the daily physical and psychological abuse that you put the petitioner through. You tried to, not only did you harm her and scare her, but you also tried to control and isolate her, correct?
I'll take the fifth.
Do you understand that she does not ever want to see you or hear from you again?
I'll take the fifth.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Mr. Bennett, do you have any questions?
Not for Mr. Perez, no ma'am.
Dorfman, anything else?
I have Ms. Brothers on the screen just to swear that all of that I asked about was true and correct, and she does want the court to issue this protective order.
All right, anything else, Mr. Bennett?
Your Honor, I'll call Emma Brothers as the respondent for this pursuant to OCGA 246611C.
All right, go ahead. Ms. Brothers, you don't need, all right, Mr. Perez, you need the interpreter to understand the questions that Mr. Bennett is going to be asking. Yes or no?
Talking to you, Mr. Perez. Can you hear us? I'm going to assume that's a no, Your Honor, and move on.
Oh, I'm not going to assume it.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Brothers, something's happening with your audio. I'm getting some feedback. You're sitting too close to a phone, just near your computer or something. Electronics, it's all in the way. So there you go. Go ahead with the questions, Mr. Bennett.
Yes, ma'am. All right. Good morning, Ms. Brothers. My name's Eli Bennett.
Y'all may be sitting too. Yeah, Ms. Brothers, there's still something. Is there a phone near you?
There should be. Hold on one second. Okay. Is that any better?
Let's see. Go ahead, Mr. Bennett.
Yes, ma'am. My name's Eli Bennett. I represent Mr. Perez. I'm just going to have a couple of questions for you, okay, ma'am?
All right.
Buenos días, señorita Brothers. Yo soy Eli Bennett y yo soy el abogado del señor Salamanca Pérez.
All right. On or about March 3rd, did you prepare or fill out an ex parte application for a protective order against Mr. Perez?
En o por el 3 de marzo, usted solicitó o denunció una orden de alejamiento en contra del señor Pérez, ¿verdad? Sí.
Okay. And paragraph 4 of that order details specific acts you accuse Mr. Perez of, correct?
Correct.
So in paragraph 4, you stated.
Hold on, let Miss Claudia tell Mr. Perez what you asked.
Okay. There is still some background, very heavy background noise. Apparently, you have two devices with the audio in your room. So please turn the other one off. So I can hear my voice.
It's got to be you, Miss Brothers. So if you're sitting close to anybody.
No, she's in a private room, Your Honor. I believe Mr. Bennett and the respondent are in the same place.
Okay, yeah, they can't be like near one another.
We're not responsible for the feedback, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm talking to Miss Brothers. She has people on here for support, so I'm telling her if she's close to them, we will get that feedback.
She is
I'm not hearing anyone, Your Honor.
It's horrible.
En el párrafo número 4 de la petición, Mr. Eli Bennett, would you please repeat about paragraph 4 of the order?
I can try, yes, ma'am. Paragraph 4 detail the allegations, the specific allegations that you made under oath against my client, correct?
En el párrafo número 4 de la solicitud se detallan los alegatos que usted hizo en contra de mi cliente, ¿correcto?
Ms. Brothers, I've muted you because of that background noise. Take yourself off mute, answer, and then place yourself back on mute.
Emma, you can answer.
Yes, that is true.
And I'm going to place you back on mute until he finishes, okay? Go ahead. That's the next question, Mr. Bennett.
In that paragraph, did you accuse my client of punching you in the face during sex?
En esos alegatos, usted acusó a mi cliente de haberla golpeado en la cara cuando estaban teniendo relaciones sexuales, ¿verdad?
Yes.
Sí.
Your Honor, I will state that I was present with Ms. Brothers and was instructed by your staff not to have to detail everything, just to put a little bit in, just to get the protective order.
Yo
It's not a particularized motion like, oh, I'm sorry, it's not a particularized motion like in criminal. It's a notice pleading. If you're on notice, then you're on notice. Sorry, Ms. Claudia.
No.
Okay.
Yo le indiqué a mi cliente que ella no tenía que tener todos los detalles ahí en la orden.
Okay. At any time, did you call the police to report any acts of dating or domestic violence against my client?
¿En algún momento usted le habló a la policía para reportar actos de violencia en contra de mi cliente?
At the end of the relationship, I called police and filled out a police report.
Al final de la relación, yo le llamé a la policía para llenar un informe de la policía.
At the time that you sought this TPO or after it was filed, did you communicate with my client?
Durante el tiempo en que se hizo la solicitud de alejamiento o después de que la presentó, ¿se comunicó usted con mi cliente?
We communicated up until I was admitted into a emotional support rehabilitation center for the domestic abuse, which was before he was the protective order.
Go ahead. Yep.
So that was prior to March 3rd?
Fue antes del 3 de marzo, entonces.
The last time we communicated, I believe, was March 3rd.
La última vez que nos comunicamos fue el 3 de marzo. Ella indicó que es que se había metido a un lugar para apoyo psicológico por abuso.
Okay. Do you remember telling my client via direct messages that you told law enforcement or the court system that he had never been violent with you before?
Recuerda haberle dicho durante mensajes directos con mi cliente que usted le había indicado a la policía que él nunca había sido violento con usted.
I do not recall.
No recuerdo.
Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you a copy of the messages regarding that statement?
Absolutely.
Le recordaría, si yo le muestro mensajes, una copia de estos de lo que usted le dijo a él directamente en mensajes sobre la policía. Absolutamente.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I've been the attorney of record for petitioner since March 6th in this case, and I have never been sent anything or shared anything. And I do not have access with my client right now. She is in a secure facility. So I'm going to object.
Yo voy a objecionar, su señoría. Yo he estado representando a mi cliente desde el 6 de marzo y nunca se me han enviado o compartido ningún tipo de este tipo de comunicación para mí, para yo estar consciente de esto. Y mi cliente ahora se encuentra en una instalación con seguridad.
Your Honor, my response is I'm just attempting to refresh her recollection. It's not an evidentiary exhibit or anything like that.
Nada más le dije esto para recordarle la memoria a ella, para refrescar su memoria. No es para entrar, no es para presentarlo como parte de las pruebas.
Okay, is this relevant?
¿Tiene relevancia esto?
I would submit it is because it's directly impeaching of, well, not really her testimony, I guess her testimony through her lawyer asking my client questions, that he was violent.
Sí tiene relevancia, su señoría, porque es para impugnar, bueno, no impugnar, pero sí para mostrar que ella no había demostrado que él era violento, no lo había dicho.
And in fact, it's them discussing this very matter that's pending before this court at the time that she was allegedly, making these claims in court with her lawyer.
Y tienen que ver con respecto a las discusiones de los alegatos que estaba haciendo durante el tiempo en que se interpuso esta demanda, en que estaba hablando con su abogada.
Go ahead and answer the question. Go ahead, answer the question, ma'am.
Responda la pregunta.
I would be willing to tell the defendant anything he wanted to hear to protect my safety. And if that includes telling him I did not report his violence, I absolutely would have said so.
Yo le diría al acusado cualquier cosa para protegerme de sus actos de violencia. Y si esto quisiera decir mentir al respecto de no haber hablado con la policía sobre esos actos, claro que lo haría.
So that makes sense. The answer to my question then is yes, you did tell him he was never violent with you and you stated that, correct?
Entonces la respuesta es que sí, entiendo lo que está diciendo, pero está diciendo que sí, que no hubieron, que usted le dijo a él que no habían habido actos de violencia.
Asked and answered, Your Honor. He said yes.
Is that a yes, Ms. Brothers?
I still do not recall. I'm just saying it's possible.
The question, you said, all he wanted, you said something, you told him anything he'd want to hear. Is that a yes? That's what you told him?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, next
Sí,
question.
no recuerdo. Usted le decía lo que él quería oír. Sí.
In one moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Dorfman?
Ms. Brothers, is everything that you put in your petition true and correct?
Licenciado, lo que usted puso en su solicitud es verdadero y correcto. Sí.
Are you in fear for your safety and the members of your family's safety from Mr. Salamanca Perez?
¿Usted teme por su seguridad y la seguridad de los miembros de su familia? Contra señor Salamanca Pérez?
Absolutely, yes.
Absolutamente, sí.
Are you asking the court to extend the protective order for 12 months?
Le está pidiendo a la señora juez que extienda la orden por 12 meses, la orden de alejamiento.
Yes.
Sí.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Eso es
Right.
todo.
Anything else, Mr. Bennett?
No, Your Honor, just argument briefly.
No, un argumento breve.
Oh, is it my turn?
I mean, I'll argue very briefly, Your Honor, that this was a very controlling textbook relationship of psychological family, dating violence, abuse. He literally would not let her talk to other people, didn't want her to go on a vacation with her family. He controlled all her actions, got her fired from her job because he would watch her. And if she, God forbid, spoke with any male coworker, he would blow up at her. He did punch her in the jaw. He did force her to terminate her pregnancy. And he did grab the steering wheel, causing her to almost crash. She is very fearful for her safety. And again, I'm sure she did tell him whatever he wanted to hear before she checked herself into this inpatient facility. So we would ask the court to extend the 12-month protective order.
Su señoría, este es un caso en que es típico de controlar a la persona de manera física y psicológica, en que hubo violencia, en que no dejaba que ella fuera a diferentes lugares, trataba de aislarla, no podía ir de vacaciones con su familia. Él, de hecho, la golpeó en la quijada. Hizo que ella terminara su embarazo, o sea, que abortara. y también tomó el volante en peligro de que ella pudiera haber tenido una situación de un accidente. Además, ella teme por su seguridad. Okay, that's all I can.
All right, and also, Your Honor, Mr. Salamanca Perez, the respondent, had every opportunity to explain his side of the story, but he chose to instead plead the fifth on every single question asked.
El señor Salamanca pudo haber explicado su versión de los hechos, pero él se negó acatándose a la quinta enmienda constitucional en todo. Por lo tanto, pedimos que se extienda la orden de alejamiento por 12 meses.
Mr. Elliott, excuse me, Mr. Bennett.
Your Honor, I'll really just be brief. The discrepancy between what's in the petition and what we heard today through Ms. Brother's counsel is striking. We have an allegation of a threat of violence, no actual violence. Grabbing a steering wheel, which I don't believe was even directly asked about on cross or direct or whatever it was of Mr. Perez. It's a very unusual process to have a witness vouch for somebody else's cross-examination and have that be sufficient to grant a TPO. It's an interesting strategy. All I would submit is that, yes, of course, the court is within its discretion to take a negative inference, but given the beginning of Ms. Dorfman's questions that focused on completely unrelated, irrelevant issues, I think that, that should also be taken into account when the court decides what the strength of that inference should be. Having Ms. Brothers not testify directly to the allegations in an affirmative way and actually provide evidence. There's no pictures of injuries. There's no police report or time that Mr. Perez Salamanca was arrested or charged with any of these heinous crimes he's been accused of. You have a lot of allegations of a controlling relationship and that her parents didn't approve of Mr. Perez. But, everything my understanding of this relationship is that they were two teenagers essentially deeply in love. It became a toxic relationship. I don't think he kidnapped her or made her terrified of him. It doesn't appear that was the case. Everything I have is to the exact contrary of that. And that's not what the TPO system is for, is to assist a breakup. And that's what I believe is happening here, Your Honor. So I would ask you to dismiss this.
Brevemente, Su Señoría, me parece que existen bastantes discrepancias entre la solicitud de la denuncia y los actos de violencia que se alegan que supuestamente sucedieron, como el haber tomado del volante. Estas preguntas se pudieron haber hecho en contrainterrogatoria durante el proceso. Sin embargo, en todas las preguntas que se hicieron, habían asuntos. Usted puede tomarlo esto como una deducción en contra. Sin embargo, como dijo la señorita Brothers, cuando se le hicieron las preguntas directamente de su abogada con respecto a los alegatos, no se respondieron realmente directamente ante estos, ya que no hay fotografías, no hay informe de la policía que se le hubiera arrestado directamente con respecto a los alegatos de que se le acusan. Aquí sí, tal vez se habló sobre las cosas relativas a una relación de control, pero son dos adolescentes que estaban enamorados. Él en ningún momento la raptó, se la llevó o cometió actos de terror en contra de ella.
And Your Honor, I must just respond briefly that opposing counsel's argument is extremely concerning. He only chose to ask petitioner 2 questions. He could have cross-examined her for hours if he chose to do so, but he chose to only ask her 2 because he knows she's telling the truth. And this is exactly the case why we have TPOs in this country.
Y esto es realmente alarmante, que el abogado de la defensa únicamente le hizo 2 preguntas a mi cliente. 2 preguntas porque sabe que ella está diciendo la verdad. Y esta es la razón por la cual en este país tenemos órdenes de alejamiento en protección de las personas.
All right, I'm putting this in place for 12 months. Both of you, both lawyers, just place your email in the chat. We'll email. Oh, sorry, Ms. Dorfman, you mind doing this order? Because Ms. Free is, I don't even know where she's, look at her, she's working. I think she's working the window and everything today. But you mind email us a copy of that?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Your Honor. You said
Email us a copy of the order.
a copy of the 12-month order?
Yeah, we'll grant the order for 12 months. If you just send us, if you just email us, if you just prepare the order.
Okay, I'm assuming that you are ordering respondent to undergo FFIP.
Well, I don't think this is in dating, and that's been qualified dating.
Yeah, they actually do under the law of Georgia.
They just add that this last time?
So.
Because before it would not. I was just looking.
For what it's worth, he's already going through counseling.
Okay.
For what it's worth.
Do you need the dating violence order in Word?
Que tiene que ir a consejería él si es lo que quieren saber y además que no están casados, están saliendo, pero se va a emitir una orden de 12 meses de alejamiento.
That's fine, Your Honor. I'll send, you want me to send Ms. Free a copy of the 12-month dating violence order?
Yeah, do you need it in Word so that you can fill it out?
No, I've got one.
You've got one, the updated one in Word?
Yeah. All right, I'll send it to Ms. Free.
Thank you. I'll sign it. So, Mr. Bennett, you put your email in the chat or
Yes, ma'am.
La abogada Dorfman lo va a redactar, le va a enviar copia a su abogado, el señor Bennett. La juez lo va a firmar.
All right. May we be excused, Your Honor?
Yes, Ms. Dorfman. Ms. Claudia, where is Mr. Perez?
Señor
Mr.
Pérez. Señor Pérez.
If you violate this order,
si usted quebranta esta orden judicial,
you can be charged with aggravated stalking.
Se le puede a usted acusar de acecho con agravantes.
Which carries a sentence of up to 10 years.
Este cargo, esta falta, lleva una sentencia de hasta 10 años.
If you also violate this, Ms. Brothers is allowed to file a contempt. Mr. Perez, you better turn your camera on.
Prenda su cámara. Y si usted quebranta esto, la señorita Brothers puede emitir una demanda en su contra por desacato a la ley.
She can file a contempt and I can put you into jail up to 20 days and give you a $1,000 fine.
Y con esa orden de desacato se le pondría 20 días, hasta 20 días en la cárcel y se le cobraría una multa de hasta $1,000.
Do you understand?
¿Usted entiende esto?
I understand.
Any contact whatsoever, Ms. Brothers, the first thing you do is call 911. Once y'all place your email in the chat, y'all go ahead and leave the meeting. Y'all stay healthy and safe. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. You too, Your Honor.
Yes,
Llamaría al 911 en cualquier momento si no cumple.
Ms. Claudia, you should get paid double. Yes, you could be excused. And I'm sorry that people can't figure out whether or not they need your services, but I appreciate you being
That
so
happens a lot. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Everybody else, thank you for being patient. Let's see who else I got here. All right. Derisha Myrick, Kadarius Gardner.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
All right, if y'all both raise your right hands. Do y'all swear affirm testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did we figure out if he got a copy? You put your hands down. Did you get a copy, Mr. Gardner, of everything? Like the petition, the order?
Hold on.
Did you get a copy of the petition and the order?
Yeah, I guess the security guard or whatever, he gave it to me when I came home today. I guess so. Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Free, do you have his acknowledgement of service?
No, I haven't prepped it. I'm sorry. Let me grab it.
So, Mr. Gardner, you say a security guard. That's not proper service. A security guard is not proper service. If you would like to acknowledge service, I'll give you a couple choices. We can get your email and we can reset you to another date. It gives you a chance to look over the paperwork because I don't know if you got the proper paperwork.
I mean, I know what's going on. I got the packet or whatever. And I don't want to
I don't
drag
know if
this
you got
on.
everything. I don't know the security guard, and that is not proper service. So the only way we can go forward is if you agree to acknowledge service and go forward. And like I said, I don't want to jam you up if what you got wasn't everything. What if there was a page missing? I don't know.
I'm with, yes, man. We can go for it. I'm not. It's not that big of a deal. We can go for it. Will we get it resolved
It is
today?
a big deal. If something happens and this gets put in place, you'll have a TPO in place against you for 12 months, Mr. Gardner.
Will we be able to get this resolved today? If I go forward with it, can we get it resolved today?
Well, I can't tell you how it's going to end, but yeah, you could leave here and either not have a TPO against you for 12 months or have one against you. That's the only two things that are going to happen today.
I mean, even if it's going to be the same thing if I waive it off and get the paperwork, we're still going to end up back in court again. So we might as well just get it done now.
Screen, you still have me ready to share your screen.
All right, I want to share my screen.
Mr. Gardner, look at this. Ms. Winfrey's going to share her screen. Give her permission to use your electronic signature, saying that you've gotten those papers.
And we're going to send this to this address here.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
All right.
All right. All right, Ms. Myrick, start for the most recent event, work backwards, and tell me what happened. Don't get on 285. I hate 285. Right now, I'm hating 285, and I'm not liking the fact that people can't get to the point.
Okay, so on March 4th, we got into an altercation at the house. In front of our.
What is altercation? We got in a fight. He hit me.
No, it was just an argument. We exchanged some words. He was playing the game at the time, so I unplugged the Wi-Fi. As I was walking away from the box, I tripped, and when I turned around, he had his fist balled like he was going to hit me. He also stated to go get my brothers or go get whoever I want to get because he know he can fight. Then he proceeded to the porch where I locked him out, and I let him back in after a while after he was beating on the door. Then on the 5th of March, he went to work that morning, and I took his Xbox to his cousin's house. And his cousin told him that his Xbox was there, and that's when he began texting me saying that he called the police and the police is going to be out at the house, my mom's house, when he get off. When he got off, I to avoid any conflict. He had the police there. He was banging on the door. He's banging on the door, and he was also sitting message after message to me, threatening, saying that he's gonna get my mom put out. And that's it for March. But January of 2022, we had an argument over a charger that he couldn't find, and he was slamming stuff around in the house, throwing it around. So then I went to grab the PS5 that I purchased, and I threw it to the floor. And after he saw me throw it to the ground, he choked me and pinned me up against the wall. I tried to leave out the house. He grabbed me again, slung me on the ground, and he was on top of me with his fist ball like he was gonna hit me again. Then I was able to get out the house and go call the police and my friends. When the police returned, they called me and told me to come back. I noticed all my my business stuff was missing. And that's it.
Okay, what about this? You have something in here where he allegedly says to you, you want to play while I'm at work? I got some for you. What does that mean? What did that text mean to you in March?
You talking to me or him? Yeah, those are.
You said that he texted you and said, you want to play while I'm at work? I got some for you. What does that mean?
I don't know what it means. He got something for me.
What does that mean to you? What does it mean? Flowers, some chocolates? What does that mean?
No.
What does it mean?
I feel like he's trying to do something to me, obviously.
No, it's not obvious, ma'am, because I'm asking you to use your words, ma'am, Ms. Myers. You expect him to do something what? Cut the grass when he gets home? What? What do you think he's threatening you? What is he doing? What does it?
To
What
hit me. To hit me.
All right. He was threatening to hit you all over this box. Right here, he says, suppose you were home. Then he told you were sleeping with a police officer because the police officer took your side. So how else did he threaten you in March? Wait, I'll bust your tires?
Yes.
When did he say that?
I say on the 8th.
All right. Let me hear it from you, Mr. Garther.
Okay, so what you want me to speak about, like the incidents that she was speaking about? Is that what I'm? So basically, what's going on with the situation of the March incident? You know, we were dating. I guess I was staying with her mom or whatever, and I had the agreement or whatever. And I guess we had the verbal disagreement. I never threatened her or nothing like that. So I went to work, and while I was at work, I got the call that they were moving my stuff out or whatever. And all I was telling her was like, just go get my stuff. I don't want to call the police or nothing like that because your mom is already, she's on a Section 8 or whatever. And, like, we're not supposed to be there. Just too much going on to get her put out. Like, I have all the text messages. I was texting her mom and her the same thing. Like, I wasn't threatening or being violent at all. And when I got off work, when I got there, when I knocked on the door, like, her mom didn't want to let me in. And so all I was doing was calling about my belongings. Like, she moved all of my clothes and everything away. So all I had was the one outfit I had on. And I was wearing it for like 3-4 days. So that's basically what was going on with this situation in March. It's just, I just didn't understand why she had moved my stuff. And I had been staying there. I was supposed to leave that Thursday. We had an agreement that I was supposed to leave that Thursday. But I guess that was a spiteful move or something like that. I'm not sure.
Tell me what it means when you text her. You want to play while I'm at work? I got some for you. What does that mean?
No, that's what I was saying. I was telling her that I was gonna have the police. I sent the same text message right after this. That's what I was saying. That I was gonna call the police. I told her I would have the police with me when I got out of work. And that's what I did. Like, I didn't get by, like, I wasn't trying to hurt nobody or nothing like that. When I got to the door, when they said what they said, that's the first thing I did was call the police. And in the midst of that, the security guard kept, like, I guess
I don't care about
overhearing
security guard. That
okay,
don't matter.
You're right.
Security guard's not here. Why'd you threaten to bust her tires?
We were I didn't threaten to bust her tires. What was happening was, when I called the police, they came to they saw the message or whatever that I was supposed to be staying there or whatever. Okay, so they allowed me back in the home. In the midst of me being there, they just started being petty. They took all the couch pillows off the couches, turning on all the lights, blasting music, just whatever you can name, I guess, to make me uncomfortable for my last couple of days of staying there. And so just the one time, the last, I want to say night that I was staying there, her and her mom were like blocking both of the couches, so the airbed that we were sharing was blew up. So I was like, I lay right there. And in the midst of me laying there, she grabbed the knife and bust the airbed. So I don't know about the threatening. I did no threatening. I don't threaten. I don't threaten anyone.
What about the violence she talked about in the past?
In January,
where you wrapped your hand around her neck.
It didn't happen like that. The only reason that I was arrested was when the police was called. The way they asked me a question and the way I answered, they arrested me. But in that whole situation, I felt like we both were supposed to be arrested because she was destroying my property. I really was trying to restrain her from destroying my property. That's basically what was going on in that whole situation. And so when the police arrived, that's what I told them. Like, she was, destroying my stuff, and I tried to restrain her, and that's when they arrested me. But like, she signed my bond. We were back together after that. Like, a lot of this is petty. Like, this is it's like this. We got a child together. Like, we've been together. You know what I'm saying, since then or whatever. Like,
Ms. Myrick, how long are you asking this be put in place?
At least 6 months. I mean, I don't want him around me. I want him to be able to visit his child. I don't want him near
You
me.
legitimated the child?
I got the paper. I got the paperwork. I got the paperwork. I just got to get it signed. I work during like the mid shift, so I really don't have time to get off and go get the paperwork.
You got to file it, right? All right, that's good. That's fantastic. I'm glad you started. All right, so who's going to be the go-between to exchange the child, ma'am?
Probably my mom.
What if your mom's not there?
Then I don't know, honestly. I don't know anyone else that can do it on my side.
So will your mom communicate to him? I'll tell you what, y'all can only communicate about the child, and he can work out visitation, and your mom or a third party will do the exchange, okay?
Okay.
You got that, Mr. Garth? So the only way you communicate with her is about the child.
So do I call her phone or her mother's? Her mother's.
Well,
I
call her
her
mother's phone because you want to be safe, okay?
Okay.
Miss Myra, go call your mother. All right. So you communicate with. Oh, yo, somebody's got to listen to me today.
Okay. I apologize.
That's okay. It's not you. It's every single person that's logged on here today. Just ain't got it together.
Yes, ma'am.
Call her mother. That's safe. Miss Myra, you tell your mother that he's going to call. Now, don't harass her mother, Mr. Garth, because I want you to see your child. And Ms. Free's also going to put in there that the judge handling the legitimation case will work out a schedule. So then you'll have more of a set schedule, like every other weekend or whatever, okay? But until then, how often can he see the child, Ms. Myra?
Every weekend if you want.
No, every other weekend. Friday till when? Friday at what time do you get off work, sir?
6:30.
All right, so how about Friday at 7:30 p.m. until Sunday at 7:30 p.m.
Am I able to like get him and like take him? Like, can he spend the night with me?
Listen to me. You get him Friday at 7:30 p.m. You keep him till Sunday at 7:30 p.m. Every other weekend. You work out transportation with Miss Myrick's mother. Miss Myrick, what's your mom's name?
Demicier, Demicier, Boykins.
All right, and Mr. Garther, you know her phone number?
Yes, ma'am. I got mom's number.
All right, so Miss Myrick, do you want him to get the child this weekend?
Yes, that's fine.
All right, so Miss Garther, you get off of here, y'all both put your email in the chat. We'll put it in place for 6 months. But you call grandma right now, Mr. Garther, because you want to make arrangements to pick up your child at 7:30 p.m. tonight. Drop that child back off Sunday at 7:30.
Okay, that's fine. Hey, I got one more question. I got one more thing I gotta say. I got like some belongings in her storage. How do I go about getting it from her? Like and that'll be the last thing that I
how
need
can
to
he
speak
get it? Will you get it to your mom's? Can your mom get it to him? How can he get his belongings?
I'll have my mom give it.
She'll get it to her mom, Mr. Garther, okay?
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
All right, both of y'all place your email in the chat. Y'all stay healthy and safe. Have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I got Giles and Winter. That's it for my I cannot believe I filmed this 9:30 calendar. Mr. Giles and Ms. Winter. Mr. Giles, you still want to go forward? Huh? I can't hear you, Mr. Giles. You're talking, I can't hear you. Mr. Giles. Can't hear you. All right. How about the Thomases and the Sims? So Shanette Thomas and both the Sims.
Yes.
Ms. Jackie Sims, can you take yourself off mute too, please? All right, if y'all raise your right hands. Where'd Amazing Sims go? All right, y'all swear and affirm testimony about to give. Ms. Thomas, you got to raise your right hand too.
Yes.
Swear and affirm the testimony about to give is the truth, all truth, nothing but the truth. Yep, nod your heads.
Yes.
Mr. Giles, you got to figure out your audio. I'm moving on to this case. All right, Ms. Thomas, specifically, tell me, start from that most recent event, work backwards, and tell me what independently Ms. Jacqueline Sims did to you, and then you can tell me what Ms. Amazing Sims has done to you.
Okay, Your Honor. I'm gonna start off with.
How are you related to them?
I'm not related.
Okay, all right. Tell me what Ms. Jacqueline Sims did to you. Just
Okay. Here recently, well, the most recent thing is that they already violated the order. They had her other daughter to come and talk to me. I was sitting in my car. They told her that I was outside. The daughter stays very close by. And the lady, she pulled up on me sitting in my car, which is against she can't, she's a third party.
Tell me what, besides that right now, start with what we can talk about that. Tell me what Ms. Sims did. Start with the most recent. Besides that, what made you come and get this protective order?
The most recent thing, I was taking out my trash. This is on the mother's birthday. I was taking out the trash. And the daughter come outside hollering and screaming, bitch, this whole day. I ain't did nothing to nobody.
Okay.
It's always.
So I need to know what Miss Jackie Sims did to you. What specifically Miss Jackie Sims did to you.
I have a video. You want you would like the video?
Okay. Tell me what Miss Jackie Sims, because you weren't saying what Miss Jackie Sims did. You were talking about somebody else doing it. So what did Miss Jackie Sims do to you?
Jackie Sims is the beginning of all of everything.
What did she do to you?
In her lives. Her daughter does a lot of things. It's an
Tell me what she does.
Her mother threatened to jump on me and everything. This is ongoing for years, Your Honor.
Hold on a second. Stop. We're taking time out. All right. Ms. Thomas.
Yes.
I want you, this is what I want from you. Judge, Miss Jackie Sims called me 382 times in January, and I know that because I know it's her number and I heard her voice. Judge, Miss Jackie Sims did this. That's what I want. What did Miss and we'll talk about Miss Amazing Sims. I want to hear about Miss Jackie Sims first and only.
Okay.
What did Miss Jackie Sims, a date, and what she did specifically?
Jackie Sims threatens to fight me. I actually was standing in the kitchen a couple of days ago, and she told one of the other neighbors that she would jump on me if she got in trouble. She is the beginning of all this, Your Honor. If you see the video, you will understand everything.
All right, sure. You got to share your screen to show a video.
Okay.
Do y'all all live together now?
No, we don't live together. No. Hold on, let me see how I do it.
Okay, you figure out how to share a screen. I got to step away from this for a minute because I'm going to have a heart attack. My blood pressure is going so high right now.
It's a lot.
So
it's a lot, Your Honor.
Figure out how to share a screen, and I'll be right back.
See, she can't even say what I did.
The video, I do it. It's okay.
Ms. Sims, you may be in your house, Ms. Jackie Sims, but you don't smoke in my courtroom. And you're in my
Oh,
courtroom
I'm
right now.
sorry. I'm sorry, Judge.
Well, all right. Go ahead, Ms. Thomas. When did you take this video? Take yourself off mute, Ms. Thomas, and tell me when you took the video.
This video was just from a few months ago, actually.
Okay, what does a few months ago mean?
Let's see. Let's go to it. This is from in June. This the one that I actually have that is recent that actually caught them.
So June of last year. That wasn't a few months ago.
Well, okay.
Right? Well, you got to tell me. Okay, so tell me is there audio to this video?
Yes, it is.
All right, so you're gonna have to let me hear the audio. Don't talk over it, but first tell me, what am I gonna see?
Okay, on this particular day, I was sitting in the back of my truck with my son. This was right before I had to get ready for work. Amazing Sam's came by taking out the trash. We didn't say anything to each other. She went in the house and convinced her mother that I was outside with my son talking about her, which never happened. Jackie Sands ran out the house. Bitch, this, I don't know if we could cuss, but I'm being cursed out. And I'm like, Jackie, what did I do? So I asked Amazing. I'm like, Amazing, what did I do? The daughter proceeds to run down the steps, hollering and screaming. She gonna jump on me. She gonna do this to me. All in front of my son. He's only 2 years old. The baby goes everywhere I go.
Okay, play the video.
Hey, okay.
And don't talk during it so I can hear it. Is that it? I don't hear anything being said.
And I don't understand why, Your Honor. But I mean, you can see far as what went on, another neighbor even had to come and get her for doing what she's doing. She does this all the time, Your Honor, in front of my son. I'm with my son daily. I don't bother nobody.
Okay, stop. Tell me something besides June that Miss Jackie Sims has done to you. That was June of last year. What specifically has she done to you in 2023?
He threatened to jump on me. They threatened to jump on me all the time. Other than that, nothing for Jackie Sims, Your Honor.
All right. Tell me what Miss Amazing Sims did.
Oh, okay.
Specifically, Miss Amazing Sims, and give me dates.
Specifically, Amazing Sims. Okay. Right before I took out this order, finally, I'm coming from the trash. I haven't said anything to anybody. Amazing Sims runs out the door, bitch, this, hold it, all on the porch. Her mother was having a birthday party. That's the thing. And I wasn't doing anything but taking out the trash. I gotta be bitches and hoes. Look, I got my young children. I ain't no telling when these folks gonna find a jump on me. A few months back, this was in February. Her and her mother was on the porch. The mother was right there. Amazing. She wanna yell and cuss and scream. The mother right there with her. She even threw a lit cigarette at me and my son. That's cruelty to children. She had a water bottle. She threw that. The mother knocked it down. I can't say. Jackie knocked the water bottle down. I called the police that night. Nobody came. But the next morning, I called again. And someone did come out. But he informed me that he really couldn't do anything about it because it happened the night before. I have to watch my back just taking out the trash. I wanted to sit out the other night after school. I go to school. My son goes to school. I'm in school for radiology. Barely could sit on the porch when I want to, not knowing when this girl gonna come downstairs and try to jump on me. She has ran down those steps so many times on me, and it's beyond ridiculous. And I'm tired of the situation. I want to be left alone so I could just do my studying and better my situation for my children. I don't have time for Miss Sims. I just don't. I don't want to be attacked. I don't want my son to be attacked in the process. My son follows me everywhere I go.
All right, Miss Thomas, slow down. So far, what I've heard from you is she's calling you bitches and hoes. That's what I've heard.
Throwing lit cigarettes at me and the baby, and like the girl does a lot of stuff, Your Honor, and it's not okay.
This the
This
first
girl,
cruise?
Judge Honor, can I please?
Okay, yeah, stand by. Miss Jackie Sims, let me hear from you first.
Yes, ma'am. How you doing, Judge, Your Honor?
Oh, go ahead. I'm trying.
I haven't spoke to Miss Thomas in over 2 years. When I go out my door, I go past her door, I mind my own business. Everybody around here know I don't speak to her. I don't say nothing to that lady. And I don't even associate with her. I just pass by her like a tree. I don't say nothing to that lady. I ain't spoke to her over 2 years.
All right, Miss Sims, Miss Amazing Sims, what would you like to say?
Yes, ma'am. I want to clear my name about the lit cigarettes, Judge Your Honor. I have never flicked no lit cigarettes at a child. For one, every time I come outside, Miss Thomas, she rushes outside like she's eardropping at the door. She comes outside when she see me outside making noises. The other day, but it was Wednesday, before we came to court, she's out there barbecuing. I'm out there washing clothes. She has her grill right by our step. She's standing right there at the grill. As I'm coming down the steps with my laundry, she's standing right there backing up, trying to get me to bump into her. I walked over to this red car that we have out here in our parking lot. So company, my friend came over. Net pulls her grill in the middle of the parking. Like we supposed to hit her or something. No, ma'am. Ain't nobody messing with this lady, ma'am. This stuff been 2 years ago.
And I'm standing too close to one another.
Not gonna let nobody lie on my name, Judge Young. This girl is a compulsive liar. She is compulsive. Well, how did I get a video? How did we just have words a few months ago? How did all this take place?
A few months ago, you had video in June. What video did you have recently?
My camera doesn't catch everything, though. I can honestly say my camera doesn't catch anything. But how do we? If it's been 2 years, huh? And I cannot barbecue in the middle of the parking lot when cars are coming by. That doesn't make sense. I was barbecuing.
I was during Freaknik when I was a cop, and people barbecuing in the middle of 285.
I can't barbecue in the middle of the parking lot.
Well, they did. You obviously weren't here for the first Freaknik. They barbecued in the middle of the interstate, broke out the charcoal and everything.
I just want to be left alone. I have not done anything to anybody. Ain't no way I could barbecue in the middle of our parking lot. It's a one-way in, one-way out. Judge Your Honor, we have a spot where we all supposed to barbecue at. It's in a picnic area, and she was all out there in the parking lot trying to get me to bump her. For what? Why you keep picking with us? We're not messing with you. This girl is a compulsive liar, Your Honor.
Ladies, look.
I'm not messing with you.
How do you a parking spot bothering somebody?
I know. Muting everybody. This is insane. This is insane. This is neighbors. Ladies. You know, it never matters. I give these same speeches and people roll their eyes. Ladies and women of color, you should be lifting one another up. It is hard enough out here. You should be lifting one another up, protecting one another, looking out for one another, because there's too many women out there that are getting hurt by other people, by their spouses, by their significant others, getting hurt walking up, getting hurt delivering food. And you ladies should be looking out for one another. If it's like when I was a kid, it still took a village. So if there's kids, guess what? If something was to happen and one of your children ran outside, Miss Thomas, I got a feeling, even if Miss Jackie Sims don't like you, that she would go and dash out there and get that kid from in front of the car. That's what a village does for people. That's the iPhone. Oh my God, sir, put that cigarette out. I don't give a crap that you are outside of this. What is wrong with everybody today? You know what, Miss Reed? We're going to start bringing people in person. People are going to learn how to act in a courtroom. Dear. Okay. All right. Don't you light another cigarette, sir. You heard me tell Miss Sims to stop smoking. All right. I'm not going to put this in place because you ladies seriously need to help one another. It takes everybody helping one another. It does. Don't say anything to Miss Thomas. Don't make her come back here again with complaints. But I do this, and your neighbors, and we all got to live somewhere near neighbors, and some neighbors don't like each other. Some just don't like them. But don't do this. Just decide you can't get along. But try. You're going to need each other at some point in time. Y'all place your emails in the chat. Once you do, we'll send you a copy of the dismissal. Y'all stay healthy and safe. Please take care of one another. And you know what? Be more like Michelle. They go low, you go high. They go low, you go high. Y'all be like Michelle Obama. Make us happy. Y'all place your email in the chat. We'll email you copies of the dismissals.
So we do have to stay away from each other, right? Even though we don't have a order.
Y'all, yeah, leave each other alone. Y'all place your email in the chat. We'll send you a copy of dismissals. Thank y'all. What y'all do.
All right, thank
you. And we'll go to the next one. Everybody that's here for the 12:30 calendar, cameras on, stay on mute. Cameras on, stay on mute. Cameras on, everybody, for the 12:30 calendar, and stay on mute. Ms. Simmons, did you get proof of service into Ms. Free?
Yes, Your Honor, I sent it to the email address provided.
All right, she'll check it. If you're here for the 12:30, cameras on, stay on mute. Cameras on, stay on mute. I need everybody's camera on and stay on mute. Everybody, because Ms. Russell, I turned the camera off because it looks like you're laying down. We don't lay down. We don't smoke. We don't lay down. We don't take a bath. We don't take a shower. We don't take crap. We don't go to the bathroom. We act like we are in a courtroom. We don't drive. Everybody. The Sims, once you place your email in the chat, both Ms. Sims, y'all can both leave. 1+ DE 2118. Can't follow instructions because I know I sent the message to the waiting room to change your screen name. Once you place your email in the chat, Ms. Sims, Junior Mom can both leave. All right, everybody, when I call your name, take yourself off mute and answer here. Moto G Stylus 5G, sir, with the glasses and the follically challenged there with the bald head. You need to change your screen name. It is not Moto G Stylus 5G. Not what it is. If your mama named you that, I'll do the free name change for you.
No, ma'am, I'm
don't change your name. All right, I got Amanda Jane Rose.
Here, Your Honor.
Jessica Fagan for Miss Rose.
All right, Daniel William Rose, Jr. I don't show service. Is he avoiding?
He is avoiding. We actually had him, we have an affidavit of service from Charleston, South Carolina. We had him personally served in Charleston.
Okay, have you filed the affidavit of service over yet?
It's being filed. My paralegal actually just closed on the sale of her home, so she just got back to the office. So she is in the process of filing that right now. And I have emails with him and his attorney where they have notice of today's hearing. And
who's his attorney? I don't think an attorney is filed on his behalf.
They have not. He says he's going to be hiring Randy Kessler, so I'm not sure who at Mr. Kessler's will actually be handling it. But everyone's on notice, and he has been personally served.
Right, and everybody's here. So if, yeah, can you email a copy of that to Ms. Free, even though your paralegal is going to file it? And we'll go ahead since last call for Mr. Daniel Rose. Daniel Rose. All right, Ms. Rose, if you raise your right hand for me. You swear affirm testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do, Your Honor.
Down and dirty, Ms. Fagan. Get my evidence so we can put it in place.
All right. Ms. Rose, you are under oath. Could you please state how you know the defendant, Daniel Rose?
I married him in 2001. We divorced in 2014, and we have 3 children.
Next question. Do you and Mr. Rose have any minor children currently?
We do. We have 3 children.
All right. Has Mr. Rose ever threatened your life?
He has.
What did Mr. Rose threaten?
To put a bullet between my eyes.
And did you take this threat seriously?
Absolutely.
And were you in fear of him acting on this threat?
I am.
And what did you do in response to this threat to put a bullet between your eyes?
I went to the police department and registered it. I went to the court at Fulton County and got a temporary protective order. I called you. I, asked your advice. Like, I stayed out of my house with my children. We left.
All right. Did you?
Several
So
days.
you and the children vacated the residence.
Correct.
And were any of your children aware that Mr. Rose had threatened to put a bullet between your eyes?
They all are.
All right. Was this the first time that Mr. Rose threatened you?
No.
Has he threatened to harm you in some way previously?
Yes. He told me that I deserve whatever pain he can cause me.
All righty. I am going to show you what has, sorry, Judge Manning, it's out of order, but I'm going to show you what's been marked as Plaintiff 5. Share my screen. Ms. Rose, do you recognize this document? Simple yes or no?
I do.
And is this a true and correct copy of a text message that you received from Mr. Rose?
It is.
Judge Manning, I move to admit Plaintiff 5.
Submitted.
All right, Ms. Rose, could you quickly read the text message you sent to Mr. Rose on November 25th?
I sent him a text that said hi with a wave. It was the day after Thanksgiving. So it has a turkey emoji. It says, I hope you're having a nice holiday.
And how did Mr. Rose respond last Thanksgiving to your hope you're having a nice holiday with a turkey emoji?
He quickly texted back within seconds. I fucking hate you. You are a miserable bitch. You deserve whatever pain I can send you, period. Another text, fuck you, bitch. You are a loser. I think that's a misprint.
And then later in the day, he tells you to call him back, correct?
Hours later, after I can elaborate on what happened during that time. But yes, he did.
All right. Has Mr. Rose ever physically laid his hands on you?
Not yet.
Has he ever used his physicality in a way that you felt was to threaten you or control you?
Yes, every chance he gets, and I try not to give him opportunities to be near me, but we do have children together. So he will do things like stand in doorways where I can't pass. He will put his entire top of his body in the window of my car where I have to warn him, please back up. I don't want to roll over your feet, but I'm now going to leave.
Does he ever throw things when he's upset?
He's thrown our dogs.
Do you believe that there is a real threat of family violence occurring in the future if you do not receive this protective order today?
Yes, I know that it's a very immediate threat. I mean, he is demonstrating it, and he's a man who.
Did you say through dogs?
I'm sorry, Judge. Will you repeat that?
Through dogs?
Oh, yes, he has thrown dogs.
Anything else, Ms. Fagan?
Does he have a history of substance abuse issues to your knowledge, Ms. Rose?
He certainly does.
Is there, do you have any personal knowledge that he has drank and then operated a motor vehicle with your minor children in the car?
Yes, he does that. Boats.
Does he have a history of mental health issues to your knowledge?
And as soon as I found out about that, I have tried not to let the children be with him in a vehicle because of my concern that he's not making decisions that are safe for people, for him, for anybody. I'm sorry, okay. What was the question, Ms. Fagan?
Does he have a history of mental health issues to your knowledge?
He does, yes.
Has he ever threatened suicide?
Yes.
Has he ever threatened to harm third parties?
Yes.
In the past six months, do you have any personal knowledge whether other third parties have called the police on Mr. Rose?
100%, and there are police records for that, several.
Does Mr. Rose own any weapons to your knowledge?
I know he owns a room full of weapons. Yes, he has rifles, he has pistols, he has handguns. I don't know how to speak in that language, but every gun I've ever seen on any television show, he has them.
Okay. And does he have a concealed carry permit to your
He
knowledge?
does. He does. He's always had it as long as I've known him.
And is it your testimony today that family violence has occurred in the past?
Yes.
And is it your testimony today that family violence is very likely to occur in the future without this court order?
It is. Yes. I'm very hopeful that the court will see my point here. Thank you.
Are you asking, in addition, are you asking for temporary sole legal, like a no contact order with the children as well as with you?
I am.
Are you asking this court to have Mr. Rose undergo a drug and alcohol evaluation?
Yes. And you and I've asked him that for weeks. I think it's 2 months now. We've been asking him to do that for his safety.
But as we sit here today, are you asking Judge Manning to order an alcohol abuse
Absolutely.
evaluation? Are you asking Judge Manning to order that Mr. Rose undergo some sort of batterers intervention program, an anger management course?
Yes, please.
Are you asking this court if it feels inclined to order that Mr. Rose continue to pay child support as court ordered?
Yes, I'm their sole caregiver.
Are you asking this court for an order that Mr. Rose would continue to pay for the children's school tuition and other expenses as he has agreed?
I am.
Are you asking this court to award you any attorney's fees pursuant to Georgia law?
I am. I'm only here because of his actions.
All right. And how much in attorney's fees do you estimate as of today you've incurred?
$5,000.
All right. Thank you, Judge. That's our case. If you have any other questions for Ms. Rose.
No, Ms. Fagan, do you have the order in Word so that you can do it and put any language specifically about the children, put their information on the respondents identifying fact sheet, and you can place the stuff about FVF, drug and alcohol eval, follow any recommendations. And does he live in South Carolina?
He maintains a house both here in Fulton County and in South Carolina.
So what house are the guns at?
Both.
Okay. So right now you can get the guns that he has.
Could I get the gun that he has?
Where you're at? Y'all at the same house?
No, we have been divorced for
Okay, okay.
I do not have access.
Okay, so Ms. Fagan, put in there that he has 24 hours to turn over his weapons to, is it City of Atlanta he lives in? Okay, he has 24 hours after getting this order that he turns in his weapon to his local police department, and his compliance date for his FFIP will also be a compliance date where he needs to show me an evidence receipt where he has turned over all his weapons. He will need to send that to the court to show that he has turned over all of his weapons.
To Ms. Free, do you want me to include her email address?
Sure, yeah. You have an order in Word, or does she need to send it to you?
If she could send it to me, I would greatly appreciate it. She can reply to the email with the affidavit that I just sent over.
Ms. Free, do you mind sending her the family violence Word document so she can put all that stuff in there?
Yes, I can do
Okay, Ms. Fagan, she said she just emailed you the affidavit. All right, thank you. And you want your 5,000 under the family violence statute?
Yes, please, Judge.
Or if you want to do a separate order, you could do it a rolling Floyd order, or just give him 30 days to pay it. If you want it as a Floyd order, do that. If he doesn't pay you by a certain date, we can incarcerate him in Rice Street until he pays it. If you want to do that, then let me know, because we'll do a arrest order later if he doesn't pay it. You want a compliance date on him paying the fees?
Yes, please. I would like a compliance date on that he has turned over the weapons, registered for the anger management course, etc.
So can we get him on a compliance in 30 days?
Our next compliance will happen to fall. It's in 2 weeks, so the next one will be May the 2nd, I believe.
Which one do you want, Ms. Fagan? May 2nd?
I think May 2nd is fine. I think this might give him the wake-up call that my client's hoping he gets.
Okay, compliance. Okay, so you got him signing up for FIP, starting the eval, and definitely proof of turning over the weapons. He needs to send you an evidence receipt showing them listed and whatever he's turned them over to. All his weapons. Thank you so much, Ms. Fagan. Ms. Rose, good to see you, Ms. Fagan. Y'all stay healthy and safe.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Judge. Have a wonderful day.
And Dravina Thompson.
Your Honor, if possible, can I get an email address for the respondent?
Oh, Ms. Rose, if you know an email address for Mr. Rose, can you place it in the chat to Ms. Free?
I will.
Okay. Ms. Thompson,
Yes, ma'am.
did you find proof?
They advised that they were gonna put it in the system.
Okay, so who and what system?
Fulton County Marshal said they were gonna put it up in the system. I don't know how they do that, and I spoke with the Fulton County Civil Clerk as well. So they were just working on that at the Fulton County Sheriff, the Fulton Sheriff
Hold on a
Office,
minute.
the civil process.
There's Kim. Kim, when did you get served?
Sorry about that. I got served yesterday.
Are you ready to go forward?
I believe so.
All right. Stand by. Sakura Holmes.
I'm here, Judge.
Sheriff Guard. It went by the house twice and no one was there. Your case is reset until April the 7th at 2 p.m. Place your email in the chat again. We'll send you the reset notice in the sheriff's form. Get that sheriff's form back to Ms. Free before 4 p.m. today. Once you place your email in the chat, you can leave the meeting.
Judge Manning, can I ask you a question really quickly?
Uh-huh.
I have another TPO pending on my husband, OBO minors, where a gal has been assigned. I placed this TPO order because I assumed that the gal would be available and grant me custody. This new TPO that I filed against sheriffs included my daughter. The gal was out of town, and so it was spring break, so she couldn't go through all of the cases. I have a court date for the 28th of this month, and I was assuming that I would.
Because there's no service yet.
Yeah, there's no service. So what I'm asking is the opportunity to do OBO of my minor child after I get custody.
If you want to amend it, you need to come down and amend it because they're going to have to be served with those papers. But you're going to have to come down and amend it. Your next court date, next court date will be April 7th. I suggest you get down here Monday and amend those papers or today, okay?
Judge, can I have another court date past the 14th because that's when the custody battle will be complete?
It's April the 7th.
Can I get a further out hearing?
I'm spent today.
That's past the expiration date, ma'am.
It is? Okay, yeah. Well, then I'll have to file another TPO then.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Quenisha, Germany.
Judge, I'm sorry to interrupt. Could you, can we be excused? Can your office confirm you've received the affidavit?
Yes, ma'am, you can. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Judge. Have a wonderful day.
Oh, you too. Quenisha, Germany. Brandon Woods. Failure to appear. Jasmine Crosby. Jasmine Crosby. Prince Johnson. Failure to appear. Katina James. Mark Younger.
I'm here.
Mark Younger.
Mark is here. Mark Younger is here.
All right, thank you both. Ms. James, you still want to go forward?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Thank you. All right, y'all can both place yourselves back on mute. Cynthia Bradley.
Here.
Leon King Jr.
Yes. Yes, I'm here.
Bradley, you still want to go forward?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Both of you place yourselves back on mute. Jovita Bass.
I'm here.
Archie Battle Jr. Shows there's no service. They went by there 3 times. Your case is reset April the 7th at 2 p.m. Place your email in the chat. Ms. Free is going to email you a sheriff's form and a reset notice. Fill that sheriff's form out. Put as much detail as you can. They went by 3 times. That means you did not place a 2 to 4 hour time frame. That would be the best time to serve them. That could be in the middle of the night. So once you place your email in the chat, you can leave the meeting. Get that sheriff's form back to Ms. Free before 4:30 today. Stay healthy and safe. Have a good weekend.
Your Honor, I have a question. I know I do have an issue that I prior had with Mr. Battle evading service. It's not the first time. He's even previously had someone else open the door and said that he did not live there at that same exact address.
Okay, this just says not at home. If there's stuff, questions about service, you need to call the sheriff's department. But I need you to return that form back to Ms. Free so that we can take the forms back over to the sheriff's department today.
Okay.
Rashonda Holiday.
I'm here.
Jermaine Brown.
He's in custody in Fulton County.
What's the reset date for Rice Street, Ms. Free?
That date is April 13th.
Ma'am, your case is going to be reset to April 13th. That's the inmate date. April 13th. Place your email in the chat so we can send you that reset notice. And like I said, it's a special date that's set up for people that are in the Fulton County jail or any other jail that we know about. Place your email in the chat and we'll send you a reset notice, okay? Thank you, ma'am. Michael Jeffrey.
Here.
Marcus Nathaniel Stoner. Does not live there according to whoever, so it's reset until April the 7th at 2 p.m. Sir, place your email in the chat. We'll send you a reset notice in the sheriff's form. Fill that sheriff's form out completely. I don't know. They said that he doesn't live there, so it needs a different address. The 2 to 4 hour time frame would be the best time to serve them, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Once you push email in chat, you can leave. Is there anyone's name that's a party that I did not call your name? A party, not a witness, a party. Okay. That's good. So you got proof of service from Ms. Simmons?
I did send it. I don't know if your office.
Ask you, Ms. Free.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Ms. Simmons, the only thing attached to these emails are pictures of a car.
I sent one before that. I sent one before that.
For 1 and 2?
No, there's one that it says affidavit of service. So yeah.
All right, Your Honor, I have it and does confirm service on March 21st at 12:40 p.m.
Show up. Ms. Simmons, raise your right hand. You swear for testimony about to give us the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is everything in your petition still true and correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
You still in field for your safety?
Yes, Your Honor.
Has he made contact with you since he's been served?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Are you asking this be put in place for 12 months?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Yeah, here, Your Honor, I'm here.
Well, how come you never answered? Oh, you were busy
I did.
smoking. All right. Well, here this is. All right. Raise your right hand. It says Maisie iPhone, which goes completely against, once again, the message that goes into the waiting room. Change your screen name to your name.
I'm sorry, I don't know how to do that.
You made it Maisie iPhone. And when you very first sign on, it says, boop, and all you gotta do is put your name in there, and you didn't do that. You know what? Let's see. We got an officer sitting here. Let's hear from this officer so we can get this officer back on the street. So you're representing Mr. Younger. All right, where's this one at?
That's correct, Judge.
All right, just give me a second to take care of. All right, Ms. Thompson, Ms. Segura, y'all raise your right hands. Y'all swear for testimony about to give the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I do.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Thompson, please. For all that is holy, follow my instructions and start from the most recent event, work backwards, Give me details. Don't get on 285. Tell me what time it is and how to build the clock. And tell me what this
Okay, ma'am.
lady has done to you.
She has been calling my phone several times. I had to change my number 400 times. She has been coming to my work while I'm at the mall working. She have come there to interrupt me and threaten me, speaking of my address, and she's gonna harm me. We had a conversation. She said she was gonna cut my tongue out, or my tongue needs to be cut out. She also came back to my work yesterday, following me, telling me that she loved me. Show up to my other job a week, maybe 2 weeks ago. That's all on camera. She came in front of my vehicle when I was leaving 10 o'clock in the night, uninvited, after being blocked and told not to contact me again. My girlfriend's tire flashed after she spoke, like 3 days after she spoke on my address and threatened my girlfriend.
No matter what she did to your girlfriend. Who is this person to you?
Right. Was a friend.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Segura. What do you got to say to all that?
Okay. So yes, the most recent situation was yesterday. I knew nothing about a restraining order. Her job that she's speaking about is an EJ. It's not a patrol job. It's where I met her at in Lenox Mall. So like me following her around the mall, no. There's camera footage at the mall that I'm working on getting pulled to show that I do not follow her in the mall. I seen her yesterday, which was the first time that I've seen her in about 2 weeks. So honestly, I went up to her yesterday and I told her, I said, Adjo, you're gonna ignore me forever? And then I said, she said, girl, get away from me. And then I said, like, you know, I kind of like put my hands up, like, what? Like, what's going on? Like, just let me apologize. And I said, you know, I love you. And then she pulled her taser out. And then when I seen her pull her taser out, which is the second time she's done this to me, I walked away, and I guess maybe she had phoned her girlfriend, because when I turned around, her girlfriend then attacked me. So I'm working on paperwork for her girlfriend. The event that she's speaking about at Midtown Blue, that's my home address. I passed by her car that night. I seen her sitting in the car when I was leaving a taco place that I go to pretty much every other night. So I seen her, and again, I never once threatened her life that night. I walked past her car and I said, same thing. I never approached her window. I put my hands in the air and I said, hey, can you talk to me for a minute? She backed out like crazy, ran over like all the cones. And if you look at the footage, which I'm working on getting pulled as well, I was standing there like, what are you doing? We've been cheating for 8 months. You've been cheating with me on your girlfriend for 8 months. So like, no, I wouldn't threaten your life. I've been doing everything that you have asked me to do for 8 months. If I wanted to sabotage your situation, I would have sabotaged it in August of 2022. I worked with her girlfriend. So go back. The other event that she's speaking about in Lenox Mall, that other event that's listed on, I just found out about her girlfriend's tires being slashed. I literally contacted Fulton County. I don't remember all the words behind Fulton County this morning. And I got them to email me because I got served last night with an ex parte. And from my understanding, an ex parte is a type of protective order for someone that feels like there's imminent danger. And I'm like, that night that's in question, when all of this started, Adro called me. I have incoming call records where she called me that night. I didn't just follow her through the mall. She had blocked me because I sent her girlfriend a message and told her girlfriend, can you please tell Adro to stop calling me and texting me about your crybaby ass? Because all she does when we're on the phone is pillow talk about her girlfriend and how terrible she is as a partner and how she wants to be single and all these things. And I'm like, well, if you want to be single, like I can help you be single. Let me go ahead and text your girlfriend. It was triggered by a statement that Adro made on the phone. It wasn't something that I was doing to be vindictive. She said, she made a comment to me and it did trigger me to text her girlfriend that night. She did block me after that. But after she blocked me, and I would have been more prepared had I known I had a restraining order against me. I didn't even know until yesterday. But I pulled up, I don't know how this works, but I pulled up some of my phone records. There was not a phone 400 dial. That's exaggerated. It's probably about 45 calls. But in that, if you look at the call records, there's times where I would call her and she would answer, and she told me that she was going to keep me blocked because her girlfriend was kind of like onto her situation, and that she would call me back. And if you look in my call records, all of that shows. You can subpoena my call records from Verizon. It shows all throughout the day where I would call her blocked maybe 3 times, and then she would call back and we would stay on the phone for about 30, 40 minutes each time. And then that night in question in Lenox Mall, I don't remember the date. I looked at my credit card statement. I think it's wrong. It said February 6th, but I think it was the 7th. I paid for my food because Adro called me, and on that call, she was doing an EJ in Lenox Mall. She was where she's always at, in the food court area. And while she was on the call, like she does all the time, there was a guy that came up that was flirting with her, and I told her, I said, like, we already got our shit going. Excuse me, I don't know if I'm supposed to curse on this, but we already have our stuff going on. Like, with your girlfriend, I didn't text your girlfriend. You're still talking to me. She was like, I'm just trying to figure things out. I can't deal with this right now. I don't even know if I want to continue this. I was like, okay, cool. She's told me that like 4 or 5 times, and we've been talking since August 1st, 2022. I still have all my text records, which I can provide to the court. I'm sure she deleted hers because she's in a relationship. I was single this whole time, so I still have every proof of everything that has ever transpired between us, even after, I guess, the supposed order was in place, where I contacted her on Cash App. But that's just like, if you look at my Cash App from previous relationships, when I get blocked, I send them $1 and say, hey, babe, please unblock me. I did that 3 times in Cash App, and I contacted her on WhatsApp because that's the other app that we've talked on before. I'm just reaching out. I never made any threat on her life. So I was shocked yesterday to find out about an ex parte. That specific night in question, though, and I'm sure she has the video because she was recording me when I was walking up to her. When I walked up to her, I said, first of all, I was on the phone asking her, can you please come outside? Adro and I have been talking since August. Again, Lenox Mall has footage that records every single day, 24/7. If you pull back footage, you'll see how she and I would meet in the mall. We would have lunch together in the mall. She told me where she parks in the back of the mall, and I read through her statement where she said that I went to the officer's exit. That's our spot where I would meet her every night for us to talk for the few minutes that she had before her girlfriend would call and she would leave. So it's not like I'm stalking her, and I didn't know these locations prior to. That specific night, though, I'm asking her to get the guy out of her ear. It wasn't another officer. It was a person in the mall. She told me this guy's drunk, and I was like, okay, but like every time, like we don't have that much time, and you're gonna be going home to your girlfriend in a minute. So like, tell him to walk off. If you're not dealing with any police work with him, then you can ask him to leave. She didn't. So I was like, you can't come outside and talk to me for 5 minutes, but you can stand there and talk to a drunk guy and let him flirt with you for however long you were going to let that go on. So then I got up. I was sitting with a friend in North Italia, the restaurant attached to Lenox Mall. I walked to Lenox Mall. I'm yelling at Adro on the phone. We're on the phone this night. And you'll see in all of whatever I need to send my call records to, there are blocked calls in between, but there are the times that she called me back, and all those calls are incoming calls. So I literally I was yelling at her all through the mall on the phone. She never once hung up. She stayed on the phone with me. I walked up to her and I said, whenever I walked up, and I'm sure her body cam and other officers' body cameras that were there, was 4 guys when I walked up. I said, what is this?
I don't even, whoo.
There's a lot.
Show me some proof, Miss Thompson, that she called you 400 times.
A lot.
Well, you got to show me some proof that she called you and you told her to quit calling. And she's not a friend.
She admitted.
Obviously, you guys are in some sort of relationship, in the side, whatever. But she's not just a friend. So show me some proof that you told her to stop calling you. And that she called you That many times? How many times? Show me some proof. Share your screen.
I only have video recording of her
video.
admitting to calling me. Oh, do I do this? Okay, share screen. Oh, you know what? I have it on the other phone as well.
Robin, you have to share your screen so we can all see it. Not just hold it up and play it.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn it around to you right now. I didn't know I could I was able to do this, so I didn't.
Miss Counselor, are you wanting to consent to something, or you still want to have a hearing with your client? Mr. Reza?
Yeah. Okay,
Sorry,
I'm coming
Judge,
to it right now.
You're gonna want to have a hearing?
Well, I would like to take a moment to speak with Ms. James, if it's possible, but that's obviously at her discretion as well, so we can make a unified announcement.
Ms. James, do you feel comfortable going in there and speaking with him? I mean, he can't do anything to you if he does anything inappropriate. I don't think his law license is worth that. Would you like to go into a
Sure, that'll be fine, Judge.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And then y'all can just pop back in here. If you accidentally bump yourself out, you can just rejoin.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, Miss Thompson, let's go. I gotta see this.
Okay, this is.
Okay.
Can you hear it? Can you hear it, ma'am?
This is a joke today. Yeah.
Ma'am, can you hear it?
No, no.
Okay. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, sure. Okay, I'm trying to.
Well, you need to share your screen and play it. How many times did she call you? Show me a call log.
Okay, I'm just trying to see where do I share the screen from here. Share. Okay.
There'll be 3 little dots somewhere. You tap on that, it'll allow you to share your screen.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead and play it. If it sounds, you got to hit the little button that says include sound. And please don't show me pictures that I cannot unsee.
Oh, this is too much. Just give me 1 minute, ma'am, so I could just select the thing because all my pictures are in this one. I don't want to. My son picture and stuff. 1 minute.
Y'all gonna make me eat an entire box of Girl Scout cookies today. Just let you know.
Okay.
Mr. Harbonius, did you figure out how to work your audio? Nope, you didn't. You got to figure it out, Mr. Harbonius, because Ain't nothing we can do if you can't hear, if I can't hear you.
All right, here we go. Okay.
All right, you got it figured out?
Yes, ma'am. I had to put it in a where I could just grab it without. Yeah. Okay, can you see that, ma'am?
Not sharing your screen yet.
Screen share. Okay, so this, that.
Thanks,
Is that it?
Mr. Hibonius, have you figured it out yet? No, Ms. Thompson, you haven't shared
Still,
your
it's saying share. It's saying share screen.
But it ain't sharing. All I can see is you.
Screen. It
Judge,
said
I should be
microphone.
in now.
All right, put yourself back
Microphone
over.
off. Okay. Okay, no. Okay, got it. Sorry.
What's going on with you?
There's nothing going on with me. My leg.
Why did you say you couldn't drive?
My leg is hurting. What's up?
What's wrong with your leg?
Nothing is wrong with it. It's better. It's good. What's up?
Why didn't you talk to me just now? Why did you make me look stupid like that?
Okay. Talk to me. What do you need from me?
It doesn't matter what I need from you. I never got it anyway.
Okay. So what's up? What can I do for you now? Well, that's one. I guess not in that one, but maybe this one is when she said. Can you judge?
Just don't forget that I loved you too.
Okay, here we go. We're back at that.
Like seriously, you always play me fucking left. Like I don't have feelings.
Okay, well, I'm sorry you feel like that.
And you don't mean that shit. That's your same old sorry ass sorry you always give for everything.
So what can I do for you?
What could you ever do for me?
I'm asking. Because this is just getting too much. I don't know what to tell the lieutenant. Because you standing in front of the car, holding the door. I don't know how to explain that to him. And this is getting a little bit weird. I don't want to lose my job. I'm trying to just focus on my son. I have a lot of stuff going on, and I'm not.
What are you talking about? Like, what are you even talking about? You're a human. Just explain it for what it was. It ain't got nothing to do with your job.
Okay, but you're calling me about 400 times today.
About what?
400 times.
I didn't call you 400 times.
Oh, yes, it was about 400 times.
No, it was like 200 times.
200? Okay. So, Judge, it's a long video.
Why'd you call her 200 times, Kim Segura?
Hello.
Why did you call her 200 times? Let me see. Just hold on.
I'm not sure that it was 200 times.
You said 200, but stand by. Counsel, what you guys figure
I
out?
don't know how many times I can pull up the record. I just said
All right,
that because
stop talking.
I mean, we were
Stop
at a
talking.
point where.
Stop talking. Go
Okay.
ahead, counsel. Y'all figure out.
Yes, Your Honor, it's okay. I believe that we're going to need to move forward with the hearing this afternoon, whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
All right,
you.
it's on there, Mr. Gore. It said 200 times. I didn't call you 400, I called you 200. So here's what I'm looking at this as, is that you and Ms. Thompson have an
Yes,
affair.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Thompson, if your girlfriend or whatever don't know that you were having an affair, you know now. You might want to find another place to sleep this evening because she knows now.
Yeah, so it wasn't
I don't care. I don't
sexual.
want to hear about it. Ain't none of my business. I don't care.
Yes,
I know
Judge.
everything is right in my house. You got to get your house in order. But this is ridiculous.
That's right, ma'am. Yes,
So,
ma'am.
I mean,
Yeah.
what do you want me to do with this lady? She sat there and said, I mean, and why in the world would you call her 200 times?
It was just, I mean, I don't know. I missed her that day. She blocked me and I was just calling her because I was blocked. She never told me that she was going to block me. She just blocked me. So I just called her until she answered. And we talked more after that.
Let me ask you a question, Mr. Burr. What's your opinion of yourself?
I think I'm pretty awesome.
Really?
Oh, absolutely.
You think you're so awesome. You must not have a really high opinion of yourself because you're messing around with somebody who's in a relationship with somebody. And that doesn't.
Got caught up in that.
Well, how'd you get caught up in with it?
I started having feelings instantly. I had feelings.
Okay,
instantly.
and when she said, "I got somebody," you're supposed to be way more mature than those feelings. I didn't got caught up. I've had feelings for people too.
It was really hard because she worked in the store that I worked in. So I seen her every day. We would text every day, and it turned into that. It turned into me loving her and loving everything about her and making sure anything that she told me she needed, I got it.
I never needed anything.
The video that you just played with your feet hurting, I have boots in my trunk because the shoes that you wear to work are not right.
What are y'all gonna do? What are you gonna do, Miss Thompson? You gonna keep seeing her because y'all are serious?
No, I'm not seeing her at all. Since that incident, I never spoke back with her. Since I blocked her, I've never called her. So she said I blocked her and called her. I answered her and started to record her. I never.
So when did she call you, Miss Fedora? This is insane.
I never called her once I blocked her. Never ever contacted her. Never ever after.
So February 2nd was the day that she initially blocked me because we were on the phone and I would always threaten her to tell her girlfriend. And it was just like, I wasn't really going to do it. It was just like, it was just something
that typical, I'm the side piece and I'm going to make all these empty threats.
Yes, because honestly, it was like she would tell me all these bad things about her girlfriend and how she wasn't good for her and how she wanted to be single. And I'm like, so leave her. She lives with you. You have everything. She lives off you. So why don't you just leave her? And she would be like, she can't, she won't leave.
I tell you what, maybe there is a producer from Lifetime that can make a book, that can write a movie about this, because that's about what it is on that old, like a woman scorned weekend on Lifetime.
Even after the second, though, Your Honor, we conversed all the way up until the 7th. I'm sorry. Let me check my.
Since I blocked you, I've never called you or talked to you about anything that I was.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something.
Yes, ma'am.
Since Stonewall, LGBTQ people have fought like crazy. People have died at Stonewall. People have gotten beaten up. People have lost their friends, their family. They fought to get the right to marry and to be treated just like everybody else. I don't even like to say same-sex marriage. Heck, it's a marriage, one or the other. But this is what all of the naysayers, they say, see, them gay people shouldn't be able to be married together.
Exactly.
No, listen to me.
My family's saying.
Not realizing that there's plenty of men that do this same crap, but what are y'all doing? Y'all just give fodder to those people that say, oh, gay people shouldn't be able to do nothing, shouldn't be able to have kids, shouldn't be able to do this, shouldn't be able to do that. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. Because people, when they see people acting out like this, they will use you too and say, that's what all gay people act like. That's what people will do. That's what non-gay people, that is what they do. I've heard it. And that's not it. Y'all are just regular people, but you came on here and you aired your laundry. But it's embarrassing. We are fighting today still for women's rights, same-sex rights. Hey, we ain't been able to vote that long. But y'all want to get on here. Let me tell you, Miss Thompson, you want a divorce, you want to dump your girlfriend, she's not right for you, dump her. Miss Segura, leave her alone. I'm not putting a TPO because both of y'all are going to probably lose your jobs. Y'all better get to acting right. And Miss Thompson, you're on the EJ, or you working? You better be out there policing. Stop messing around with somebody that you're seeing. I was a cop for 15 years, and I'd be damned if I wasted time with anybody on the side. When I'm there, I'm doing my job, extra job or whatever. Miss Segura, she comes back one more time and says you called her again. I'm gonna put a TPO on your head so fast it'll make your head swim. You hear me?
I don't even have her number now. She changed her number. And
well, good. Leave her alone. I don't care. You can find. I tell you what, Mr. Gore, if she calls you and gives it to you, why don't you block it? I don't know your definition of love, but that ain't a definition of love.
Honestly, when you see the movie, you'll see all the facts.
What movie? They got no movie today. Y'all put your emails in the chat. Y'all can both leave the meeting. And Ms. Thompson, good luck when you go home when your significant other or whatever she may be learns about all this that she's worked on. Y'all need to get it together. Just get it together. You don't love somebody, you're going to cheat on somebody. She tells you stop calling her, stop calling her. And guess what? When she blocks you,
Judge, we were friends.
Will not make somebody answer the question. Don't make them answer the phone.
Judge, I'm sorry. Did you ask a question? I missed it. I'm sorry.
No, I said I'm telling her if you call her once, twice, 3, 40, 50, 200 times, they're gonna make her answer the phone.
Yeah, exactly. Judge, she's a friend and I hooked up with one of my friends as well.
So
she hooked me up with her friend so that I can be around her.
I don't want to hear all that. Okay. I don't want to hear all that.
All right, I copy.
I really don't want to hear all that. I really don't, because it just.
I copy.
And Ms. Thompson, when you know for a fact, when you get into something like this, you could lose your job because somebody could say you did something, whether you did it or not, and go lie on you. You know you could lose your job.
I wouldn't lie on you.
You got to be extra careful. I'm not saying you, Mr. Gore, but you got to be careful.
Yes, ma'am. That's why I'm doing this, because she keeps showing up everywhere and I don't know.
Stop showing up where she's at.
She told me she killed people. She told me a lot of stuff. I'm just trying to protect myself because of my job.
She only took Midtown Blue because I live at 855 West Peachtree, and she said that was a time for us to spend together.
I did not say. What are you talking about?
I live at 855.
Why would I take that job for you?
You did that job at 855 Peachtree. You're gonna see me.
Both of y'all place your emails in the chat. Y'all can leave the meeting. Once you place your emails in the chat, y'all can leave the meeting. If she has to come back again, I'm putting it in place. This is insane. All right, Mr. Issa, how long do you think your case is going to take?
Probably about 30, 45 minutes.
Okay, let me get a couple more. I mean, this has been a day from. Let me see.
Yeah, no, I understand. I understand.
All right, Carter versus Russell. Where you guys at? Thank y'all. Both of you, raise your right hand. Y'all swear affirm testimony about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Yes. Carter, you got any witnesses?
No.
All right, what about you, Ms. Russell?
No, I don't have none right now.
Okay, no, not right now. You don't have none, you don't have none. All right, Ms. Carter. Please.
Okay, so this started on the 21st of February. She came in kind of drunk, I assume it's from the club, and had music playing. One of her women that she's dealing with, she's in there, they having an argument. It's music playing kind of loud. I have a computer, by the way, we're roommates. There's a computer that's close to my room. It's kind of loud because the walls are thin. It's 4:44 a.m., the timestamp on the text. And I'm just saying, I told her, I said, do you mind turning the music down? I'm telling her, I know that it might not be that loud to you, but the computer is by my room and I'm tired. I work at night anyway, so I'm trying to get rest. The argument is escalating. They're talking about fighting. So the girl, she gets up and leaves. The argument goes into the hallway. So while they're in the hallway, I just took the time to go turn the music down. She sees that I'm up, comes in, and she's talking about breaking the lease because we don't speak. We usually have arguments and stuff like that, but it doesn't get to the point where we get physical. So I wasn't paying her no attention. Then she comes in my room and says something, and I know it's something that has to be derogatory just by her energy. So I come out and I say, "What did you say?" And so then that's when we started escalating, and we're going back and forth. She runs up on me, and so now we're both being aggressive towards each other. And she's saying "F my dead dad," and I'm asking her, like, "Are you on something?" And she's like, "My mother, who was stage 5 dialysis," she's like, "My mother is on all this medication and stuff like that." Then it progresses to her spitting on me, so twice. So I ended up spitting back on her. Then this progresses to her trying to pick up a hookah with hot coals, trying to hit me with it. Casamigos bottle, trying to hit me with that. Pots, anything that you could think of. So at this point, I'm trying to fight her back, self-defense. And she's going around our couch because at this point, I'm just fed up. I'm over it. And she pulls out a gun. So I'm just standing there and like in disbelief because it's like we're more like family anyway. So it's like nothing is gonna make me. I've never gotten into it with somebody that I care about and thought, let me go grab a weapon. So at this point, I know that she's not playing. I'm scared because I don't know whether she's gonna do something to me or not. And so then that same day I left because she wanted me to leave, but my name was on the lease. But if somebody has a gun to you and they're telling you they want you to leave, I'm gonna leave. So that's what I did. I didn't come back to get my clothes until the 27th. And I had an on-site security come and assist me just to make sure things didn't escalate again because I didn't know what I was walking into because the sporadic behavior is unpredictable and I don't want anything else to happen. So they assisted me getting my clothes. I left my bed and everything else. I didn't want to cause no commotion. I just wanted my clothes. Then after that, I received an email on behalf of our apartment complex, Emily Lennox. Their attorney representing them is telling me that, and my name is still on the lease, by the way, that we are going to be going through the process of eviction because they're saying that she shot out a window. So I have not been there since the 21st. So they're telling me I'm about to have this eviction on my record because we both violated lease terms. But in the email, it's saying that she was the only one on the property. So I've been going back and forth with this leasing office to make sure that I'm not getting evicted because I was not present during any of this. I don't even know anything about why a firearm was discharged in the apartment.
That has nothing to do with this. And March 1st, you didn't pay March.
It does because it's showing that you have a pattern of aggressive
I just want you
behavior.
to get back to what she did to you specifically.
It's a pattern of aggressive behavior, is what I'm saying. That's why I fear. I don't want her in jail. I don't want her locked up. I don't want any of that. I just want us to separate because clearly we're not able to get along and now it's going too far.
Okay. So, but you guys were just roommates, friends, right?
We were roommates. Yes.
Which one?
What did you say?
I said, are you just roommates or are you in a relationship?
No, we were not in a relationship. Okay. We've been involved before, but it was both, really.
Okay, so tell me what it is you want me to do. Y'all don't live together anymore, right?
No, I left, but I'm saying I just want to make sure that we're not, because it's been phone calls and texts to my mother who has nothing to do with this. You see what I'm saying? When I tried to leave and take matters into my own hands and let it be for what it was, I'm still getting no caller. I not to this day, but on the 28th, I got a no caller ID phone call, March 3rd. And then you're texting my mom, and that's too much. Because we had already went our separate ways. So I just don't want us to have no contact with each other. And I want my mom left out of it. She has health problems. She doesn't have nothing to do with it.
All right, hold on. Ms. Russell, I viewed you 10 minutes ago, but you now take yourself off mute and talk to me directly.
All right. So what do you want me to start at, ma'am?
Probably, I mean, respond to
okay, so yeah, we had this look. We started off as it was business going on where I was managing her, blah, blah, blah. Doesn't matter. She had a situation where her father died. I felt sorry for her because she was living with these older guys. They was taking advantage of her. So boom, I give her a place to stay. She stayed in my first place with me, but she didn't have a room. So I was like, you know what? Let's build you a little credit. Let's build you this and that so you can have some stability and have your own room and this and that. But I don't want you to have male company because I have a lot of belongings in the house that I don't want these guys to come in and I feel unsafe and that they be stealing. You can have a partner or whoever you deal with, but I don't want number of guys keep coming in and out the place. Boom. That's where we started having the disagreements at because she wanted this guy to come, that guy to come, this and that. When we got into it that day, the only reason a gun was in the place of anything, a guy was in the mix of this trying to hold us back from being confrontational with each other. No gun was pointed towards her, near her, and I don't know why she would want to say that to try to make me look as bad or whatever. I hadn't did nothing but help her this whole time, and that's that. The guy, he was being manly, like using his muscle against me. And guess what I told him? I said, you're in my home. If you use your muscle against me one time, I'm gonna show you exactly why not to touch a female again. And that was that. That was towards him. He said he's sorry. He apologized, and that was that. She came back after that. I didn't say anything to her or nothing when she came and got her belongings. And when the guy was out the door, I didn't say anything about that. Only thing I said something to her mother is about this rent because we have a lease together and I want the business taken care of. I don't care about her, about what she does or anything of that nature. I just want the lease is in both our name and I care about my credit. I'm in the stage right now that I can buy a home and I'm in this position from helping somebody. And it's done bit me in the booty. So all I want is her to pay the rent. After I went on and paid the rent, which I have the paperwork to show that, once I paid the rent, I didn't hear her mother up or nothing or nobody. I told her mother that I would get the last laugh and the text message that I sent on the Text Me Free app, it said that I'm going to sue you. I said, you playing with me and I'm going to sue. That's the only thing I threatened her about is suing for that remainder of that rent. I paid the rent. So that's the only thing I care about is the money. And I helped you be in the state of mind that you can have somewhere to stay.
I'm talking to her. You're just testifying and talking.
I understand that. I apologize, but yeah, I just want the rent money and call that a day. It's not that I'm being around her or looking for her or keep calling her. I hadn't called her since the rent been paid. No phone calls at all, ma'am. Now, I'm not that type. I'm not no stalker type, no care about what you're doing type. I'm not that. All I wanted for her is to have something for herself because I know how it is to be without a parent. Of course, when you feel like somebody's taking advantage of you, it hurts.
All right, stop. All right, see, okay. Ms. Carter, what is it that you want? I mean, this isn't small claims court. You go about the rent. That's a y'all problem. That ain't a this court problem. This is just about domestic violence.
That's all it's
about.
What
is it you want, Ms. Carter?
I just don't want us to be in contact no more. And I brought it to this point because she contacted my mother. My mother doesn't have nothing to do with it. And
she contacted me on Instagram. That's how it started. She was on Instagram.
Oh my God. Where's my gavel, Amber? Who took it out of here? All right. This says, tell me about this specifically. This, all right, spit on you. What did she spit on you February the 21st?
Yes.
All right. And she attempted to throw a glass bottle hookah toward you, right?
Yes. And
okay, and you said, see, look how I'm doing this, getting to what I need to know. And you said she threatened you by saying she would post revenge porn.
Yeah, she's saying, basically, she
And you
told my
brought
mom
the-
that
So
she,
but now I just need yes and no.
yes,
And have you blocked her from social media?
yes,
But she still finds ways to get in touch with you and get on there.
through my mother, yes.
No, we haven't. Let's be real. Come, she's telling a story. I promise. That's
I'm
a
not
lie.
telling. Why would I tell a story? You contacted
about
my
the
mother through DM.
I've muted them both. Some I do not know what's wrong with people today. Miss Free, I sent you a message.
Sorry, Anna, I'll check it now.
All right. You moved out, right? Anyway, y'all are going to get in touch with each other? Miss Carter? Miss Russell? This is just more like you want your money back. She wants you to leave her alone. This is not rise to the level of a TPO. This rises to the level of making me crazy. You got to handle whatever you got to handle in small claims court. Leave Miss Carter alone. Period. Leave her alone. If she has to file again because you won't leave her, stop reaching out to her mother. Y'all are grown women. You may have just lost the money. Maybe she ain't gonna pay the rent. Maybe she's not going to. Maybe it's just all on you. Denying it for failure to prove. Y'all place your email in the chat. What you do, y'all can both leave the meeting.
Thank you.
I never had Amy Julios and Kevin Julios. They didn't show up. Mission 5.
This mute button. Yes, Your Honor. No show.
All right, there's a failure to appear. All right, let's see. Ooh, you mean I really got past that one? All right. I'm going to let this other case go, Mr. James and Mr. Younger, because I want everybody else on here to watch and listen. All right. It's just the parties, right, Mr. Issa? Ms. James, take yourself off mute. Mr. Younger, take yourself off mute. All right. Y'all raise your right hands. Y'all swear affirm testimony about to give us the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Yes.
Mr. Issa, you didn't order a court reporter, did you?
I did not, Your Honor.
Okay, because there was just one in the waiting room. I was making sure. All right, Ms. James, go ahead and tell me. Start from the beginning. I mean, the most recent event, and just work backwards. And then Mr. S is going to ask you some questions.
Okay. You're speaking with me, Judge?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Thank you. I am, thank you. I am in fear of my son's safety and their mental health. On Thursday, March 2nd, defects showed up at my house unannounced. Both children spoke with a representative, and they told her that their father has paddled them. He makes the other child watch, and that their father has been punching them over the years in the stomach, chest, shoulders, back, and their head. My youngest child got in trouble at school, and he was paddled for 4 days on four consecutive days by his father, leaving an open wound and bruises. Ma'am.
What date was that?
That was February 24th, Thursday, February 23rd, 24th, 25th, and 26th.
Okay.
I do have pictures if you would allow me to show my screen.
Sure. It's not going to show genitalia or anything like that.
No, just the behind, just the buttocks. Where it shows the sore.
There's some sick people out there.
I understand. I
child.
understand.
So I don't-
Yeah, so,
Counsel, do you stipulate that there are bruises on the buttocks? Please don't.
yes, ma'am, there were,
No,
there.
hold on, I'm talking to the attorney.
Judge, I don't mind that I have not seen them, but I am aware of what it would show. So with all due respect, I would absolutely object to them being presented here, though I think it'd be a bad idea for all of us to have them presented here in open court.
Right, can you email it to that lawyer, let him look at them?
I can email them. Do you have email address ready, Ms. Dessa?
Yes, I do. I'll put it in the chat. Judge, do you want to take on the next matter while I just get that? And maybe we'll finish this up with nobody in the courtroom anyway.
Okay, and I will put my email in the chat to you, Mr. Issa, so you can just email it to me.
Will do.
Thank you.
All right, let's see. So position 5 on the 11-point calendar was here, Ms. Free?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Position 5 was here? I don't know.
Yes,
I didn't have
position
marked
5 for
anything.
the 11 was here. She
I
made
don't
it.
have either one of them marked.
Her screen name was Amy Bagara, not Amy Julius, but she was here.
Okay, was he here?
He was not.
Okay, maybe tell Sasha to get her back on the line.
Okay.
All right, Cynthia Bradley, Leon King.
Yes, here.
All right, Mr. King, got to turn your camera on. Got to turn your camera on.
I'm trying. I don't know.
It's been on this whole time. All right, now take yourself off mute. Both of y'all. Y'all swear affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Mr. King, you're gonna have to take yourself off mute. Let me see you, not your ceiling. I need you to say yes. I just swore you in.
Yes, I'm
Okay,
here.
go ahead. Okay.
I'm here.
Ms. Bradley, start with the most recent event, work backwards. Please be specific and please stick
yes,
to the
ma'am.
facts of what he did to you.
Okay, Leon King is my brother. He lives on the property at 5700 Spence Circle, where my 93-year-old mother lives. But I am her guardian and I hold the power of attorney over
Tell me
her.
what he did.
What he did, and I have a video to show it.
Okay,
and this
can you
was
share your screen?
Okay. And right here. Is it on?
What's this video of? I don't see it. You're not sharing your screen.
Can you see it?
No, ma'am, you're not sharing your screen yet. You got to figure out how to share your screen.
Oh, hold on.
All right, why are you doing that? All right, what is this video of? Your brother, what's he doing? If there's audio, you got to put share audio too. I can't hear you.
Okay, he is talking to me.
Okay, share the audio. Hold on. Share the audio, back up, play it with the audio playing, and don't talk over it. Let me watch it. So back it up, rewind it. We got to share the audio with it. All right, now play. Okay.
Okay. Where am I? Can you put it?
What day was that video?
Okay, that was on March the 3rd. It was on a Friday. This was at my mother's house. I am, like I said, my mother's legal guardian.
Got that. What else has he done?
Well, he has done this on numerous occasions. This is the time that I had been having my phone to record him doing it. I am just tired of him, and I'm afraid that he will.
Your mother afraid?
Well, my mother had called me, this is a few months ago, because he plays music real loud, and she has been concerned. But no, she's not afraid of him. But I have to take care of her. I have to be at the house.
Has he ever threatened to hurt you?
Well, just as far as getting in my face, saying horrible things to me, like he had that beer bottle. I mean, he could have hit me with that.
Okay, Mr. King, let me hear from you. Take yourself off mute, Mr. King. Take yourself off mute.
Okay, now you can speak. Go ahead.
She on this?
She can hear you now.
Ma'am?
I need to see your face. Turn your camera back on. Go ahead.
Turn the camera back. Now, see, I don't know about.
Okay,
just a second.
Okay, leave your camera on and just speak. All you gotta do, hand him his phone.
Ma'am, can you see me now?
No, I can't.
She can't still see. She can't see me. She can't hear me.
I can hear you. Stop turning the camera off.
No, ma'am, I'm not doing anything to the camera.
Well, it's on, then it's off, then it's on, then it's somebody. I'm not doing it. I can't.
Well, can you see me, ma'am? No. Hello? Ma'am?
No, I cannot see you.
She can't see me.
She can't see him.
Is anybody ready that knows what they're doing? Anybody? Well, how Bonius, you couldn't make your stuff getting going at first. Now all of a sudden you got audio.
I'm ready, Judge.
Oh, easy now. Bring him in here. Bring Mr. King in. We got a deputy. Get a deputy up here and bring Mr. King in this courtroom with a deputy. I'm gonna get back to you. It's free. Get a deputy and bring Mr. King in my courtroom with a deputy.
They're right here.
Get a deputy now. I know it. Get a deputy right now.
But she's saying
just stand by, Mr. King. I'm gonna hear from you, but I'm gonna hear from you right in here. I'm even gonna invite this little camera right here. I gotta bring in here, but I gotta have a deputy. It's gonna bring in here.
Let me get my stuff.
Just hold on, Mr. King. We're gonna get a deputy in here.
Yeah.
Hold on, we're gonna get a deputy in here so I can hear you. You're gonna stand right here in front of me. So just have a seat.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
All right. Okay. Who's ready? All right, all right, Mr. Giles. Try this. Nope. Let's try this one.
Mr. Giles here.
Where's the Amy Bengriet? Miss Amy Bengriet, raise your right hand for me. Take yourself off mute. You swear affirm testimony about to give the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. Take yourself off mute. It's Amy. Take yourself off mute. Take yourself off of mute. Thank you. Whatever you got in your mouth, spit it out. Take it. Okay. You swear affirm the testimony about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Is everything right? And we got him here, right? Kevin? Kevin didn't show up, right? Everything in your petition true and correct.
Kevin's on Rice Street.
Now we know that. Reset her for a jail date, Miss Free. Place your email in the chat. We're going to send you a new notice for a jail date. You can go ahead and leave
Okay.
Place your email in the chat.
Okay.
Counsel, you want a job like mine right now?
I thought I learned how to practice patience with a new dog the other day, and I can suggest that I have not learned patience at all. God bless you.
I don't know what in the world happened today. Once you place your email in the chat, Miss Amy, you can leave. Courtney Simmons. Courtney Simmons. Courtney Simmons.
Here.
All right. Raise your right hand. Mr. Harrison, both of you. I swear affirm testimony about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, trying to figure this thing out with this podium on, but it's not working. Miss Free, can you come mute? All right, there's going to be a little feedback because somebody's been in here messing with my system. So Miss Simmons, start with the most recent event. Tell me what.
So February 1st, I arrived at Mr. Harrison's residence to pick up our son Preston that we share, but he is not legitimized. I did let Mr. Harrison know that I didn't want to talk. I just wanted to get my son and leave. And he persisted on trying to talk, and I tried to, get my son ready to go, and he persisted and persisted, and the conversation escalated to the point where I told him to just go in his room and allow me to get my son ready, in which he got upset and grabbed me and told me, watch who the fuck you talk to. I responded in self-defense when Mr. Harrison, then he grabbed me and he lifted me in the air and slammed me on the ground right in front of my son. When I got upset, Mr. Harrison went and grabbed his phone and started recording me and started pushing me out the door. I kept saying, I just want to get my son and leave. I want to get my son and leave. He kept pushing me out the door with the phone in my face. When I knocked the phone out his hand and I managed to move past him and grab my phone in my purse and I tried to reach for my son, he then took me to the door and literally lifted me up and threw me out the house. After that, the situation escalated where a reporting was presented to the police, in which I can't speak of because it's an open case. However, there is against me a no contact order in which I've been honoring, and I have not contacted Mr. Harrison at all since the incident. And since we share a son that has not been legitimized, I had removed him on the pickup list for the son because we do not have a parental agreement. On February the 6th, I received a phone call from the school because Mr. Harrison arrived at the school causing a commotion because he's trying to pick up our son, Preston. The school then, distraught because they didn't know what to do. They're not used to situations like this, and they don't understand the Georgia law.
Doesn't matter about that. Move along.
So Mr. Harrison, they relieved Mr. Harrison. They released my son to Mr. Harrison, in which, because we have a no contact order, I had to request a police escort. The officer didn't. Yes.
No contact order because he was arrested?
No, it was a no contact order because I was arrested because of the footage on the video. So we share a son together, which he isn't legitimized. He took my son from the school, and I had to contact the police to receive a police escort to obtain my son. The detective had contacted Mr. Harrison. I do not have a police report because Officer Edie did not write a report, but I obtained a copy of the phone call the detective made to Mr. Harrison, in which the call he acknowledges that my son had not been legitimized, acknowledged that there was a no contact order, and in the end, he was advised to get my son legitimized. And he was also defiant against the detective when asked to return my son. He said, well, what if I don't return him? Which gives me cause to believe that this may happen again. Mr. Harrison has, I've not received any information about Mr. Harrison attempting to legitimize my son, but he has emailed me numerous times about contacting me numerous times to pick up my son. And he has also had friends reach out to me. And when I went to the office, to the police station to inquire on how I can protect myself from him contacting me with this, because I feel like I'm being baited to contact him and avoid him going to my son's school and picking him up, he suggested that I get the TPO. There has also been situations.
Is there a pending legitimation case?
You
know where Miss Free is? Okay. Miss Free, the deputy's looking for you. Is there a pending legitimation? Sir, have you filed one?
No, I'm actually hiring a lawyer. I'm actually about to go for full custody of my 4-year-old son.
I don't care about all that. I just said, have you filed a legitimation case?
No, ma'am. No, Your Honor.
So, I'm sorry, everybody, but somebody has messed with the whole system in here. If there's an echo, I apologize. If I mute myself, can't hear. I don't even know how to fix it. All right, let's see. Let me hear from you, sir. What about this throwing her on the ground, etc.?
All right. So my son and we share 2 kids together. So for the past 2 years, I stayed right around the corner from my son's school and around the corner from my daughter's school. So for the past 2 years, Monday through Friday, my daughter and my son come over to my house. I go pick up my son from school every day for the past 2 years. All right. So the weekend before February 1st, I have another daughter. Her mom's name is Erica. My daughter had a birthday party and she didn't want the children that me and Miss Simmons share. The children that me and Miss Simmons share together, she didn't want them around my other daughter's mom. So on February 1st, my daughter, she didn't come over my house. And so I was concerned. So I was calling my daughter. She just turned 14. I was calling my daughter and I was calling Miss Simmons. Nobody responded to me. Nobody responded to my text. So when she came to pick up our son, and when she came in to pick him up, I asked her, I was like, have you talked to Trinity? Because she hasn't came to the house. And so she automatically upset, like, yo, I ain't talking to you right now. So I'm like, I just need to know, have you talked to Trinity? Like, is she at your house or is she at my house? I can't hear you. I'm sorry, Judge, I can't hear you.
I just need to know if you slammed her on the ground.
Oh, never. 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 She got upset. She got upset, and she put her hands around. She put her hands around my neck, and I said, "You gonna do this in front of our son?" And so I took her hands off me, and I ran to my room and got my phone, and I recorded everything on the phone. So and on the video, she's punching me, she's slapping me, she's trying to choke me, and so I called 911 and I requested the police. I said, I have a lady, and I got the videos. I could screen
On
share.
this day is the day she was arrested.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have video you want to share?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you share your screen?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all can bring Mr. King on in. As soon as I finish this, we're gonna take it up with Mr. King.
I'm getting my son. I'm not
I
touching
will get him.
Get off
I will
of
get
me.
him, bro. I will
Get
get him.
off of me. Get off
I
of
will
me.
get him.
Walk away from me, dog.
Nigga, you in
Walk
my
away from
house.
me.
Just get out
My
my
shit is
house.
over there, and my
I'm
son is
gonna
over
get
there.
him, bro. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this, bro? Just get out. Just get out, bro. All right, that's one.
Fuck out.
I'll get him, man. I'll get him. Just get out my house. If I knew you was coming like this, dog, I wouldn't have let you in my house, bro. Just get out my house. Just get out my house. Just get out my house. Just get out my house.
I'm trying to get my son.
Just get out my house, bro. I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get him. Just get out my house. Just get out my house, bro. You done already put your hands on me, bro.
No.
You done already put your hands on me. Get out my house, bro. Just get out my fucking house.
Get out of me. Of course you would. Of course
Go ahead
you
and
would.
get out my house, bro. I'll bring my son outside. I'll bring my son outside. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. You done already put your hands on me and tried to choke me, bro.
You just threw me on the ground.
Cause you fucking choked me, dog. Go
threw me on the
ahead.
ground.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Get out my house, dog. Get out my house. I'll get my son.
I'm getting him.
I'll get my son, bro. It was my daughter's fucking party.
I told you to leave me alone.
It was my
Get
daughter's
that shit out my
party.
face. Get that shit out
It
my
was
face.
my daughter's party. How is my daughter's party?
I don't
And you
want
don't
a
want her
pet
there?
I don't want a pet
Bro, just get out my house. Go ahead. You going to jail. You going to jail. You going to jail. You going to jail.
You put your hands
You
on
going
me.
to jail.
You put your hands on me.
You
Go
going
ahead.
to jail.
Get
Don't go in my house.
Get off
You
of
going to jail. You going to jail.
Exactly what you want.
Go ahead, son.
Get off of
No,
me.
don't touch me.
Get off of
Don't
me.
touch me, bro.
Get off of me.
You going to jail.
Get off of
All right. Anything else from you, Ms. Simmons?
Oh,
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, let me see if she has anything she wants to say about that.
As you heard in the video, I stated you just threw me on the floor, and he admitted to throwing me on the floor, and he just stated in open court that he did not throw me on the ground. I know this was not the best light of me, but this was after I've been assaulted by Mr. Harrison. And in the video, as I was completely honest and letting you know that the situation had escalated, and I was trying to get my son, and I just wanted to get my son and leave. And he refused to let me get my son and leave. I did not want it to get to that level.
Anything else, Mr. Harris?
Yes, ma'am. Again, like I said, I've been picking up my son for 2 years. Like I said in the video, if I knew you was gonna come up acting like that, I would have never let you inside of my house. I got the paperwork with the case number. She went to jail. If I put my hands on her, I would have went to jail. But I recorded everything, according to 911 phone call. I said I do not want to hang up because I do not want to be said that I did something that I didn't do. So she went to jail. And as far as the emails and the TPO requests that she said, and I got screenshots of those too. Only thing I said was, Courtney, I just wanted to see my son. I just want to get my son. So when she called the police, when I picked my son up, it was a Monday. I went to go pick my son up like I always do for the past 2 years. So when I picked him up is when the police officer called me and said, if I don't bring him back, it'll be kidnapping because of legitimation. And I brought him back.
Have anything else?
Was that question for Mr. Harrison?
Well, that's for you. Anything else you want to tell me?
Yes, there has been incidents with my daughter, with Mr. Harrison. On in January the 26th, Mr. Harrison and my daughter and my son and another child were at Grindhouse. My daughter had made me aware of him taking my daughter and body slamming her on the ground. The incident was caught on video on the Grindhouse cameras. I had contacted the owner, and the owner indicated that he was going to call the police. I have the recording of the phone call between me and the owner of Grindhouse, and he indicated that he was going to call the police because he can only authorize.
Listen to it. The owner of Grindhouse isn't here.
According to Georgia law, it's a one
I
party.
appreciate you teaching me that. Let's do this.
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to offend you, Your Honor, but this was.
No, you didn't. But there was a lawyer earlier that tried to tell me that an opposing party couldn't call the respondent as a witness. But according to Georgia law, no, he is not here. I can't hear this recording. Is there anything else you need me to hear?
May I play the recording of that was an open record to the phone call to the
Who was the phone call between?
Between the detective and Mr. Harrison. This is an open record.
It doesn't matter, but the other party isn't here. Both parties have to be here. Anything else?
I have emails between me and Mr. Harrison.
From when?
Recently, and from the past, we've also
recently mean. Tell me what recently.
This year, and in 2018 when I was pregnant with my son.
2018. What is recent? Are they threatening messages, and what is recent? Because this video that I saw, when is Mr. Harrison, is the legitimation case been filed?
No, it hasn't been filed yet, Your Honor.
When do you plan on filing it?
I didn't know if I should just do the legitimation on my own or get a lawyer, and once I legitimize, go for the full custody.
When do you plan on? Have you met with an attorney, or when do you plan on doing it?
I'm talking to a couple right now. I got some recommendations. One name is Jeremy Robinson, from JR Law Firm.
I'm not making any recommendations. It doesn't matter who you're talking to. Y'all are gonna have to have a guardian in this. Anything else you want to? I'm just telling you ahead of time.
Mm-hmm. Yes, if possible, I can share a text message that she sent to me a week before while I was at work, where she says in the text message, "I'm going to make your life hell." If I could show you the text message and the email.
Text message, and then Ms. Simmons, you can have the last word. Go on and bring Mr. King in here. Why you pull that up? Let me let these other people. Miss Free, I do not want you staying here until it's dark. This has been a heck of a day. So if it starts to get dark, you gotta leave, you leave. Do not stay here, or get your husband to come get you. I'll walk you out. All right, let me call this 2 o'clock calendar. All right, if you're here for the 2 o'clock calendar, cameras on, stay on mute. 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 If you were here for this 2 o'clock calendar, cameras on, stay on mute. Amber, can we get IT to come fix this? It's like this horrible echo. Can you hear the echo?
Yeah, we can. So I'll call IT now to see if we can get someone to rush.
You sound like God, Judge.
Oh. Hello. All right, everybody. Let's see. Maybe I'll just put the podium back in the waiting room. All right. Let's see. Here we go. Now,
this is what she.
Let me call this 2 o'clock case. There better be some good cases on here. Nobody has listened to me today. How about this? Daniel Bragg. Take yourself off mute and say here. Danielle Bragg.
Here.
All right. Have we seen proof of service on that one, Miss Free?
Yes, Your Honor, I do have proof of service from the Atlanta Police Department.
All right, Larry Pinkston Marshall Jr. Larry Pinkston Marshall Jr. All right, Ms. Bragg, raise your right hand. You swear affirm testimony, and take yourself off mute. You swear affirm testimony about to give the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Everything in your petition is still true and correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you in fear for your safety?
Yes.
Have you been contacted by him since March 3rd?
Yes. Last week
You said yes. Yes is good enough for me.
Oh, yes.
You want this in place for 12 months?
Sorry, what was that?
Do you want this in place for 12 months?
Yes.
Okay, place your email in the chat. We'll send you a copy of the order. Stay healthy and safe. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. You too.
Once you place your email in the chat, you can leave. I've granted it. Michael Johnson.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm here.
Laura Reese.
I haven't been able to have service. I had a hearing with Judge Newkirk on Wednesday for the divorce, and he's going to put some TPO language into the divorce decree, where he said
Are you
we
wanting
can't.
to go forward? This is about to expire. That's all I need to know.
I wanted to go forward. I think I need to refile.
All right, you need to refile. There you go. He's already done. How many you put in here? You put that one in there? Okay. You can take that. All right, you can refile, sir. Once you place your email in the chat, you can go ahead and leave the meeting. Shamika Edens. Shamika Edens. Y'all can bring Mr. King in here. This is going to be great. Shamika Edens.
Excuse me.
All right. Roderick Rahimni. I show no service on that respondent, so your case has expired, ma'am. You're going to have to refile. You can reach out to your advocate and they can help you, okay? Ma'am. Ms. Edens. Did you hear me? Did you hear me, Ms. Edens? Is that Miss Edens or if I'm just hearing that? Are you Miss Edens? Okay, failure to appear or whichever. I don't know. That's her or whatever. Anyway, David Garrison.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Teresa Mahfood here. I represent Mr. Garrison. He should be on. He's been having technical difficulties, I think, getting kicked out of the courtroom. I'm not sure if service has been made on this, but I represent the petitioner, David Garrison.
Bree Erica Curry. Do you think there's been avoidance of service? Counsel? Do you think she's avoiding service? Do you need an extra 30 days to have her served?
Oh, I'm not sure, Your Honor. If
she's avoiding service and you need an extra 30 days, fine. If not, it's about to expire. And you're fine.
Has it been served, Your Honor? I'm not sure if it has.
No service.
There's no service. Yes, we need an extra 30 days, Your Honor.
Okay.
I do think that he's avoiding service.
Okay. Place your email in the chat.
Okay.
Ms. Freed will send you a reset notice in the sheriff's form. Have that sheriff's form filled out and sent back to Ms. Freed before 4 p.m. today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Right,
Miss Reed, did you say?
Ms. Freed.
Miss Freed. I see. Amber Free. Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Did I call David Garrison?
Yes, Your Honor. That's for this case.
Okay. Quincy Smallwood. All right. You said you said so. Okay. All right. Thank you. She'll send you a new one 30 days out.
Thank you.
All right. Justin Curry. You have to place your email in the chat. Justin Curry. Free Curry. Failure to appear. Anna Simone Gillamy. Sorry.
Yeah. Hi.
Sorry about that. Maurice Hill. They say Maurice doesn't live there, ma'am, and it's about to expire, so you'll need to get an address and refile, okay?
Yes, can I get an extra 30 days?
Well, says he doesn't live there.
I know I want to find another address. Either I do believe he lives there and that might have been a lie, but either way, I want to get a private investigator and find out more.
Well, so that's why you probably have you been in a romantic relationship with this person?
No, it was my roommate's boyfriend.
Okay.
I don't know him personally,
Well, if he hasn't been avoiding service, then this says does not live there. You can just come down and refile, okay?
Okay.
Get more information, find out the address and refile.
Okay, thank you.
Daquan Jones.
I am here, Your Honor.
Winona Williams.
I'm here.
You gotta learn how to turn that camera on. Mr. Jones, you still wanting to go forward?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Shanika Mackey.
I'm here, Your Honor.
Corey Bernard Clark. No service, ma'am. You're gonna have to reapply.
Okay, Judge, the address that they have on him, that's his work address.
He hasn't been served. I don't work for the sheriff's department, but you have to reapply, okay?
So I can't get the extra 30 days?
No, ma'am. You have to
Okay.
reapply, okay? All right.
Okay.
Hoda, Deere, and Marcus Thomas. Ms. McLeod. Ms. Durbin.
Good morning. Good morning or afternoon, Judge. It's been a long day. And I'm sure you're probably gonna say I knew you were about to say that, Judge.
What's going on? What can I do to help y'all?
We already have a TPO in place. This was set in place for a status about the rent, but I think Ms. McLeod has an announcement about the home that may get this resolved. I don't know if Ms. McLeod wants to share.
Ms. McLeod, make it good news for me.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. I had asked for this hearing because we were having difficulty getting the house sold because Ms. Durr wasn't cooperating. There were 44 showings and not a single offer because people had been complaining that the place smelled of smoke.
So what's the status
brewing.
now?
Fortunately, yesterday evening, the house went under contract. So what I'm asking the court for today is for my client, Mr. Thomas, to have access to the house for a day as soon as possible so he can get all of his belongings out.
Well, if it's a sheriff's escort, you have to give them notice, and they just do it Tuesdays and Thursdays, 10 a.m. and 6 p.m.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
The sheriff's department does it Tuesdays and Thursdays, 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. And it could be out a couple of weeks before you can do it. So is this a sheriff's escort or is this something that you?
Your Honor, he would like to be able to go there so that he can have more time because that was always the issue.
So is this something that
most of the
can work
furniture
out? Is
and
this
so on
something
is his, and he hasn't had an opportunity to go back there
at all. Is this anything that you and Ms. Durbinay can
Judge,
work out?
yes, we can. Yes, Your Honor. We have a day we can get where she's at work, where he can come when she's not there. We can find a day in the next 2 weeks.
Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Outstanding, Ms. McLeod. You and Ms. Durbinay, be those wonderful lawyers you are. Come up with a date, work it out. Neither one of y'all be a pain in the tush and mess this up. Not the lawyers, I'm talking about the parties. If one of y'all do, I will bring you in here in my courtroom right here where Mr. King's gonna go and somebody's going to jail. But not Ms. Durbinay or Ms. McLeod. Thank you.
And Mr. Rear, not Mr. Rear either, Your Honor. She'll cooperate. If
right.
you could, do we need to prepare the order, Ms. McLeod? Can Ms. McLeod prepare the order or?
Sure, just prepare something real quick that'll get a date, Ms. McLeod, and send it to me so I can e-file it. So I can get
and what are we going to say? For some reason,
well, you and Mr. Durbinay gonna talk and decide on which day he's going over there and getting his stuff. And y'all gonna put it in order and I'm gonna sign it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, y'all have a good day.
Yes, Judge, thank you.
Thank y'all. Good to see y'all both. Zach Steinfeld.
Good to see you too, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Savannah Steele appearing on behalf of Mr. Steinfeld. He's present in my office. And great news, we resolved it. We're just working on finalizing documents to submit to you. So happy Friday from us.
Man, that is out. All right. So you guys just going to email me the documents when you get done?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm working on pushing send right now. If you want to finish going through the calendar, I would hope that we could have them submit here in the next couple minutes.
All right. Do you guys want to go into a breakout room?
I don't think we need to, Judge. I think Ms. Steele is just going to circulate a DocuSign. There's 2 exhibits. Is that right, Ms. Steele?
That's right.
Okay. I think that's it, Judge. And then once we get that submitted to the court, we done.
All right. Thank you both. Y'all have a good one. Y'all are lawyers of the year in my opinion.
All right. We're working on getting submit right now, Your Honor.
All right. Thank y'all both.
Judge Manning. Hey, sorry to interrupt. I just need 6 months, Miss Manning. That's it. And everything.
Judge Manning.
Judge Manning. I'm sorry, Judge Manning. Okay. This is Daquan Jones. I just need 6 months, and I see you have a lot going on, and I know you're busy. I just need 6 months, hon.
Okay, not your hon.
Sorry.
It's okay. I don't think Ms. Williams is going to agree. Ms. Williams, you going to agree to a 6-month TPO?
No.
Okay, then sorry about that, hon. You don't get it.
Okay.
Stand by, we'll get to you.
All right.
All right, hey, bring Leon in. Bring the man in here. Let's see how he's doing, because I hear he's stumbling drunk. Come on, Mr. King.
Go right up to the mic. Turn it off.
You can turn your phone off and you can sit down at that table. You can turn your phone off. How much you had to drink today, Mr. King? You have drank absolutely nothing. If I do a whiz quiz up here, you're going to pass it. You been taking any drugs? Two beers. So you decide you're going to drink a couple of beers before you come to court. But that's before you came to court, because you've been sitting out there for, you're on the 11 o'clock calendar, right? So what time did you drink these 2 beers? 4 o'clock this morning. You come up here drinking. How'd you do it? Y'all done a some field sobriety test? Because I can go back to my days and do one. Y'all did it. See how he's doing. Heel to toe. Do some little field sobriety testing on him. Either one of y'all field sobriety certified? You? Go ahead and try.
I bet Justin Spiesman can do it.
I bet he can. I tell you what, sir. Come right here. Right here in front of this wall. Come front of the podium. I'm going back to my good old days. That's it. Come here. Take you there. Ready? I want you to take 5 steps. Heel to toe. 1, 2, 3. Listen. 4, 5. Down, down. Turn around and do it again. Heel to toe. Okay. Heel to toe. Heel out loud. 1, 2, 3. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So what's this? So touch every finger. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 3, 2, 1. You did so good on that one. Oh yeah. Yeah, don't move your head. Did you drive up here? Did you drive up here? How did you get here? I suggest you not drive going back. Yeah, that's what I suggest you do. Mr. Spiesman, you didn't get to see me do my field sobriety test.
Judge, I was really looking forward to that too. I'd wonder if you still remembered your SFSD training.
I do. 2 beers.
Surprising.
All right, hold on a second. Look at this on this one. Mr. Leon, I'm going to leave it up to these deputies if they think that you shouldn't have showed up here drinking like you're drinking, because that shows absolutely, I have no patience for that. And trust me, out of the day, I'm sitting up here, I'm the one that needs a drink. Huh? I do. Because look, when I do this, if I unmute this, you hear it's like echo, echo, echo. if I bring the podium in here? Because it's supposed to be over here from the podium. The podium's in here. I hear it, echo, all that, and it's muted. Now, I just needed Mr. King in here. I mean, you can work on it later if you want to. But you see what the problem is? It's something you can fix right now? Do what? Oh, no. No. Down. And if I Okay, everybody. Miss Bradley, tell me what else he did to put you in fear. Ms. King, today ain't the day. Ms. Bradley.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Tell me what else he's done to put you in fear.
Yes, every time quite a few times I go to my mom's house, he does the same thing. He wants to be in my face. He's saying horrible things to me. Now, my mother's 93. She has Alzheimer's. She can't speak for herself, so I am the one that she appointed me her voice.
I got it. All right, Mr. King. Go ahead. Let me hear from you. What do you have to say? That you mean talk, make sure we can hear you through that microphone.
And she had this one tooth down. She had cancer and on dialysis. She passed the man and lived. And then she destroyed my business. I have my business. They destroyed the business and they built it. And 2 years later, I was getting all kind of lawsuits. All kinds of lawsuits, you know, because they ran all these deals over my name. And that's why basically I'm so upset with it.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna get this back on track. Explain the video that I saw. The video that I saw.
Video. Our water went out. It was froze. She called 10 points. I think someone told her they see her. We have no water, y'all. My mama didn't have no water. I went out, got some buckets. She didn't get on one water. I went out, got some buckets, brought everybody some water. Our water was off for a long time, couple weeks. Then the family came out.
Why did you show out? Why did you act like that in the video? Why did you act like that in the video?
She thinks everything has to go through her. No, I've been seeing it real for 30 and maintaining it for 30 plus years. I'm the only one that keeps that resident. I get paid, I take the plan, do everything. So that's my mom.
Your mama is 96 years old.
93.
93 with dementia or Alzheimer's, and you go out at her house and you act like that. Well, where was that video? Wasn't that at your mama's house? But that was working the way you were talking.
Now, let's go show us her head. I don't care. And that's what made me upset. She didn't tell nothing about ruining my life. She didn't tell nothing about ruining her husband. You know, a lot of people like, you know, she is a control freak. I can tell you a lot of stuff about this. You know, I mean, I love her because she's my sister, but she got some nasty things. And I have not.
Miss Bradley, what is it you're asking for?
I'm asking, Your Honor, for the TPO, and I would like for him to move out of the residence because he's not going to get any better. I don't live there, but he has a house right next on the property. I would like to have him
move out of his house.
It's my mother's house.
Is she living there?
Yes, ma'am, she is.
You live in the house, and do you live in the house and act like this with your mother?
It's the guest house.
You live in the same house.
It's the guest house right next to it. I'm sorry?
Why would I put him out on the street if he doesn't have a place to go if he's staying in a guest house? He's not staying in her house.
The house is on her property. I just want to feel safe.
I know what a guest house is.
Yes, ma'am. I want to feel safe when I go to have to see about my mother. I could go over there at midnight if they call me, if they need me. He makes me feel unsafe. He was waving that beer bottle. He could have hit me with it. I don't know what he would do. Everybody, he's a bully for one thing.
Stop talking.
Okay.
What do y'all do when folks show up like this at the courthouse? Because I smell alcohol on you. You drank more than 2 beers and you did it more than at 4 a.m. So why don't you come clean? Because it will help you a lot more if you shoot straight with me. You drank them before 4 a.m. You didn't drink those beers at 4 a.m. And just start drinking beer. Why do I still smell it? I was thinking about reading your rights and putting you in contempt until I'm gonna do them with these deputies because they don't want to do the paperwork. Make sure that you get an Uber, drive that car off, and you're gonna go to jail for DUI. You don't need to be driving. I'm telling you. I ain't a cop no more, but I did do my field sobriety test because I know him. And if you don't, Mr. Spies in here, if you get that DUI, does good DUI defense, you probably want to call him. Make sure he doesn't drive away from this place, will y'all? Get him out of here. Don't you ever show back up at this courthouse drinking. And be glad I'm in a good mood. Get him out of my face. I'll put this in place. Stay away from your sister when she's up there and have a little respect for your mother. I understand, but don't show out like that with your mama there. She needs you. That's fine. Ms. Bradley, put both of y'all's emails in there. I'll get it somewhere where I can send his.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Put your email address in there and somewhere an address that we can send Mr. King his copy.
Okay, so is it?
I'm putting it in place, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so
much. Stay
much.
away from you. But he's not, I mean, he's there. He helps take care of the property. He's going to stay away from you when he comes there. I'm not making him move out. He's going to stay at least 20 feet away from you. You got it?
Yes, ma'am. I
do. Put your email in the chat. Once you do, you can leave and put somewhere that we can send a copy to Mr. King. If there's an address.
Your Honor, may I ask you one question?
No, you can't. I just want you. No. You
okay.
Can't.
All right.
Sorry. It's a long day. And people
I understand.
This is in place. I'm not making him move. He obviously takes care of that property.
No, ma'am, he doesn't. The property looks
okay. He said, I don't have proof that he does.
Okay.
If there's a woman with dementia or Alzheimer's who needs everybody to come up around her, and if you ain't cutting the grass, he can live in that guest house, but he can't come within 20 feet of you if you're there. If he does, he will go to jail. If he shows back up here at the courthouse again and walks into this courtroom drunk, he's going to go to jail then. Now, place your email in the chat and please place an address where we can mail a copy to Mr. King. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Simmons, I'm back to you. Go ahead. What else do you have to say?
I believe Mr. Harrison was showing his text messages. I have
Mr. Harrison, do they have it pulled up? Can y'all make sure that is locked when y'all leave the outside doors? And when it stops, you got to put your hand over the little thing and stay in here. You can stay in here. All right, go ahead. You can show the screen. When are the texts from? Huh? Okay, that's cool. When are these texts from? Does it say January of this year? You're on mute, Mr. Harrison. You're still on mute, Mr. Harrison, but I'm reading. Oh, Mr. Harrison, take yourself off mute. I can't hear you.
All right.
There you go.
All right. So yeah. So yes, ma'am. It was 2 days before the situation happened. She texted me out the blue. She wanted to argue. I even said it. I'm like, it's 2 a.m. in the morning. It's 2 a.m. in the morning, and you want to start an argument while I'm at work. I just want to get down a little bit.
Okay.
So you can
need to read it. Go back down. I mean,
Oh, I wanted to show you. I just wanted to show you the time up there. But I wanted you to see where I told her, I said, okay, Courtney, you can continue to be controlling and aggressive, but I'm not into that. So go ahead and text and argue with yourself. And when you want to be grown, you can contact me because this is what I'm not about to do anymore. Right? And so I stopped texting her. And this is what she said, Your Honor. She said, you create your own drama. You have done nothing but disrespect me. I'm gonna scroll a little bit more. So I want you to see what she said. She said, I am your worst effing enemy from here on out. Do not think you can sleep peacefully. Rest assured, I will make your life hell. You will regret effing with me.
Right. What else you got to say, ma'am?
These messages were a result of a reoccurring. Whenever I break things off with Mr. Harrison, he brings his, mind you, he's married and he has a child with his wife, and which is not Erica. But Erica is a woman who assaulted my daughter.
I don't care about her.
It has relevance, and I
well, it's not, because this isn't against Erica. This is against him and not her. So that doesn't matter. This is between the two of you.
May I share my screen and show the emails?
Is this between you and Mr. Harrison?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor.
When was it?
It was November of this last year. And it's just in relation to
emails about.
So Mr. Harrison is texting me.
See, no, you just tell me what it's about. You say it's about picking up the kids. It's about picking up groceries. That's what I want you to do. What is it about?
It's a random message he emailed me of a text message, and it's just showing. It shows how.
Is this a violent email? Is it an email about? What do you want?
It's difficult to explain. May I just show the email?
Okay, sure. Ms. Steele, was that y'all that ordered the court reporter?
We did have a court reporter, Your Honor, but we indicated to her we didn't need her. Okay. And I have sent to you I've sent to to Amber, Ms. Bree, the proposed order. There's the 12-month TPO, a non-disparagement order, and then there's a release that's attached to the file.
All right, Ms. Bree, when you get it, you can send it to me if you want.
I have it printed ready for you, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. If you could bring it in here, I'll be good to sign it.
Are there odds we
to sign it?
then, Your Honor?
What's that, Ms. Steele?
I said, are there odds we may be able to get the file stamped one today?
I'll tell you what, when Ms. Reed gives it to me, I will sign it right now. Ms. Reed, can Ms. Steele e-file it?
Sure. I can e-file it. Be signed, yeah.
Yes, that'd be absolutely fine.
So she can even, okay, so if Ms. Reed brings it in here, we'll scan it and send it back to you, Ms. Steele, and y'all can e-file it.
I will do so, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. I'm waiting on the share screen for the email. Where'd she go?
I have no idea. But yeah, I'm not violent. I haven't been violent to her.
I can't hear anything from me while she's not here.
I haven't said anything wrong. I just want to take care of my.
I cannot hear anything from you while she is not here.
Your Honor, at some point, may I provide you with an update, please?
Oh, yes, please. I'm so sorry.
This is
my best. This has been a ridiculous day. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. I had inquired with Ms. James. I wanted to make sure that the responsibilities of the parties were clear. and Mr. Younger is on his way to pick up the children right now. And so his camera is going to be off, and I thought that this update needed to be provided because you are scheduling timing as it relates to this matter and taking evidence.
James?
I'm patiently waiting, Judge.
Did you hear what he said
about picking up the children? Yes, Mr. Issa. Am I pronouncing that right? Issa or Issa? He did notify me directly that Mr. Younger would be picking up the children. So just dependent upon your judgment, then we'll proceed afterwards.
So he's going to pick them up. That's cool right now.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
He technically is supposed to pick them up until further notice.
All right, he can do that. It'll take. We're going to get through this. People are going to either start following directions or we'll reset it. So Ms. Steele, as soon as Ms. Free brings it in here, I'll sign it and we'll scan it back to you. Ms. Simmons, what else would you like to say? Share an email.
I just want to share the email to show the level of harassment.
Okay, share the email.
It's me attempting to
Please
create.
share the email.
Yes, Your Honor.
Judge, are you fine on if we log off?
Yes, you can.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I don't see your screen yet.
I'm sorry. Let me see. I do apologize. I've never done this before.
Judge, I was wondering if my name had got called. I kind of got into the chat late.
Yes, if yours expired, you're gonna have to refile. Like, hold on, let's make sure. Yep, yours is expired. You're gonna need to refile, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Do you see my screen now, Your Honor?
Yeah, I just see a tiny, tiny picture, but yes, I see something.
Do you see it now? The email?
A tiny picture, like a little screensaver. That's all I can see.
Is it still not showing?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope, still not showing.
I see what it got to do.
All right, it says you're sharing a screen, but I don't know. It's just the screen is just black. Screen's just black. I don't see anything on there. Still just black. Still just a black screen. Still just a black screen. Are these supposed to be missing? Okay. Okay, that's it. You can't figure it out, Miss Simmons. You know what? I mean, I'll tell you what, we're gonna stand down because I'm gonna take this lawyer's case right here. And then I have to call and cancel my plans for the weekend because I'm not gonna be able to get out of here. So I'm gonna be back in a few minutes. Just give me a second. Just give me a second. I'm gonna take the attorney. Ms. Simmons, you have one more chance. Can you share your screen? Not working, Ms. Simmons. Not working. And I can't hear you, Ms. Simmons. You're on mute. Anything else you want to say? Ms. Simmons, I can't hear you. I mean, I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I cannot hear a word you're saying.
And that's a thing.
But Ms. Simmons, I say you're not on mute, but you're not connected to a microphone. Go down to that little microphone, hit that arrow button up and connect to the microphone that you want to use, because you are not connected to a microphone that's functioning.
Can you hear me now?
There you go. Now what else do you want to say?
I do apologize about that. I'm not very good with technology apparently, but I understand how damaging. I came into this courtroom with the understanding how damaging that video would be, and understanding that I had a no contact order against me. I was willing to honor that no contact order. Perfectly happy of honoring that no contact order. I've made attempts to distance and create boundaries for me and Mr. Harrison, but Mr. Harrison continues to implement methods to try to be in contact with me. Mr. Harrison did pick up my son that day, understanding that we did have a no contact order, and that we had not had our son legitimized, and there was no way for us to do a fair exchange. He was defiant on the phone call with the officer in terms of returning my son, and unfortunately I can't play the recording to display that. But the reason why I filed this TPO was because I have no protection for myself to keep Mr. Harrison from contacting me or going to the school and trying to causing commotion, trying to pick up my son, and trying to instigate some sort of contact between me and him. Because if I contact him, or if I respond or any manner to these methods that he's using, I'm going back to jail. I would not waste the court's time.
Okay, right now there's a no contact order
against myself. I cannot contact Mr. Harrison, but it's not stopping him from contacting me.
Mr. Harrison, why are you contacting her for any reason, Mr. Harrison?
I can show you can I show you the emails?
No, I want you yes or no. Are you contacting her for any reason?
About our son. I said, please don't do this. My son needs his father. I just
Hold
want
on. Listen. Just a yes or a no. Are you contacting her in any way?
Through email. I ain't know nothing about the no contact.
Okay. That's one of her bond conditions.
I didn't know that.
I do understand I can't play the recording, but on the recording he admits to unknowing about the no contact order and that he had not legitimized my son, and he has had our daughter legitimized.
Stand by. Sorry. Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
You have to file a case. She does not have to let you see y'all's child unless you do that. That's how it is. More of a benefit than that. Something were to happen to you, the child could get survivor benefits. If something were to happen to Ms. Simmons, as long as you've legitimated this child, the child would go to you as opposed to going to someone else and you being in probate court fighting for to get custody of the child that belongs to you. There's so many benefits. So people not doing this that's just ridiculous. So you need to do that. Ms. Simmons, does your bond order say that you can have contact about the child?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So Mr. Harrison, you can't contact her anymore. Her bond conditions are going to have to be modified. Do you understand me, Mr. Harris?
Yes, Your Honor.
Even about your child, you can't contact her. She doesn't have to let you see your child, unfortunately, if she doesn't want to. File your legitimation case. That judge can make any decision that he or she wants to about rights, as far as visitation, parenting time, things like that, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
But don't put her in danger of getting her bond revoked. Because that video right there, that didn't really look like she was scared of you. I'm denying this, but Mr. Harrison, I'm telling you, stop contacting her. Even about the child. You can't do that. Get a lawyer, file something, and then y'all can talk about it in that case, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's just, y'all both put your name, emails in the chat. Once you do, you can go ahead and leave the meeting.
All right, thank you.
Okay. All right, Ms. James, Mr. Younger, please. All right, let's go. Ms. James, Mr. Younger, turn your cameras on. And both of y'all need to get it together and not act like that in front of that child again, ever, Mr. Harrison and Ms. Simmons. Ever, 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 ever. Poor kid sitting there at the bar eating or doing whatever he's doing, and y'all acting crazy like that. Put your emails in the chat and y'all can both leave.
Yeah,
all right, Mr. Younger. Turn your camera on, Mr. Younger. Turn your camera on, Mr. Younger. Please tell me, Mr. Younger, you are not driving.
Yes, Judge. I had notified the court that he was going to pick up the children. Just turn the camera off and put the. He's most likely still on the car. Yes, Your Honor. All right, he's still in the car. We'll call you, Susie. We'll call you after I hear from. All right, let me hear this other case. Mr. Giles.
That was Giles or John?
Yeah, you say Mr. Jones?
Giles. Mr. Jones has been waiting.
Yes, I'm here, Your Honor. You said Jones, correct? Daquan Jones, correct?
Hold on a minute, please.
I know you have a lot going on, sorry.
Oh, Mr. Giles has been waiting since 9:30. How bony is Giles Kintrell? Where is Kintrell Winter?
Oh.
Where's Kintrell Winter? Kintrell was here earlier. What happened? Last call, Kintrell Winter. Look at this, Mr. Giles. It's easy. Raise your right hand. You swear a firm testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, just nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, simple question. Are you everything in your petition still true and correct?
Yes.
Are you still asking for this court to put this protective order in place?
Yes.
Still in fear for your safety?
Yes.
Has Kintrell Winter contacted you since March the 12th?
March the 12th. No, he hasn't since I guess they served him.
Okay, but you are still in fear for your safety. You're asking this to be put in place 12 months?
Yes.
All right, place your email in the chat. He's not here. We'll send you a copy of your order.
All right, thank you.
All right. Thank you for being patient. All right. So now that he's driving. Daquan Jones, Winona Williams. But the alternative, once you place him in the chat, Mr. Giles, you can leave. Ms. Williams?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, if you can turn your camera on for me.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Giles. Have a good weekend.
All right, thank you. Y'all do the same, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Jones, Ms. Williams, y'all raise your right hand. You swear affirm testimony about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes.
I do.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Jones. Don't argue with her. Just tell me what happened, start from the most recent event and work backwards.
Okay, Your Honor. It was one night, February 13th or February 12th, that I came to her house after the Super Bowl. First of all, Winona we are together. Well, we were together, and I love her dearly. Anyway, I came to her house, got into bed with her. It was probably like maybe 11:45 midnight. Her phone rung. It was an unknown number. I asked her who was calling. She said she don't know. And I said, I bet you it's a text thread from that number. And she said it's not. And then I said, show me. And she said no. So I let my anger get to me. So I threw her phone against the wall and broke her phone. And then we got into an altercation. We got fighting, hurting each other, got violent. And then I left. Well, she had left her apartment, and then I left her apartment. Reason why I want this restraining order is because that I don't want no more violence to occur between me and her. Me and her also work in the same environment. We both work at Hartsfield-Jackson Airport. That's why I don't want to grant it for 12 months. We won't come in contact with each other, but it's possibility that I might walk past her or something. I won't say anything to her because, of course, the restraining order and stuff, but we also work in the same environment, like I said, Your Honor. So it's like both of our jobs are already involved with this stuff. Her job is aware and my job is aware about the situations already. And I just want to get past this and move on. And that's about it, Your Honor.
So what has she done to put you in fear for your safety? I mean, what do you want me to do? I can't make y'all get back together, work things out. What is it you want me to do?
I mean, yes, I know you can't do that. I mean, I'm just scared that one of us will harm each other. You know what I'm saying? That's all. And with the restraining order, I know that I can go to jail or she can go to jail. And I know we both don't want each other to go to jail and lose our career and how much we work hard for our lives this far up in this point. You know, Your Honor. So that's about it. I'm just I just don't want to lose my job, and I just don't want to harm her. I don't want her to harm me, Your Honor.
So, I mean, are y'all gonna stay together? What are we doing?
No, we ain't gonna stay together, Your Honor. We at this point with the courts and stuff involved, Your Honor, it is really nothing else we can do but go our separate ways.
Ms. Williams, I'll hear from you.
All I just have to say is I just wish his order is not granted. I just feel like there's not enough or sufficient information provided for an order against me.
So tell me what happened.
So there was an incident at my house on February 12th. As Mr. Jones has said, it had got violent, it got physical. We were fighting. I was scared, I was crying. I ran out of my apartment. Once I ran out of my apartment, I had called the police. I made a police report against, what had happened. The police ended up coming to my apartment. They took video footages of me because I had like a contusion to my nose. The next day I went to urgent care because when the police officer had came to my house, they asked if I needed, EMS, but EMS never came. So the next day I took it upon myself and I went to urgent care and got checked out myself. And then, like he said, he did throw my phone against the wall, and I have, wall damage, and my TV is broken as well.
So, Mr. Jones, you're wanting this in place so that you don't hurt her, or she doesn't hurt you?
Yes, Your Honor.
But
I am the I am the cause and the effect. I'm going to man up and be a man that I did start it, but we did get violent with each other. You know, I didn't expect for it to get that violent at all. I did not want that to get as far as it as got, because the relationship that we had with each other, Your Honor. And I just thought it was best that I get a restraining order so I don't have to go near her. I know that restraining order would stop me from going near her, talking to her, because I know my life will be in jeopardy and my career will be in jeopardy with that being
well,
said.
no, she hasn't applied for a TPO against you.
Well, she
I
does have a
have one
TPO against me. Yes, she
It's in
does.
Clayton County though.
Yeah, I live in Clayton. She lives in Fulton County. So I had to go to Fulton County. She had to come to Clayton County. Like I said, both our jobs are involved with this. And her TPO was granted for 6 months. And like I said, it's really not.
Since that incident, has she done anything to you?
No, we haven't had in contact with each other. We haven't said anything.
So if you're wanting it to keep, so she hasn't bothered you.
Say it again. I'm sorry.
She has not bothered you in any way.
No.
Well, so you've got a TPO against you, so that'll keep you from going near her. So you got what you wanted.
Well, she got what she wanted, Your Honor.
You said you wanted a TPO to keep you from going around her.
Yes, that's exactly what I said. I'm just trying to protect.
And that's what you got.
Yeah. I'm just trying to protect myself and my job, Your Honor. That's all.
You've got a TPO that keeps you away from her. That's what you're saying you're wanting.
Yes, she has a TPO. Yes.
To keep you away from her. That's in place. So, okay, so I'm going to deny this because I mean you said what you wanted. It sounds like you got what you wanted. Both of you place your emails in the chat. I'll send you copies of the order. I'm gonna step down for a second, counsel. As soon as your client gets where you can get back on there, let me know and I'll jump on.
How do I place my email in the chat? Oh, okay.
Just let me know, counsel, when he gets close. I'll jump back on. Once you place your email in the chat, y'all can both leave the meeting. Place your email in the chat and you can leave the meeting.
Thank you.
In case you can hear me, Judge, Mr. Younger is attempting to join the meeting again.
3. All right, excuse me, he's logging back on.
Yes, Your Honor. He sent me a screenshot of his computer or screen, and it says that, nonetheless, it just says it's preparing. So it looks like he's in the waiting room.
See, I don't see anybody in the waiting room yet. Do you have the right?
Is it possible it moved to a different, and I'm just asking, the afternoon calendar login should be
No,
out?
I use the same login.
Okay.
You want to send him the Zoom link again?
Yes, he actually sent it to me, but I will. Yeah. While he was waiting, he logged off to try and log back in, so he's doing that right now.
I just sent you the link again, so you'll have it.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being so patient. I'm not sure what happened today, but the gods are playing a nasty trick on me.
Well, you must have made a plan for the afternoon.
I had, but I just had to cancel it.
I don't know that this will take much longer.
All right, there it is.
Yes, Judge.
Just got to connect with some audio. And I have the exhibits. All right, Mr. Young,
Thank
can
you,
you
Judge.
take yourself off mute for me? All right, Mr. Young, can you take yourself off mute? If you try to run it through your Bluetooth, it may not connect. Okay. All right, Ms. James. So I see this one and it's marked is this going to be your exhibits, Ms. Counsel, or is it your exhibit?
It's fine that it's Miss James exhibits. Probably
Okay.
call them petitioner 1.
All right, so I've got one. Talks about Nana moving back to New Jersey, February 27th.
Oh no, Your Honor. The images I think she was presenting were the images of the rear side of their child, where there is a, and I forwarded those to you as well as you requested.
Is that under R2? I see R2.
No, Your Honor. It would have been prior to that when Ms. James had sent images to me. I think Ms. James, you remember what the subject?
There they go. Okay, yeah, they go. Okay.
Yes, Your
All right,
Honor.
I got them. All right, Ms. James, I'm looking at them and he's looked at them. So tell me about these.
Yes. My son brought it to my attention. He was terrified on Thursday, and he told me about how his dad had paddled him for each day for 4 days, 4 consecutive days, because he had gotten in trouble that Tuesday. And so the defects showed up at my house that night, and both of our sons testified and they actually gave her a statement about how their father has paddled them while he makes the other child watch. And he's been punching them over the years in the stomach, chest, shoulders, back, and head. And they reported that their father drinks a lot and acts out.
Judge, I just want to be cautious in this instance. I know that hearsay has its leniency, and I also am concerned not specifically with the children's statements, but potentially what she's hearing from somebody else. So if I may just ask that she identify where she got the information from, I'll be cautious not to get in the way of testimony.
Sure, that's fine.
You have to let me know who you got that information from, but you
right. The children were being questioned by a defects representative. Her name is
okay, that's who it's coming from. What's your objection?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I'd object to hearsay as it relates to anything the defects representative told her.
Okay, so we got listen. Defects representative is not here, so I can't hear what they told you. I can't hear what the children told the defects worker, because that would be double hearsay. So,
well, actually, Your Honor, it's not hearsay, because I was present when they spoke with the representative. So it's not hearsay.
Counsel?
Your Honor, if she's in the room and listening to the conversation of what the children are telling her and are saying, I believe that with the child hearsay exception, she'd be permitted to communicate, especially when there are concerns of any injuries to the children potentially. So again, just making sure we identify where the statements are coming from, and I can limit my objections, and I know the court will weigh the evidence appropriately.
All right. Only if you heard it firsthand.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
And also, again,
Don't tell me what the defects worker said, because that is hearsay.
What was that, Your Honor? I didn't hear you.
Don't tell me what the defects worker said, because that's hearsay.
Okay, I understand. And so following that, our son got in trouble again the following Tuesday. Mr. Younger called my phone and he spoke with our son. He told him, "Boy, I'm gonna beat you for 2 weeks. When I finish with you, you're gonna poop," and he didn't use the word poop. He said, "You're gonna poop blood." Mr. Younger then made references that you're gonna pledge Daddy University. I'm going to haze your A. I witnessed this. I did not try to undermine Mr. Younger in the presence of the children, because this can cause problems. I called Mr. Younger and I spoke to him about making these threats. He said to me, "Tina, I'm going to do what's necessary." I then told him, everything does not revolve around your fraternity. And this fraternity that I'm referring to is Omega Psi Phi, which both him and his council are members of. Well, actually, I don't know about Mr. Issa being, Mr. Younger's a somewhat disgraced member of that fraternity, but he still operates under that. And I told him, I said, this is not going to be effective where you're threatening him. And he said, "I'm going to do what I said I'm going to do. I'm going to haze him." From there, Austin has been reporting. You said not to say what our children have said to me, or is that considered hearsay, Your Honor?
Don't want to hear what the defects worker said to you.
All right. Okay. So in regards to that, Austin has reported, has told me that he feels as if his dad hates him. His dad has walked past him and said, "Ooh, I want to punch this little N-word." Austin is now terrified of going to his father's house on Thursdays. That's when Mr. Younger and I are to do an exchange. He's now wetting the bed. Austin has never wet the bed. Austin wet the bed on Thursday.
And how old
He said that
how old is he again?
Austin is 9. He turned 9 in December.
Okay.
I'm a bit moved because also I do believe that intimidation is taking place, because now my oldest son reported to me that his dad was right he now believes that his dad was right for paddling Austin, because Austin could have gotten kicked out of school. And when I confronted Mr. Younger about this punching and everything, the threats that he made, he said, "I just wanted to scare him." For that, I do believe Mr. Younger needs to attend some parenting classes and counseling, as he has refused family counseling in the past.
Thank you, Ms. James.
Anything else?
There is an open case due to this, and the case is not closed by defects. So
okay, hold on. Now, let me ask you a question, okay? Because there's a meaning in something. You say there's an open case in defects. When was this reported in defects?
It was reported by the school as early as March, the week of March 2nd.
Okay. Have you been issued any summons to appear in juvenile court?
No, I have not. The supervisor just recommended that. Oh.
Have they given you a date to show up in juvenile court?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So this picture of your son's. Okay, so tell me, you took these pictures? Tell me about these pictures.
Yes, ma'am. It happened on a Thursday where Austin came in while I was in the bathroom, and he was crying uncontrollably. And I, of course, was trying to comfort him. And I said, well, what's the problem? I said, what's wrong? And he said, I'm scared to go to my dad's house. He said he's going to beat me. He said he's going to beat me for 2 weeks. You heard him. And I said, Austin, I'm steadily trying to calm Austin down. From there, Austin said, well, one time when he felt like I wasn't stacking the wood pallets upright, he punched me in my head. And of course I was horrified. And I asked him, I said, what else is going on? And that's when Austin told me, he said, my dad paddles me. And one time he paddled me so bad that I have a sore on my behind. So I immediately took Austin to the bathroom. And I had him, I had Austin pull down his pants. And he had a sore. And on the right cheek, Austin had a bruise, and it started healing. He on the left cheek, he had a sore, and that's
where it looks like the skin's flaking.
Right.
I don't know if this is flipped because of the picture, so it looks like there's like peeling skin, and then there's a red.
Yeah, that's where the sore is.
Okay.
And so Mr. Young admitted to me that he paddled him, and he started telling me about it's not against the law. And like I told him, it's against the law if you break skin, and you bruised him. And at first, Mr. Younger denied it. Then he admitted that he did it. And of course, that's when he kept saying, it's not against the law. Corporal punishment is not against the law. And that's when I kept stating to him, you don't understand. When you're leaving bruises, you have when we have a child that has a sore on his behind, this is abuse. And I also discussed with him and relayed with him about the threats that he's made. And, he's like, oh, well, I just wanted to scare him. And I asked him, I said, so you think this is proper? This is okay for you to intimidate and scare a 9-year-old, that you're going to scare him into acting right? And he didn't have anything else to say.
But your son said that's where those marks came from.
Yes, ma'am.
Was it from a paddle? I know like some fraternities and sororities have paddles.
Yes,
kind
that's
of paddle?
that's the paddle. Yep, that's
Pledge
the
paddle. What it's called, right?
Sorry, I don't know what just happened, but I noticed my client is
Yep. Just lost him.
It just happened. Oh, there he is. It should be coming.
Okay, hold on. He connects to audio.
Yep.
Yeah.
We can hear you a little bit, Mr. Younger, but your video is off, and it definitely doesn't sound like you have a good connection.
Yeah, it had went off and I had to come back in. Can you hear me now?
Yes, but we can't see you. I know you're
I
outside
have
of
it
the
on.
house.
I can see myself on the screen.
We can't see you. Turn your camera on.
I have it on. I can see
No, you
myself.
don't.
All right, well,
I don't care if you can see.
On the last one. We're on the last one.
No, right.
that better? Can you see me?
No, we can't see you.
Can you see?
Interesting.
No, we cannot see you.
On my side, it shows unmuted. How is he?
I know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how. Can't see you, Mr. Younger. It also shows his video.
It sounds like the children are
Okay,
present.
I'm gonna
Mr. Younger, are those kids there?
no, I'm sitting in my van. I'm sitting in my van. My oldest just walked up to me. I saw him. I opened up the door. He asked me for something to eat. They're back in the house. I'm sitting in the van.
Fix your phone. All right, Miss James.
I wish you could see me.
I wish I.
It's almost there.
Mr. Younger, fix it. Fix your camera. Fix all that.
There we
Everything seems to be fine here. Can you see me or hear me now?
I
Okay.
see you now.
All right.
Miss James, so is this one of the, what they call the pledge paddle, one of the paddles that fraternities and stuff like that get where they whack each other with? Miss James?
As far as I know, I have no affiliation with the Greek sorority.
Well, I don't either. I was able to get my own friends, but I'm not.
I just know of Mr. Younger's passion for this fraternity, and he lives.
Right. And I have friends of mine who are members of that fraternity, some great Morehouse men, and all kinds of stuff. I'm not knocking fraternities, but I just want to get that. He said it was from that paddle, right? Because I've seen those and I know what those are. So he said it was that.
Right.
How often does he say that he gets hit with that?
They both said at various times. It just depends on the offense. A lot of times they may just get a punch instead of the paddle.
And when they say punch, they mean with a fist?
No, with his fist. And Mr. Younger has admitted to me he's done a light punch. And I even had the conversation with Mr. Younger. You're a grown man. How can you even judge your strength? You're a grown man. And how can you gauge if you're doing a light punch? Why are you choosing to punch a child, a minor?
Anything else you want to tell me?
Like I said, I truly believe that Mr. Younger doesn't find anything wrong with his behavior. I do believe, I once believed in his rehabilitation. As I stated, he does have past violent tendencies. Yes, there have been a few incidents in which I've witnessed, especially his excessive alcoholism, in which both of the children have reported to me about that as well. And even before, when he assured me that he was done with the violent stuff, with the dog fighting, he was
Objection, Judge. We're getting into some irrelevant attempts to attack his character.
Yeah, I don't need to hear about that. All right, you have any questions for counsel?
I do, Judge, and it would just be specific to the two exhibits that I sent to the court. Ms. James.
Go ahead,
I do, Judge. Okay.
Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Judge. Ms. James, you communicate with Mr. Younger via an app for your family. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, and that's Our Family. What is it called again?
You're not familiar with Our Family Wizard?
No, he's asking.
There you go.
Oh, yeah.
I was asking you a question.
Okay, yeah.
Yep, and on the 27th, you had communicated with Mr. Younger. In February 27th, you communicated with Mr. Younger on Our Family Wizard. Is that right?
I'm not familiar. I can pull up the app if I need to.
Okay, yeah, if you need to, please do.
Okay.
But in that communication, he'd asked for some time to spend with the children to go see Nana. That would probably be someone in the family who was leaving back to New Jersey, right?
Yes, his grandmother.
Okay. And you didn't have any objection to him going at that time. You only asked if he could exchange visitation times with you. Is that right?
Repeat your question.
You didn't have an objection to him spending time with the children. Your response included an exchange of times to visit with the children, right?
Right. I have never tried to keep the children from Mr. Younger.
Yes, thank you. Well, part of this TPO may be reflecting on that, but nonetheless, and today I think you permitted via communication with myself as well, just while these hearings were going on, for Mr. Younger to go pick up the children. Is that right?
Right. I've communicated with him through the app each day, even though he doesn't respond, but I do communicate via the app.
Okay, and I appreciate that. Judge, I'm going to submit those two exhibits. I think I can share my screen to present them, but those screenshots that you have, sorry, Judge.
You want to do that so that she can see what you're talking about?
Yep, just those screenshots that you have, I would like to make sure that
I've got marked R1 and R2. You can share your screen.
Yes,
so
John.
if you'd like.
I am going my best to try and do that right now. All right. Ms. James, I'm presuming you can see this. Will you let me know if you can?
Right.
Okay. Just making sure, because he went to pick up the children today, and I wanted to make sure that was permitted based on this communication. This would be R2. Is that accurate?
No, that is not accurate, because if we're operating under the divorce decree, this is during Mr. Younger's time, or am I wrong?
Well, you completed the TPO, this restraining order that you requested Mr. Younger to stay away from the two children. You've testified today that Mr. Younger's presence with the two children would be against your will, at least at this point in time. And I just wanted to be clear that this communication occurred during these hearings where you permitted Mr. Younger to go pick up the children. Is that fair?
No, that's not fair. No, that is not fair. As I stated,
well,
no.
Let him ask a specific question.
Yes, ma'am.
Right, that's not fair. No.
Yes, ma'am. Does this communication accurately reflect our discussion while the hearings were going on?
Yes.
Okay. Does this sorry, can you see the separate document in front of you now?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And does this communication accurately reflect the communication from February 27th between yourself and Mr. Younger on Our Family Wizard?
That yes, that is before the findings of the abuse. Yes, that is correct, sir.
All right.
And,
I don't have any.
Judge, excuse me, Judge. As I was told, I am to operate under the divorce decree. The divorce decree is when this time right now is when Mr. Younger's allowed that. I was advised by my legal counsel that if I violated that, Mr. Younger is within every right to have me arrested for kidnapping. I am not at will to break the law.
Go ahead with your next question, counsel.
I'm done asking questions, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else you want to say, Ms. James?
That's it, Your Honor.
All right. You want to call your client, sir?
Yes, Judge. Mr. Younger, you sworn under oath here. I'd like to ask you some questions, please. There were some suggestions that you have committed quite a few violent acts towards your two children. I'd like to start by asking you very clearly and plainly, did you paddle your child?
I have paddled my youngest child, yes, but never my oldest. I did paddle my youngest child.
And what was that in response to?
Okay. My youngest child has been getting in really big trouble at school. He has been playing in the bathroom where he has been showing his buttocks, where he has been making buttocks and penis jokes He did that this past summer. This past summer was the first time I had ever put a belt on either one of my children, and it was to the youngest because of this conduct. He did it again in
Mr. Young, you're gonna have to
February,
be.
talking in the back.
Can you be detailed about the conduct, please? The court is going to make a decision at the end of this.
Okay. Yes. Okay, I apologize. He's displaying really bad behavior. I don't want to say deviant, but a 9-year-old child should not be in the bathroom talking about don't drop the soap, trying to show his behind. And I also would like to speak to the threats that I made. Those threats came after.
No, one thing at a time. Your attorney, you're paying him. He's doing it. Let him do his job.
I apologize.
Okay.
I've never done it before.
All
Okay,
right,
but back
Mr.
to you.
Young.
Yeah, he's getting this sex stuff from somewhere. It has come to light. I think I kind of sort of have an idea of where. Don't really want to, can't say it. I'm sure that's going to be considered hearsay, but I'm trying to talk to the school about getting, having them tested. I reached out to some counselors, 4 different ones. I have the names here. If you'd like to read them off. So, I'm really trying to work and try to find out what's the best thing for our child. But this display of sexual, and for lack of a better word, deviance is a problem, and it's scary to me. I'm trying to get a handle on this. Again, I don't beat my kids. When I was spanking my oldest, it was only with the hand. He never got a belt. He never got a paddle. This youngest one, he got a belt this one time this past, and he got the paddle that weekend that he did what he did then. But this is a father trying to be in his kid's life. I have my kids 4 days a week, from Thursday at 6 p.m. to Monday mornings. This is not habitual. This is not anything that I make a habit of. This was me trying to correct some behavior. Since then, I've learned about some different counseling, avenues that I could go after, and that is what I've been working diligently trying to get, some information so I can get my son some help. And I keep looking to the side because I was trying to find this one pamphlet that I had gotten from the school, because I was looking at Chris 180, but I found out later, I think it's Family Ties. Family Ties is the one that supports Renaissance Elementary School. But my son has been showing some really inappropriate behavior that has to be dealt with. Like I said, I've talked to some counselors. I've got a little bit more understanding about what's going on with them, and
Okay,
I really
Mr.
want to
Younger.
get some help. And if I could, okay, sorry.
Yep. Before you.
Excuse me.
Hold on, Ms. James. You can ask questions in just a second.
Okay.
Mr. Younger, there was a mention that you punch your children. Do you punch your children?
Nah, not in a violent way. We horseplay, we drop the bees on each other. We're boys, we play rough, but as far as punching them because, they did something, nah, ain't nobody doing all of that.
All right. Did you also endure a defects investigation of your home?
I did. The lady called me, I think it was on a Friday. She came to my house Sunday.
Okay. Were you interviewed? Don't say anything about the interview. I want to ask, were you interviewed?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware of any decisions that would prevent you from having visitation with your children by defects?
No, sir, I'm not aware.
Okay. Are you in, or is there current litigation pending between yourself and Ms. James as it relates to custody issues or anything like that? I know that you mentioned you have 4 days a week with them.
Yes, sir. We were just in court, just to give you a little background. We were in court this past October because
I don't want background.
Okay,
Mr. Younger,
so
just answer the questions. Is there any outstanding litigation still going on between yourself and Ms. James?
Yes, sir. We have a contempt of court hearing on April the 13th at 11:30 because she withheld my children from me on December 29th, which is the Thursday and his birthday.
Okay. There was mention of you being or using alcohol in an excessive way in your home around the children. Have you ever been under the influence of alcohol around your children?
Absolutely not. And I haven't even had anything to drink. Well, let me be real clear. In the last 3 years, I may have had 5, 6 shots of liquor, and the whole total, maybe a couple of cases of beer. I haven't had anything to drink this year. I didn't have, well, I don't think I had much of anything last year. My ex-wife knows that we've been knowing each other for a long time. She knows I stopped drinking for over 20 years. I did start back drinking, but I've stopped again. I'm not an alcoholic, and I don't drink excessively, and I don't drink around my kids.
Your Honor.
Right.
Hold on a
Your
second.
Honor. May I ask Mr. Younger a few
Well,
questions?
as soon as he's finished with his client.
Okay.
Ask questions.
There was mention of communication that you had in the presence of Ms. James to your children, and she said that you were trying to scare them. Did you have that communication with your kids?
Yes, well, as far as what I was going to do to him because he had gotten back in trouble, that was me trying to scare some life into him. It's really difficult parenting, these boys when I don't have them, and I really can't talk to them as often because a lot of the issues that they have happen while they're in school. And so because she picks them up Monday through Thursday, it's really hard because by the time I get them on Thursday, the issue has already been dealt with. I may have had a chance to talk to him, but it's just difficult. I hope I answered your question. I don't know if I did.
You did. I don't have any more questions on direct.
All right, let me ask a couple of questions. What are you talking about dropping the B? What is that?
Like wrestlers, do like a little elbow. Oh, we roughhouse. We're boys, but it ain't no violent, type of, situation. I'll be walking through the house, they'll, jump on me, and stuff like that. We're boys. We play like boys.
So did you hit him with the paddle or not?
Yes, ma'am. I did paddle him. I admit that I did paddle him.
Did it do that to his? Did it do that to his bum? It leave those marks on his bum?
Well, because he's dressed, I did not know. Had I had any idea that there was marks being left, I would have. I know how many times I hit him because I was counting, and I was trying to make sure that I didn't do any type of real damage. This paddle is about the part of the paddle that hits your behind is a little bit bigger than the cell phone. I actually showed it to the defects lady.
Is it your paddle from your fraternity?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Right, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. What is it that you think your 9-year-old son is doing that is deviant behavior?
Where he is pulling down his pants, talking about his behind, talking about other behinds. He got caught passing a note to a little girl asking for sex, and also in it saying that if she said no, that he was going to beat her up. These are serious issues in my book that need to be dealt with. That is why I reached out to these counselors trying to figure out how we can get him the help that he needs, because this is troubling for me. If I was a father of a daughter and my little girl came home telling me that some little boy had done that, I'd be really upset.
So did you ask him about sending the note to her?
Yes, he admitted to everything.
Okay.
Yeah, my children and I have a really good relationship.
Why did he tell her he was going to beat her up if she said no?
I'm sorry, ask the question again.
What did you say? Well, you said you were going to beat her up if she said no. Did you ask him that?
Oh, no, I did not ask him that.
You didn't want to know why that was his response?
Well, I was asking him, why would he do that? Why would he send a note in general? What is, what does he know about sex? Where is he getting this? Those were the questions I was asking.
And what did he say? What he knew about sex? Where did he get it? What did he know about?
He didn't really, shrugging his shoulders. I don't really know. I see stuff on YouTube sometime, but I didn't get a real good, clear answer from him.
All right, I might have a couple more. Ms. James, what specific questions? Don't argue with him. What specific questions?
No, back to what Mr. Younger stated, that he's currently looking for counseling. Mr. Younger, are you aware that I had our children in counseling over a year ago?
I am.
And did you
I
call
never
that
got any
office?
information about it. I requested information and never got anything.
Mr. Younger, so when you call the office, didn't the office manager offer family counseling to you?
No, that's his thing. Can we stick to something recent?
Okay, well, you're right, Your Honor. And back to what Mr. Issa brought up about a current case that he allowed Mr. Younger to speak on. Now, Mr. Younger, didn't you communicate with me in that app on the 21st? You referenced the parenting app, not parenting app, a parenting plan, right?
Are you asking?
What are you talking
about? I'm asking Mr. Younger on referencing this parenting app that he questioned me about, and he referenced the parenting plan. And
ask a specific question.
And so with that parenting plan, Mr. Younger was fully aware of the visitation days. So I want to notate right now, Mr. Younger has retained an attorney, but he didn't use an attorney when he filed this fraudulent case that's upcoming in April.
What case is upcoming in April?
Judge, I'm going to object to relevance.
About contempt of court. He said that I did not allow him to see the children.
It's just, I got you.
Yeah.
Is there a guardian in that case?
No, ma'am. This is the second case filed. There was a guardian ad litem in the previous case that Mr. Younger that he petitioned for, and he dropped the case.
Okay, what judge is this case in front of?
Judge Kelly Ellerby. That was in October, and he dropped the.
Is in front of Ellerby again, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mm-hmm. When is your court date?
April 13th.
You got another question, specific question for him?
I don't have any more. Just regarding the counseling, Mr. Younger, have you opposed counseling for our children in the past? Did you not speak and write to me that you didn't feel that they needed counseling?
I did. That was years ago.
Okay, last year, right? You're under oath, Mr. Younger.
I don't remember when it was.
Okay.
All right.
And Judge, I have been able, fortunately, to find them another counselor. So I'm hoping that this time that the counseling will be successful. I do believe in therapy. I've been seeing a therapist.
What are we putting these kids in? What are we putting them in counseling for? Because he pulls his pants down?
No, there have been different actions from Austin, just as Mr. Younger stated. Austin has been getting in trouble, and before that, both of our children have been getting in trouble. And I've tried to communicate with them, and I understand that sometimes maybe they feel like they'll be judged. They're pretty much open with me, but I honestly, Judge, I'm just an advocate for mental health. I do believe sometimes it's just best to speak with to speak with a third party where you won't feel that you're being judged and it'll be held against you.
I'm trying to figure out really what the.
Judge, can I say something, please?
No.
No.
Do you have any other questions, Ms. James?
No.
All right, counsel, do you have any more questions?
No, Your Honor.
Your Honor, can I say something, please?
No.
Lawyer, would you say something?
Okay.
What is it you're asking for, Ms. James?
I'm asking for again, parenting and counseling and an evaluation for Mr. Younger and supervised visits.
So y'all had a guardian before and then it was dropped?
Mr. Younger dropped the case. Yes, ma'am.
So when do you go back now?
We go back April 13th because Mr. Younger has filed another case for contempt of court. And of course,
Did y'all ever pay this guardian?
Ma'am?
Did y'all pay the guardian that you had?
Oh, yes, we both paid. And the guardian asked for an extension and my legal team asked for an extension, but Mr. Younger team, they dropped the case and just made it a child support modification case.
So now it's just a child support modification case?
No, that's what was done in October. Mr. Younger filed another case in January about, and under frivolous terms, about being in contempt of court, me being in contempt and not allowing him to visit with the children.
Who didn't pay the previous guardian?
We both paid.
Mr. Younger, did you pay?
Yes, ma'am. We actually got our money back because my counsel at the time
I said, did
had
you
said
pay?
that I wasn't going to get.
Did you pay?
Yes. Yes.
Was it Aisha Collard Blanchard? Collins Blanchard?
Yes.
Blanchard Collins. All right, hold on a second.
Phew. I thought he just got disconnected again. Sorry.
And he turned his camera off again. Do you both have lawyers in the other case?
Yes, ma'am.
No, ma'am. I'm not having an attorney for
Wait
the
a minute.
contempt.
I thought, are you talking about the upcoming case or the previous case?
The upcoming case.
No, the upcoming case. No, I have more than enough proof that will show that Mr. Younger was well aware when he filed this frivolous case. It will be dismissed immediately.
Well, I don't know. I mean,
I'm pretty confident, Judge, but I may be wrong.
I know, but Judge Elby's pretty damn.
Right, and hopefully she will see that, that the terms in which this was done and the evidence that'll be presented to her.
So there's been a response, and have y'all even tried to go to ADR because y'all were supposed to try to mediate before?
For this upcoming case? I didn't see anything. I wasn't notified about a mediation.
I think that's part of what what they're going to do in April.
Yeah, we have that will be a status meeting.
I got it. I'm pretty familiar. All right, last words. Go ahead.
Ms. James.
Oh, that's it, Judge. I have no further statements or anything.
All right, go ahead and give closing.
Judge, just briefly, relying on the actions of the parties, there's been no emergency intervention. The TPO was filed, but it seems as if visitation continues as expected, communication continues as expected. We all have to be at the best interest of the children. They have open issues as it relates to their custody, visitation, and apparently even a contempt matter open, wherein these issues should be outlined and using this court for the intentions of implementing counseling and care and now supervised visitation, despite the children being with him now unsupervised. I think there may be the need for counseling between the parents as well, as they have a disagreement in how the children should be disciplined. But it does seem as if both parents agree that the child has some disciplinary issues that need to be addressed. As an outsider, it's very difficult to come in and be asked to make a decision. I don't envy your job at all, Judge Manning. But having said that, I look at what the parents have been doing and what they are doing, and seeing that the children are currently with Mr. Younger, and he's looking at other ways to discipline his child as it relates to whatever disciplinary measures are needed. I also don't believe that the court needs to insert itself in this type of claim, nonetheless, or this type of matter, nonetheless. We're here, and I understand a mom's concern, and I understand a dad's concern, and trying to raise their child the best way they know how.
Ms. James, go ahead.
Judge, is it possible that we could get a guardian ad litem?
Oh, well, yeah, I'm putting a guardian in play.
I would love that.
But I want to know what's going on with defects. Have they?
Right, because there was such major discrepancy.
I just want to know what's going on. Have they been?
Oh, okay. I was going to say, yeah. That's why the case is still open.
Do y'all have a safety plan?
No, Judge. That unfortunately, and I say that word carefully, the person who came out to do the investigation came to a conclusion completely contradictory to what is being represented today. And so if I'm not mistaken, Ms. James has indicated to me that a supervisor has gotten involved and they've kept it open as a result of that. So there are a lot of discrepancies in what has been concluded. And I think DFACS has essentially said there's no concern, there's no issue, but Ms. James and maybe a supervisor are deciding to continue looking.
Counselor Issa, I do believe that you're misquoting me. That's not what was stated. Okay,
let me ask you a question. What is your fear right now if these children are with him?
That there will be intimidation and retaliation, mind games.
Not physical, mind games.
Well, right now, there's not going to be anything physical because all eyes are on Mr. Younger. So at this time, I'm not sure if he's going to do anything physical. I honestly, only Mr. Younger can answer that. Please excuse my computer's about to die. Got it.
Sure, you can plug it up.
Yeah, I did. Thank you.
I'll be right back. I'm going to go into a breakout. I'm a breakout, right? I'll be right back.
Judge, I'm sure you know we can't hear you.
There you go. The picture of this kid's bottom really, I don't understand how that happened. I don't understand. And because that's, I mean, trust me. And, you know, I don't know how old Mr. Johnson is probably. Maybe you just grade early. I just grade early. But anyway, I got the tar beat out of me by anything they could grab. But I don't see how a paddle never did that to me. And I'm trying to figure that out. And Mr. Younger, I'm glad if you think something's going on, you're trying to get these kids, your son into some sort of counseling, fantastic. Like I said, at my house, shoot, if you need it for mental health, medicate, go see somebody, talk to somebody, do what you got to do. I'm all for it. But this, I mean, it has me bothered because these kids are what are most important to me. Amber, you can check your email. Thanks. So this is what concerns me. And I don't want to keep these children from you, but I think Miss Blanchard Collins was your guardian before, and I have her. I have her on here. So who's there at your house with you, Mr. Younger?
You're on mute.
Just me and my boys.
Did he have his pants pulled up?
Well,
Or his pants pulled up? Trust me. I mean, you know, I've had, you know, from the South, hickories. Go pick your own hickory. You know, and you thought if you picked one that was flimsy, it wouldn't hurt so bad, but you were wrong because it would wrap around your leg. And then
call those a switch.
Right. You know, and they want you to go pick it. And then, you know, a belt with little rivets on it because I think that, you know, it didn't get the wind resistance. So trust me, I have had, you know, welts and stuff like that. But this, I don't understand how this happened. You know, and times have changed today. Good, bad, and different. But, you know, I mean, I could say something to the table like, pass me a biscuit. And I've had my grandmother pick it up and toss it at me. She said, you don't pass anything. That's not the word you say at the table. You say, so she did. She passed it. But, you know, anyway. I'm concerned. Where'd he go now? He left again. Holy cow, this is the end of the day. I'm going to put Mr. Younger, turn your camera back on. I'm going to put Ms. Blanchard Collins back in place as the guardian and let her get back to me. Mr. Younger?
Yes. I'm going in and out, so I didn't hear a lot of what you said.
Yeah, you got to turn your camera back on. I know you don't.
Yeah, it's back on. Everything is back on.
No, it's not.
We can't see you, Mark.
It's on my. Oh my God. Okay, I'm gonna try to turn it off and turn it back on as far as the video.
Okay.
Now?
No, not yet. Miss James, 7 and 9. Am I right?
There you are.
What was that, Your Honor? I didn't hear you.
They're 7 and 9, right?
Yes, they're 9 and 10. The 10-year-old will be 11 April 4th.
Okay, 7 and 9. I wrote that on the wrong case. All right.
Your Honor, can I say something, please?
Well, she'd asked you a question before you got disconnected. The question was, were his pants up or down when this was happening?
Up. His pants were up. Did you hear me?
Yes,
on all
we heard
4
you.
days.
Hello?
So
we heard you,
Mr. When you hit it with a paddle.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that part.
his pants were up when you hit him with a paddle?
Yes, ma'am. Your Honor, I do admit to hitting him with the paddle. I don't have any idea how those marks got there either, because I did not hit him that many times. It was not that hard. It's a small paddle, and I'm not trying to hurt my child. I'm really trying to correct the behavior. I'm really fighting with myself trying to, figure this out. I am trying to do the best I can to raise both of these boys. And like I said, there is no history of abuse. There's none. I've never paddled or used the belt on my oldest.
All right. I'm going to err on the side of caution. I'm going to get Ms. Collins to get in this. Y'all are both going to pay her. Y'all going to split it down the middle. Your weekend's supposed to be this weekend, Mr. Younger?
Say again?
Your weekend
Yes,
is
Judge.
supposed to be this weekend.
Yes.
4 days,
Actually,
right?
I have 3 weekends of the month.
He normally picks the children up on Thursdays at 8 p.m. because I have them in sports. Mark, the second.
Let me see this. I want right now. We're gonna reset this out 30 days, and we're gonna do it until Miss Blanchard Collins can give me a report. And I won't make y'all wait. We'll try to get y'all on a special set date or something, or like on a Monday, so that y'all don't have to wait behind anyone else. And Amber, I think you got that email on dates where people are going to be filling in for me. So obviously don't make it those dates. It'll be on the Monday so that y'all won't have to wait like you did so basically day. But I want, you can have Zoom visits. I don't mind if you have like a nighttime dinner right now.
Say that again, ma'am. So you're taking, say again?
Hold on. So I want to know what's so funny, Ms. Jones.
No, when you said it was, we don't want to do dinner visits.
I said, I want to do a dinner visit.
Oh, you want to do a dinner visit? Okay.
Yeah. So that he can see I'm not be in a public place.
Okay.
She's laughing because it sounds like she's getting away. That's what that is.
Nobody's getting
She knows
away.
I'm not a bad father.
The kids are what's losing out all this. So this isn't even about y'all.
Yes, ma'am.
It's about these children. Ms. Free will give us 30 days, and we can make it on one of those, so you won't have to wait all day or anything like that. And if you're in Ms. Blanchard Collins, also be in the other case, you'll have to pay her. Cars don't run if it don't have gas. She's going to interview those kids, but we'll be back in 30 days. So we'll have Zoom visits, Ms. Free, where most of them,
Can I run you a date real quick? Can we do the 17th? You are covering that day, April 17th. Is
that good for you, counsel?
Yeah, Judge, somebody will have to fill in for me on that date, but nonetheless, let's not put it off any further. 17th will be good. I have other attorneys in my office I can help.
Okay, so Zoom visits, both parties can record it. If y'all are communicating through our family wizards, and keep doing that and make sure the guardian has access to that. So it can be, that's where you can put this. How about, how often do you usually speak with your children, Mr. Younger, if you don't have them with you?
Say that again?
How often do you speak with them on the phone if you don't have them with you?
It depends on what's going on in their life. What's going on. Maybe once a week, sometimes twice a week. It really depends on what's going on.
All right. How about you talk to them Monday, Wednesday, and Friday? Like 7 p.m. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 7 p.m. on Zoom. Both parties can record it. When somebody says something they're not supposed to, Ms. Blanchard Collins is going to come back and tell me. And if there's something ahead of time, before that 30 days that she finds out, because one thing I want you to do is make these kids available, then obviously we can get you back ahead of time, Mr. Issa, and we can say, hey, we're going to change it, and regular visitation goes back into place.
So right now I'm losing visitation. All I get is phone calls.
Stand by.
I'm just trying to be clear.
Let's see. And then what night could you take them to dinner? Like a Wednesday night?
Last 3 years, I've been doing everything without my people.
Like a Wednesday night, could you take them to dinner in a public place?
I think his visitation began on Thursdays anyway, Your Honor. If we're throwing a day out, may it be a day that he had normally had visitation anyway, and that way it won't disrupt what the families already have scheduled.
Okay, so like a Thursday
So he
night
got
dinner?
sporting events. They got sporting events. They got sporting events. They got practice and stuff like that that's keeping me from seeing him as well.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I can tell him, I can tell you right now, Judge, Mark, Wednesdays.
If he already has Thursday, why can't he do a Thursday night dinner?
Well, he can do a Thursday night. Mark's the second usually has soccer practice, but I can speak with the coach and just let him know what's going on.
Okay,
and
here's the thing. If there's a soccer practice, he can go and watch.
I've always let him know, and Mr. Younger has always had that freedom, but he's never taken advantage of it. But I don't have a problem with him going with that.
Okay, Mr. Younger, do you use it? Okay, you know what? No, we're just trying to make this all way too complicated. No Zoom visits and a Thursday night dinner. What time do you want dinner, Ms.? What time for dinner with the kids? Mr. Younger, what time?
I don't know, man. Give me a second to think. I'm caught off guard by all this. Thursday.
What time do y'all eat dinner?
I usually I pick the boys up from school, and I normally serve them dinner around. They do a snack, and they usually eat dinner about 5 o'clock, 5:30.
Ma'am, I typically work till 5 o'clock on Thursdays. Could we say 7 o'clock?
I don't have a problem with that. I can just let his coach know.
Is that
or ask him right here, Mr. Younger, do you want to attend soccer practice?
Yes.
Okay, soccer practice starts at 6:25.
Okay, so how about this, Mr. Younger? How about you get there, take something, take a pizza, and you can sit there and have it after their soccer practice with them or before.
And how long is this going to go on, Your Honor?
This is going to go on until Miss Blanchard until y'all get back in front of me, or Miss Blanchard Collins calls me and tells me to get y'all back on. She's going to talk to these children because I want to know. No, we didn't show the pictures of this kid's buttocks because there's some sick people out there that would make it into child porn.
Okay.
But I've seen the pictures and they concern me.
Yes, ma'am.
Trust me, I am not anti-corporal punishment. That's fine. I mean, good enough for me. But sometimes there's a line to be crossed. And I'm trying to see if this is a line to be crossed, if somebody's being too alarmist or if somebody needs something. Keep the kids in counseling, please. But these children, it's not going to hurt. That's why you're going to have the Zoom visits. I'm not keeping you total away from them. Thursday at soccer practice, go take a pizza, take hamburgers, take whatever. Have dinner.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh,
Judge, I'm going to continue to communicate with Mr. Younger and interpret what you've said. I understand the court's order. I know it'll be reduced to writing. Finally ending this thing. We have a hearing in almost a month. Between now and then, they've got to get the guardian involved so that she can either report back to you or suggest an earlier date before the 17th for the party to report back.
And I think they already have her contact info, right?
I do. I still have it.
You still have it, Mr. Younger?
I don't know, ma'am. I have to look for it.
Okay, well, I'll forward her all the pleadings. Yeah, I'll forward her all the pleadings. So y'all reach out to her, get her paid. We'll see y'all back then. And anytime, Ms. Rice, anytime. She can always, all lawyers, I mean, if they know the truth, they know they can call me, and Ms. Free will tell you, I'll get on a Zoom with lawyers.
I
know
lost the
that, Your Honor.
signal again, it looks like.
And so
I got it, Judge.
right now, Judge, me and Mr. Younger, so how will we exchange the children?
So it looks like you need to go get these kids right now.
Well, we usually meet at the Fairburn Police Department, so I need for you to
Meet
tell
at the
him what
Fairburn
time.
Police Department. You know where you are?
Yes,
You know
ma'am.
where he is. What time?
5:30 works for me.
You be there in an hour, Mr. Younger, with the children.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, y'all do it. This ain't gonna be forever because we're gonna figure this out. All right?
Thank you.
Oh,
Thank
I emailed. Thank you. All right, thank you. Y'all can vote.